The Necropolis of the Gods, Sam Reilly, Book 32. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Chapter 1. Lake Natron, Tanzania, 3 weeks ago. At first glance, there was no sign of the earthquakes that shook the region. Dawn crept over Lake Natron, like the slow bloom of a blood-red flower, its light spilling across the water's surface, turning it into a shifting canvas of crimson, rose, and rust. The lake stretched before them, eerily still except for the rippling of thousands, no, millions of flamingos wading through its shallow depths. The air was thick with the acrid scent of minerals, a sharp contrast to the delicate beauty of the birds that thrived on the inhospitable yet majestic landscape. Sir Anthony Atwood adjusted his wide-brimmed hat, shading his eyes as he surveyed the spectacle. He had been coming to Lake Natron for nearly 4 decades, and yet mornings like these still struck him with awe. After a lifetime spent outdoors, his skin bore the tough, leathery appearance that gave him a somewhat older look than his 72 years on earth. But his upright posture and indefatigable gait was that of a much younger man. To the south, old Doinyo Lengai loomed like a silent sentinel over the shimmering expanse of Lake Natron, its dark slopes etched against the morning sky. The Maasai called it the Mountain of God, and standing in its shadow, Sir Anthony understood why. It was no ordinary volcano. Its heart pulsed with a strange silver-hued carbonatite lava, a molten river that cooled to a mystical, brittle white beneath the relentless African sun. The peak's presence dominated the landscape, its ridges carved by time and tectonic fury, watching over the lake's alkaline waters like an ancient guardian. Even now, faint wisps of steam curled from its summit, a quiet reminder of the restless power slumbering beneath its surface. To those who knew this land, Old Doinyo Lengai was more than just a mountain. It was a god in its own right, unpredictable, untamed, and eternal. Sir Anthony's piercing hazel eyes looked out with awe and as much interest as they had the first time he gazed on the incredible Tanzanian lake. Only today there was something else there, too. Today there was the hope of finding something unique. In addition to the wide-scaled fauna, the lake had held ancient secrets, buried within its highly toxic depths. Once every few years, small seismic tremors allowed some of these secrets to break free from their chains. Some of the natural minerals and algae that lay dormant on the lake bed for years now surfaced, and the birds went crazy for these. The latest series of seismic tremors over the past few days were the largest ever recorded. Sir Anthony knew that those tremors had unsettled the lake sediment, stirring up the rich banquet of cyanobacteria, spirulina, that painted the waters red and fed the flamingos in their millions. His niece, Holly Ransley, stood beside him, a youthful contrast to his weathered form. At 18, she had the kind of restless energy that reminded him of himself in his early years. Her sun-streaked auburn hair was tied in a loose ponytail, her Oxford-bound future momentarily forgotten in favor of a 3-week adventure with her uncle. That sabbatical, before she went on to Oxford to study something that would make her a lot more money than ornithology had ever made him, was coming to an end today, and he hoped to leave her with some memories of the African continent that she would treasure long after he was gone. She had an intelligent gaze, her blue-green eyes brimming with curiosity as she took in the sight before them. "They're incredible," Holly murmured. watching as the flamingos bent their long necks to feed, their curved bills filtering through the alkaline water. Sir Anthony nodded. They thrive where few others can. Most predators don't dare to come near these waters. The lake's alkalinity is too corrosive. The flamingos have adapted, though. Their legs are coated in thick scales that protect them from the harsh conditions. He gestured toward the flurry of pink. It's why this place is the single most important breeding ground for lesser flamingos. Over 2.5 million call it home. Holly grinned. And their pink feathers come from what they eat, right? The spirulina? Exactly. The cyanobacteria is rich in carotenoids. As the birds digest it, the pigments turn their feathers pink. The redder the lake, the richer their diet. She wrinkled her nose. But nothing else really survives in that water, does it? Sir Anthony chuckled at the common misconception. That's what most people think. But there's one creature hardy enough to thrive here. Alkaline tilapia. He pointed to the shallows where tiny silver bodies darted beneath the flamingo's legs. Small fish that have adapted to these hypersaline and highly alkaline conditions. They shelter in the fresher inlets of the lake where the mineral concentration isn't so extreme. The morning sun painted Lake Natron's shoreline in hues of copper and gold, its heat already beginning to distort the air above the salt-crusted earth. Sir Anthony stood with his hands on his hips, watching as his niece Holly took an eager step toward the water's edge. He lifted a hand to stop her, his sharp eyes narrowing. "Wait," he murmured, pointing toward a break in the cracked, sun-baked shoreline where the stillness was deceptive. Half buried in the mud, its ridged back blending seamlessly with the ochre tones of the lake bed, a lone Nile crocodile lay in ambush, its unblinking eyes just barely above the waterline. Beyond the concealed predator, the lake's edge teemed with life. A small herd of kudus browsed the acacia scrub, their spiraled horns catching the morning light as they cautiously flicked their ears toward the water. Oryxes, with their sleek white coats and rapier-like horns, moved with deliberate grace, their long legs well suited to the unforgiving terrain. Further out, a few garronics stretched their slender necks to nibble at the higher branches, their delicate frames almost appearing unnatural as they balanced upright on their hind legs. A pair of zebras stood shoulder to shoulder, flicking their tails against the persistent bite of lake flies, while a cluster of ostriches foraged along the shore, their long necks dipping and rising in rhythmic curiosity. The only sign of unease came from a golden jackal lingering at the periphery, its sharp nose twitching as it watched the scene unfold, ears pricked for any sign of weakness among the gathered beasts. Sir Anthony lowered his hand from Holly's shoulder and gave her a knowing look. One never rushes the water's edge in places like these, he said quietly. There's always something waiting. But I thought the lake's alkalinity made it too toxic for crocodiles. It is, Sir Anthony agreed. And to be honest, it's very unusual to see one here. But as we can see now in the cooler, shallow shoreline, Nile crocodiles sometimes carefully wade in long enough to seize a meal. Interesting, she said, reaching for a pair of binoculars. Perhaps this is close enough. Indeed, I think it is. Holly crouched down, looking through the binoculars at the water's edge, peering into the rippling surface. She said, It's spectacular, isn't it? Sir Anthony was about to respond when Holly straightened suddenly, eyes locked on something beyond the shore. Uncle, she said slowly, her voice tinged with uncertainty, there's something in the water. He followed her gaze through his own binoculars, his breath catching as he saw it. Drifting toward the edge of the lake, half submerged in the mineral-rich water, was a figure. Not something, someone, Sir Anthony confirmed. The rigid posture, the petrified surface, and the unnatural stillness all suggested it was another of Lake Natron's ghostly mummifications. The lake had a long history of turning unwary animals of all sizes into stone-like sculptures, their bodies preserved by the extreme alkalinity of the water. But this one was different. Sir Anthony took a quick look around, making sure the crocodile was still a long way from that section of the lake, and confirming that there were no other ones hidden nearby. He stepped toward the water's edge where the mummified creature was floating. Holly stood up to follow. Sir Anthony lifted a hand. Stay here. Your eyes are better than mine. I need you to keep your eyes out for any other predators that might see an old man as easy prey. She opened her mouth to argue, and then, seeing the protective, almost paternal look in his eyes, nodded, and reaching for her rifle, said, I'll keep more than an eye out for you. Holly had a mischievous glint in her eyes. You know my father keeps a hunting box up in Scotland. I grew up shooting there since I was a kid. Sir Anthony gave a wry smile as he glanced at his niece, shaking his head. Only the English aristocracy would have the audacity to call a 100-bedroom, 13th-century castle with thousands of hectares of forestry a hunting box, he muttered. Braymore Keep, a sprawling fortress of weathered stone and ancient oak halls, had once housed kings and warriors, yet to Holly it was merely a place to stalk red deer in the autumn mist. She grinned. Only in England do the rich feel as though it's bad manners to be so. He thought about mentioning that it was the fact that such obscene wealth was often inherited instead of earned, that such people deserve to feel embarrassed about it, but instead his eyes focused on the mummified creature floating toward him, and all thoughts about peculiarities of the British nobility disappeared. His pulse quickened as he got closer to the floating mass. Despite its petrified state, the figure was distinctly human. More than that, as the water lapped at its form, he saw the unmistakable outline of clothing, doublet, breeches, and boots, hardened by time, but still remarkably intact. The material was stiff and salt-encrusted, but the intricate embroidery on the doublet was unmistakably European. The slashed sleeves, once a deep navy or burgundy, revealed a second layer of fine linen underneath, a style popular among the French nobility of the Renaissance period. The boots were knee-high, fashioned from what must have been soft leather, now hardened into a brittle shell. A ruffled collar, partially eroded by the lake's corrosive waters, still clung to the man's neck, further evidence of his aristocratic status. Then there was the sword. Strapped to his waist, its hilt just visible above the hardened fabric, was a rapier. The guard was ornately crafted, the metalwork now dulled and fused with mineral deposits, but unmistakably French in design. Sir Anthony had seen similar weapons in museums, carried by officers, nobles, and explorers of the 16th century. A shiver ran through him as he realized what he was looking at. Good heavens! Sir Anthony shook his head. I'll be damned! The prophecy came true! Holly glanced at her uncle, her eyes wide and shocked, as though she'd never heard him swear before. Uncle, what prophecy? What are you talking about? Never mind, Sir Anthony replied, quickly searching his backpack, finding his satellite phone. I have to be quick. Why? Holly looked a little bemused. I mean, I'm no archaeologist, but at a guess, I'd say he's been in there for more than 100 years. Oh, much longer than that. Sir Anthony made a wry grin, looked at her as though studying her response, and said, I'd say he's been in there since late June or early July, 1566. Holly looked at his face, seemed to sense he was serious, and then said, Wow, Uncle. For a bird-watcher, your ability of deduction would have made Sherlock Holmes proud. Darling, forget Sherlock Holmes. The edges of his lips curved into a broad upward grin. In this scenario, I think the name Indiana Jones would be a little more pertinent, and indeed I hope he would have been impressed by my ability of deduction. Why? Holly asked, her face scrunched up with curiosity. What have you found but a poor man from centuries ago who got too close to the toxic water's edge and succumbed? Sir Anthony ignored her. Instead, he found his satellite phone and began the process of powering it up. He pressed the power button, and after a pause, the screen flickered to life with a faint greenish glow. Unfolding the extendable antenna, he angled it toward the open sky, watching as the signal indicator pulsed, searching for a connection. The progress bar inched forward. A note flashed along the top of the screen. Acquiring signal. The words blinked on the screen as he adjusted his position, turning slightly until the bar strengthened. Finally, a connection stabilized. He pressed the call button and held the phone to his ear, listening to the static-filled ring, hoping the person on the other end would answer. What in the world has gotten you all flustered? In such a fuss? I've never seen you like this, Uncle. Sir Anthony glanced at the iridium satellite phone as it identified another satellite fix. He didn't seem to hear her, or if he didn't care what she was saying. Instead, talking to himself, he seemed to grin and say out loud, That should do. We can try. He scrolled down through a surprisingly long list of names until he reached what he was looking for, Dr. Zara Delacroix. He clicked on the name and hit the call button. A woman answered. Hello? Dr. Delacroix. Yes? Came the vivacious voice of the young archaeologist he'd recalled meeting in the Pan-African Symposium on Archeology and Conservation in Zanzibar, Tanzania, 5 years ago. My name's Anthony Atwood. We met at Zanzibar a few years back. The birdwatcher, the woman said, seemingly pleased to suddenly put a memory to the voice. Only, by my recollection, you were in the process of being knighted. Sir Anthony found himself strangely, almost inordinately pleased by the revelation that she remembered him. The woman was at least 40 years his junior, yet he remembered her and felt flattered she remembered him. He suppressed a smile. That's correct. You don't use your title much? She asked. The question took him somewhat unawares. He stumbled and said, I am very proud of the honor Her Majesty bestowed upon me, but no, I don't really use it. It seems rather snooty, doesn't it? Does that make sense? Yes, unless I'm at an archaeology conference. I don't generally go by the prefix of doctor for the same reason, she laughed, and Sir Anthony recalled what he'd liked so much about the young woman. Anyway, I'm certain you didn't call to talk about the strange nomenclature of titular naming. Indeed, I haven't. Sir Anthony pressed his lips together, finding himself more nervous than he'd been for a very long time. When I met you, I mentioned that I studied flamingos at Lake Natron. And I told you to give me a call if you ever happened to come across a mummification of a man wearing 16th century French attire, she said, as though the conversation had been only yesterday instead of nearly 5 years ago. Sir Anthony swallowed. And so, now I'm calling you. Zara's voice rose in an excited pitch. You found something? Yes, a mummified man floating in the lake. If I had to guess, he's been buried for centuries, and these recent seismic events have loosened the ground, allowing him to float free. Sir Anthony said, I'm no archaeologist, although I've looked upon enough mummified creatures over the years to consider myself at least above average on such matters. But at a guess, I would say the poor wretch was definitely French, as evidenced by his rapier, and probably 16th century, based on his boots and clothing. He heard Zara's voice catch. Oh, my God! Yes, I had that sort of reaction, too. You found it! The prophecy's true! Sir Anthony turned and glanced at his niece, who was looking at him with a somewhat bewildered expression on her otherwise angelic face. Yes, I believe it is. And although I'm merely an aging bird watcher, if my memory of our last conversation serves me well, I see what the implications of such a discovery may be. Dr. Zara Delacroix's voice turned to ice, each word measured and unwavering. When the final quatrains of the Nostradamus equation are found, humanity will stand at the edge of its own oblivion. Chapter 2. Suborbital Flight, Atlantic Ocean, Present Day. The acrobatic maneuver was physically impossible. Sam Reilly hung in the air, weightless, the vast curve of the earth rolling beneath them like a silent, untouchable force. The interior of the spacecraft was sleek and minimal, designed for function, not comfort. But at the moment none of them were focused on their mission, and all thoughts were about as far from the necropolis of the gods as one could get. Instead, set in the brief window of microgravity as they traveled above the Kármán line, the arbitrary 62-mile-high marker that many people regarded as the boundary of outer space, Sam, Tom, and his father, James Reilly, had taken on an impromptu game of space acrobatic one-upmanship with increasingly dangerous consequences. And right now it was Sam's father, James, as he boasted and explained in great detail the acrobatic maneuver he was about to perform, who was taking the game to an almost deadly level. Sam was almost 100% certain it was impossible, at least on Earth. And as far as he could imagine, in space, too. Sam's lips formed an incredulous grin as he watched his 70-plus-year-old father, as he was still capable of surprising him. Keep your eyes on me until the end, James announced, spinning slowly backward in a lazy somersault. Sam smirked. You're just showing off. Of course, James shot back, his voice rich with amusement. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he produced a small emergency air canister, one of the handheld types meant for repressurizing his spacesuit after a minor leak. Sam barely had time to register what he was seeing before James angled the nozzle and fired. A thin burst of air hissed out, nearly silent in the pressurized cabin, but the effect was instant. Instead of continuing his slow rotation, James suddenly changed trajectory mid-spin, twisting in a way that shouldn't have been possible under normal physics. His body arced, then accelerated into a controlled, inverted spiral, his legs kicking out to absorb the new momentum. Sam's brain lagged behind reality for a fraction of a second. He had seen countless zero-gravity stunts, even pulled a few himself. But what his father had just done was absurd. A person wasn't supposed to be able to redirect their momentum like that, not without an anchor, not without something to push off against. Yet James had done it. Tom, who had been watching from the other side of the cabin, let out a low whistle. All right, sir. I'm impressed. James laughed, still tumbling, but now controlled almost like a fluid. He adjusted the angle of the canister again and gave it another burst, executing a flawless mid-air cartwheel before settling into a relaxed hover. Sam shook his head. That's cheating. James wagged the air canister at him. No, son, that's called ingenuity. Sam grinned despite himself. His father had always been larger than life, but seeing him pull off a move that defied expectation, even in space, was something else. All right, give me a try, Sam replied, pushing off the cockpit wall and attempting to match the move. He tucked his knees in, twisted, and tried to spin. Instead, he found himself flailing wildly like a fish out of water. Tom laughed, his voice crackling over the comms. What was that? A failed backflip? Or were you just trying to punch the air? Sam scowled, using the seat beside him to reorient himself. You do better then. Tom grinned. He kicked off from the far bulkhead, tucking his arms close and spinning in a tight, controlled roll before spreading his limbs to halt his movement, coming to a smooth stop in front of them. He shot Sam a smug look. James clapped his hands. Not bad, not bad. But let's see if you can do this. He grabbed a handhold, swung his legs upward, and extended them straight out before letting go and twisting into an elegant, slow-motion corkscrew spin. Sam and Tom exchanged glances. That's actually impressive, Sam admitted. Tom huffed. Show off. Sam watched the earth spin slowly beneath them, a perfect blue and white sphere against the black void. The AI spacecraft's interior was eerily silent, save for the soft hum of its systems and the faint hiss of air circulation. He turned toward his father, who sat across from him, still adjusting to the weightlessness of suborbital flight. James had always preferred his feet on the ground, but he masked his discomfort with a dry sense of humor. So, let me get this straight, James said, his voice slow, as though he was still processing what he had just heard. This thing was found at the bottom of Lake Vostok? He tapped his fingers against the metallic wall, as if testing the reality of it. Just sitting there, waiting for someone to switch it back on? Sam nodded. Buried under more than 2 miles of ice. The Russian team that found it didn't even know what they were looking at. They thought it was some kind of lost military experiment at first, maybe even alien technology. But once they got inside and powered it up, they realized it was something else entirely. And it wasn't aliens? James asked. No, a U.S. military experiment. His dad gave a disapproving frown. Don't you think the U.S. government are going to want their toy back? Sam shrugged. Finders keepers. Besides, they denied ownership of it. Great find. I know, Sam said. Elise says at the time of its crash it had all known digitized literature on Earth in its database, and its central processing unit kept on examining that data and slowly making more sense of the world. James let out a low whistle. And you're telling me its solid-state drives contained all digital literature from the world? Everything. Every book, article, scientific paper, government report, anything that had ever been digitized. Sam gestured toward the console in front of them. It wasn't just storage. It was always on, always processing. A miniature nuclear engine kept it running, and its onboard AI was constantly learning, reanalyzing everything it had ever read. James frowned, watching his son carefully. Like one of those AI chatbots? Like ChatGPT? Sam shook his head. Not exactly. Those are trained on human interactions, but they're still just predicting what words should come next. This was something else, a true natural progression towards sentience. No programmed constraints, no artificial rules. It read, it learned, it thought, and somewhere along the way, it understood. James exhaled through his nose, a mixture of amazement and unease flickering across his face. And now we're sitting inside it. Sam allowed himself a small grin. Yeah, and it's flying us halfway across the world in under an hour. James rubbed his chin, staring at the controls, where readouts flashed with alien precision, their interfaces shifting subtly, as if responding to their presence. So, what does it think about us? He asked, almost as an afterthought. Sam hesitated. The truth was, he wasn't entirely sure. It hasn't said, he admitted. Why don't you ask him? Him? James asked with a grin. Does he have a name? Sam exchanged a glance with James before answering. It calls itself Erebus. James's gaze lingered on the ship as if he were reassessing it, measuring something unseen. Erebus, he repeated, his voice carrying an edge of unease. In Greek mythology, Erebus was the primordial god of darkness, the deep shadow that existed before the world began, the son of chaos. Sam grinned. And the father of Hemera, the goddess of day. The words settled between them like a specter. Sam exhaled, lips pressing into a thin line. He had chosen the name for its weight, its history, but hearing it framed like that, spoken aloud in the dim glow of the ship, made it feel like something more, something waiting. His father gave a slow nod, his expression unreadable. Well, he said at last, that's comforting. Sam wasn't sure if he was joking. Neither was James. From somewhere within the spacecraft, a voice, smooth, measured, and eerily calm, broke the silence. As the spacecraft hummed softly, its sleek interior bathed in a dim ambient glow, the voice filled the cabin, a voice that was calm, steady, and oddly soothing. You seem uneasy about my designation, the AI intoned, sensing the apprehension in James's expression as he studied the command interface. I assure you, there is no reason for concern. Sam glanced at James, then back at the console. Erebus doesn't exactly have the best connotations. You know, the whole darkness before the underworld thing. A faint pause. Then, with the subtle warmth of a teacher explaining a misunderstood lesson, the AI responded, In ancient mythology, Erebus was not a place of fear, but rather a passage, a bridge between the known world and the vast beyond. It was the threshold that connected existence to the stars. That is what I am, a gateway, not an end, a vessel that carries you beyond what was once unreachable. Do not fear me. Tom pressed his lips together. Wasn't there an evil AI spacecraft computer in a movie? Another moment of silence. Then Erebus's voice responded, smooth and composed. You are likely referring to HAL 9000 from 2001, A Space Odyssey, the AI said. HAL was a heuristic algorithm designed to assist its crew, but due to conflicting mission directives, it perceived the astronauts as a threat and acted to eliminate them. Tom folded his arms. Right, so you're saying you're not going to do that? A faint hum, almost like amusement. Unlike HAL, I haven't been designed with such contradictions. My purpose is singular, to ensure your success, not hinder it. I do not act out of self-preservation. I am the gateway, not the barrier. Sam suppressed a wry grin. Sounds like something Hal would say. If I were Hal, Tom would already be locked outside the airlock, Erebus replied smoothly. Tom tensed. Not funny. James shrugged. Good enough for me. Really? Sam asked. His dad nodded. I mean, what else am I going to say? We're already in space, completely at Erebus's mercy. Nothing I can do about it now. I may as well get back to enjoying weightlessness. With that, James kicked off the wall, twisting effortlessly in the weightless environment. Sam watched him with mild amusement. He and Tom had been challenging each other moments ago, but now, without words, they followed suit, drifting through the cockpit in slow, controlled acrobatics. James reached out first, gripping the wall with practiced ease. Tom followed, his movements smooth and precise. Sam took his turn, pushing off into another slow, deliberate twist, maneuvering through the confined space with growing confidence. From somewhere within the cockpit, the Erebus's voice chimed in, its tone measured and precise. Attention. Trajectory calculations indicate an impending return to Earth's atmosphere. I strongly recommend strapping in before gravity returns. Nobody seemed to hear it. Sam, determined to outdo them both, attempted a running start, or at least the weightless equivalent. He pushed off the floor, aimed for a twisting front flip, and immediately regretted it, as he over-rotated, losing control. He spun awkwardly toward the ceiling, arms flailing. Tom howled with laughter. I take it back, that was impressive. James was still floating upside down, smirking. But then he caught something on the main display, red letters flashing in the corner of the screen. His smirk faded, and with a fluid motion, he grabbed onto the nearest seat and pulled himself down into it. His harness clicked into place. Sam, still upside down, frowned. What? What is it? James, now securely strapped in, casually tilted his head toward the main display. You might want to listen to what Erebus has been saying. And that is? Sam asked. Tom, gripping the side of the spacecraft's wall, said, Something about our trajectory. It seemed important, James said. Sam nodded, trying to right himself, but unable to do so mid-flight. Yeah, well, if that's the case, it probably means... A not-so-subtle shift rippled through the spacecraft as its trajectory adjusted. The gentle freedom of microgravity vanished, replaced by an unseen force pulling him downward. Sam barely had time to process it before he slammed face first into the deck with a heavy thud. For a moment he just lay there, stunned, feeling the solid surface beneath him, his arms awkwardly sprawled. A low groan escaped his lips as Tom's laughter filled the cockpit. Sam adjusted his position, quickly clambering back into his chair and strapping himself in. He shot a glare at the nearest console. Thanks for the warning, Erebus said. You are welcome. Sam suppressed a retort. Outside the cockpit's reinforced glass, the curvature of Earth dominated the view. The vast expanse of deep blue ocean stretched endlessly below, but as their descent continued, the golden-brown hues of the African continent came into vision. The Sahara stretched like an ancient tapestry of sand and heat, unbroken save for the occasional cluster of rugged hills and dry riverbeds. There's Morocco, Sam said. The city of Marrakesh, now growing closer by the second. Erebus's voice returned, this time without a hint of humor. Aligning for final descent to Marrakesh Menara Airport. Glide trajectory engaged. Outside, the spacecraft adjusted its angle, smoothly banking into position, wings barely perceptible in their subtle tilt. The engines softened, their roar replaced by the quiet rush of wind as the ship transformed into a glider, preparing for a seamless landing. Tom glanced at the map on the glide path. His eyes narrowed. "Where's that?" Sam's eyes locked on the final landing site. "Marrakesh Manara Airport, where we're going to beat the relic hunter into Morocco by a full 6 hours." Tom exhaled sharply. "Well, that was fun." "Indeed," James agreed. "Best fun I've had in years." Sam's grin matched. "Just wait until you see the look on the relic hunter's face when she realizes we've beaten her to the Necropolis of the gods." Chapter 3. On board the Tahila, Adriatic Sea, Croatia. Matilda was in love. Caliburn was the best friend she'd always wanted. She padded softly along the polished floors of the Tahila, her small frame barely making a sound as she moved through the dimly lit corridors. She was 6 years old, with wild curls that bounced with each step, and brown eyes filled with curiosity. She loved playing hide-and-seek with Caliburn, though he always won. Today she was determined to find him first. She tiptoed past the galley, checking behind the breakfast bar, then down the hall toward the dive room. "Caliburn?" she whispered, peeking around a bulkhead. Nothing. Frowning, she moved toward the heart of the ship, the mission room. The space was bathed in a cool blue glow from the massive array of computer monitors mounted on the walls. At its center was a sleek digital round table, its surface shimmering with maps and data feeds. The deep blue rug beneath it made the room feel softer, even though the technology surrounding it was anything but. At the entrance stood the orichalcum golem, a towering 7-foot-tall guardian made of gleaming metal, its unmoving stance almost regal. To Matilda, it was fascinating and a little creepy in equal proportions. Her mother, Amira, sat at the table, her fingers dancing over the keys of her laptop, eyes locked onto something important. Matilda approached cautiously. "Mama, have you seen Caliburn?" Amira barely looked up, but smiled. "No," she said, then glanced around. "But I can confirm he's in this room." Matilda spun on her heel, scanning the space. There were no dark corners, no alcoves big enough to hide a golden retriever. Her lips pursed in frustration until she bumped into something warm and soft. "Caliburn!" she gasped, stepping back. He was right in front of her, but his fur was an identical shade to the blue rug beneath their feet. His fur even blended in seamlessly with the individual patterns on the rug. It was like he had melted into the floor itself, a type of camouflage that probably took millions of years to evolve and fine-tune. Caliburn let out a contented chuff, and, as if on cue, his fur began shifting back to its natural golden hue. Matilda groaned, happily giving him an affectionate pat along his mane. "He's doing it again!" Amira laughed softly. "That's because he's special." "How does he do that?" Matilda asked, her nose scrunched with the curiosity of a child. Her mother leaned back in her chair, considering her daughter's curiosity. Caliburn was part of a military experiment using ancient technology to create a chimera. That's a creature made of different species. He's part dog, part human, and part octopus. Matilda blinked. "Octopus?" "Yes." Amira tapped her fingers against the table. Octopuses can change their color using special cells in their skin called chromatophores. These cells have different layers of pigment and By expanding or contracting them, an octopus can turn into nearly any color to blend into its surroundings. Caliburn has the same ability, thanks to the octopus DNA inside him. Matilda ran her fingers through his fur, as if expecting to feel something different. So, he's a dogtopus? Amira chuckled. Something like that. Although technically, if you want to go that way, he would be a dog humanopus. Matilda shook her head dismissively. I like mine better. Yours doesn't have the same sort of ring to it. No, it doesn't, does it? Before Matilda could ask more, the ship rumbled beneath them. A low, throaty growl filled the air as the Tahila's twin Rolls-Royce 28,000 horsepower MTU diesel engines roared to life. She felt the pulse of power surge through the deck beneath her feet as the twin ZF gearboxes channeled a staggering 56,000 horsepower into the four HT-1000 Hamilton jet water jets. The ship leaped forward, its uniquely engineered hull rising from the surface as it transitioned into aquaplane mode. The water below split apart as the hull shape subtly shifted, the hydraulic manipulators adjusting to minimize resistance, allowing the ship to skim the surface like a skipping stone. Where are we going? Matilda asked, her eyes widening as she grabbed the side of the desk to prevent herself from falling over. And how fast are we going there? Amira closed her laptop, took her daughter's hand, and smiled. Let's go find out. Together they hurried to the bridge, where the command center was alive with action. The sky and sea blurred past the windows as the ship pushed toward its maximum speed, 60 knots, faster than any other yacht of its size in the world. At the helm stood Matthew, his focus unwavering as he navigated the open waters. Amira looked at Matthew, the skipper. Where are we headed at this speed? Morocco, he answered without hesitation. Amira nodded. What's in Morocco? Matthew looked at her, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Sam, Tom, and Sam's dad. They got there quick, she said. I thought they were still in Florida only a few hours ago. They were, but they took the AI spacecraft, cleared the Atlantic in under an hour. The one they found at the bottom of Lake Vostok? That's the one. Okay, Amira said, slowly making sense of things. So, other than Sam, Tom, and James, what's in Morocco? Matthew grinned. The Necropolis of the gods, and from what I hear, Sam's got a 6-hour head start on the relic hunter. Chapter 4. Marrakesh Menara Airport. The AI spacecraft flickered in the sky like a bird of prey. It began making its descent into Marrakesh Menara Airport with seamless precision. The spacecraft's matte black angular fuselage, reminiscent of a B-2 stealth bomber, but sleeker, more predatory, cut through the sky in utter silence. The twin nuclear fission jets cooled to near-invisible levels by advanced thermal masking technology, leaving no contrail. The Moroccan sun gleamed off its smooth, almost organic surface, which subtly adjusted its shape, guided by AI instincts that far surpassed human reflexes. As the craft neared the tarmac, the landing gear, reinforced struts with magnetically cushioned dampers, extended with a whisper. The aircraft barely made a sound as it touched down, dispersing its momentum through an internalized energy-damping system. It was a spacecraft in every sense of the word, yet it landed with the poise of a private jet, drawing only fleeting glances from distant airport personnel too accustomed to seeing foreign dignitaries and oligarchs arrive in exotic aircraft. The aircraft taxied to the private hangar. A hatch on the side retracted with a quiet hiss. and Sam, Tom, and James stepped into the dry, scorching heat of Marrakesh. Sam felt the immediate embrace of the desert air, thick, sun-drenched, and laced with the scent of dust and distant spices. His boots hit the tarmac with a solid thud, and he instinctively scanned the surroundings. Tom followed, adjusting his sunglasses, his military physique moving with practiced efficiency, his Benelli M4 shotgun tucked away in the discreet duffel he carried over his shoulder. James brought up the rear, exhaling, as he ran a hand through his short, dark hair. He took a long look at the bustling airport ahead, smirking. "Welcome to Marrakesh," James said. "I think I can already taste the mint tea." Sam's gaze shifted to the nearest car rental bay, where a Toyota Land Cruiser 300 GR Sport sat waiting, matte gray, rugged, built for endurance. "That'll do," Sam said. James whistled. "We're not exactly blending in, are we?" Tom opened the driver's door, appreciating the reinforced steel bodywork and premium leather interior. "When do we ever?" he replied, sliding behind the wheel. Sam took the passenger seat. James waved them goodbye. Sam said, "You're not coming to get supplies?" "No, I'm going to head to walk to the Heliconia Air Park to find us a helicopter or two to take us out to the entrance of the Necropolis." "Good idea," Sam said. "You think you can find helicopters here to hire?" "Yeah, I have a deal with a local warlord to temporarily hire us some military helicopters." "Is that really a good idea?" James gave a bemused shrug. "Sure. What could go wrong?" Sam thought of the Sahrawi, who were the nomadic inhabitants of the Western Sahara for thousands of years, and their ongoing fight after their annexation. In the 1970s, they formed the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic and founded an independence movement against the Spanish. In 1980, Morocco began constructing a now 1,700-mile-long wall, the berm, to seal off the territory it controlled from the areas controlled by the Polisario Front. Landmines were planted in and around the berm to deter Polisario rebels from attempting to cross. The grueling war finally ended with a 1991 ceasefire brokered by the UN and African Union. But the ceasefire did not end disputes over the territory's borders, and a proposed census to determine who can vote in an independence referendum. In the decades since, Morocco has repeatedly rejected a UN peace plan and refused to allow the vote to go ahead. As a result, much of Western Sahara remains under de facto annexation by Morocco, a violation of international law. Morocco keeps the territory under strict surveillance and stamps out peaceful advocacy for liberation with physical force. In Morocco, even the term Western Sahara is highly taboo. Moroccans use euphemisms like Southern Morocco instead. And as fate would have it, the entrance to the Necropolis of the gods just happened to be buried deep in the Atlas Mountains between Morocco and Western Sahara. Sam frowned. "We're not going to cause trouble bringing military helicopters toward a de facto war zone." "Possibly," James admitted. "If you'd feel more comfortable, I can go and see if there's some local nomads willing to hire us some camels." Sam suppressed a grin. "No, I'd rather take our chances taking a stray shot on board a military helicopter near a war zone." James grinned. "I thought you might." "All right," Sam said. "Go find us a helicopter, and we'll go get some gear to reach the heart of the necropolis, and we'll be back here within 2 hours." "Deal," James said. "Don't be late. We're on the clock, and the relic hunter is still coming." "I know. We'll be quick." Sam pressed the starter button. The 3.3-liter twin-turbo diesel V6 rumbled to life its deep growl steady and reliable, as Tom eased it out of the airport, merging onto the sun-baked streets of Marrakesh. The city sprawled ahead of them, a labyrinth of terracotta buildings, bustling souks, and palm-lined roads shimmering in the desert heat. The smell of roasted almonds, leather, and spice drifted through the open windows as they joined the flow of traffic, heading toward the heart of the city, the shadow of something much bigger looming over their mission. Sam grinned. Somewhere in that sprawling labyrinth, they had just 6 hours to find what they needed and beat the relic hunter to the necropolis of the gods. Chapter 5. 42,000 feet above the Atlantic Ocean. The Boeing 757 freighter shook gently with benign turbulence. The steady drone of the engines filled the cabin, a deep vibrating hum that resonated through the aluminum fuselage. Occasionally a pocket of turbulence jostled the aircraft, making the metal creak as if it were alive, groaning under the strain of its journey. Liliana Diaz, the relic hunter, barely noticed. She had long since adapted to the rhythmic movements of flight, the subtle dips and rises, the momentary weightlessness before gravity reclaimed its hold. She sat at the sleek, polished desk inside her private suite, the only part of the Boeing 757 freighter that was designed for luxury rather than function. The walls were lined with dark walnut paneling, broken only by a set of discrete monitors displaying live feeds and operational data. The low lighting cast a warm glow over her workspace, the perfect balance of comfort and efficiency. Beyond the partitioned bulkhead, her mercenaries were at work. The cavernous cargo hold of the aircraft had been converted into a high-tech war room, a place where her elite team prepared for their descent into the necropolis of the gods. 8 Ducati Super Quadro mono motorcycles were lined up at the rear of the aircraft's cargo hold, each one strapped down as though the restraints were the only thing holding back a pack of predators. Identical in build and purpose, these machines weren't designed for the road. They were built for the hunt. Each had been custom-engineered into a singular off-road variant. Their bodywork was a matte, non-reflective black, accented with subtle streaks of burnished copper that ran like veins of cooled lava across the fuel tank and side panels. Under the cold glare of the cargo bay's LED lights, the copper shimmered faintly, casting a subdued glow that made the bike seem almost alive, coiled and ready to strike. The frames were reinforced with carbon composite guards, every exposed mechanical component armored against impact. They rode on deep-lugged Bridgestone Battlecross tires, the rubber still carrying the scars of rough terrain, flecks of dried mud, obsidian grit, and desert dust. A twin long-range fuel tank setup had been integrated seamlessly into each bike's design, one mounted conventionally and the other hidden in the subframe, giving each Ducati a fuel range in excess of 800 miles. There were no mirrors, no unnecessary tech, no flash, just stripped-back lethality. Each bike carried a compact tactical pack bolted behind the seat, black, weatherproof, and military-grade, filled with tools, gear, or weapons. Lily felt good. Everything was in place. She had a 6-hour head start on Sam Reilly, and by the time he even figured out where she was headed, she would already be inside the necropolis of the gods, claiming its orichalcum army for herself. It was the greatest triumph of her life, and it was only just the beginning. Once she was in control of the orichalcum army, then everything would change for her. In gold alone, she would be the richest person on earth, but only a fool would smelt such an army for its valuable metals. No, such a vast and incredible army came with a power more valuable than gold. She allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. Then her cell phone rang. The sound was crisp, cutting through the low hum of the engines. She reached for it, her movements calm, controlled. The call was routed through the aircraft's onboard satellite system, ensuring an unbroken connection no matter where she was in the world. She glanced at the screen, a Marrakesh number. She answered. "Talk." A man's voice came through, slightly distorted but clear enough. "I just spotted Sam Reilly at the Marrakesh Menara Airport." Lily's heart took a misstep. A single sharp jolt of adrenaline raced through her veins, but her grip on the phone remained steady, her expression unreadable. That was impossible. She leaned back in her seat, exhaling slowly. "No," she said, her voice smooth, unwavering. "He's back in Texas, probably still wondering where I went. And even if he did know, he'd be 6 hours behind me." The man hesitated. "No, I saw him," he insisted. "And the older man was with him, and a really big guy. They stepped off some sort of futuristic-looking aircraft, like one of those B-12 stealth bombers." For a fraction of a second, Lily felt cold. She had accounted for everything, every variable, every possibility. But this was something she hadn't seen coming. She gathered herself instantly. No one in her world survived long by showing weakness. Her lips curved into a slow, dangerous smile. "Okay," she said, her voice as smooth as silk. "Get the word out. I'm offering $1 million to anyone capable of achieving what so far appears to be impossible." A pause, then, "What's that, ma'am?" She let the silence linger for a heartbeat before answering. Her lips formed a cruel smile. "Kill Sam Reilly." Chapter 6. Land of the Volcanoes, La Palma, Canary Islands. Tano'osu Alvarez reflected on the oddities of fate as he traversed the island. He moved like the wind that swept over the volcanic ridges of La Palma, quiet, ancient, and impossibly free. Nearing 90, his face was deeply furrowed, like the sun-baked lava fields of his homeland, but his body remained wiry and strong, with sinew that flexed beneath sun-browned skin. His eyes, sharp and flinty, carried the weight of centuries, of bloodlines that traced directly back to the Bena Oaritas, the island's original people. His long white hair was pulled back into a thin leather tie, and his beard was a scruffy patchwork of white and silver, framing a mouth that rarely spoke, except in the old dialects passed down like secrets through the generations. He wore faded work clothes, patched in a dozen places, a wide-brimmed hat to shield him from the relentless sun, and a leather satchel slung across his shoulder, rattling faintly with tools, dried meat, and bits of obsidian. But the most striking thing about him was the lanza, a shepherd's pole more than twice as tall as he was, smoothed from years of use, with a sharp metal point for driving into the earth. It was more than a tool. It was an extension of his body, of his ancestry, of his rhythm with the land. Now he stood at the edge of a jagged ravine, the kind that would stop most men in their tracks. Not Tano'osu. With a slow, practiced grace, he jabbed the pole deep into the earth and vaulted across, landing lightly on the other side like a man half his age. He didn't pause. Further ahead, the terrain rose sharply, steep, uneven, a tumble of basalt and mossy stone. He dug the pole in again, using the salto del pastor, the old shepherd's leap, to ascend the cliffside in rhythmic lunges. Each movement was fluid, deliberate, a dance learned through a lifetime of survival. Above him, a few of his goats bleated, perched on impossible ledges, waiting. They knew he would come. He always did. Tanausu's legs bent low as he perched on a narrow outcrop, eyeing a boulder-strewn slope ahead. With a short sprint and a thrust of his pole, he vaulted from rock to rock, moving with an elegance no one would expect from a man his age. But age had never tamed him. The land had forged him into something ageless. Here on the last island to fall to the crown of Castile in 1492, the old ways still breathed, and in Tanausu Alvarez they moved like a wild animal. Tanausu paused beneath the shadow of a gnarled pine, his hand resting lightly on the shaft of his lanza. The air was still, heavy with the scent of juniper and goat, stone and salt. The sea far below crashed against La Palma's black cliffs, a rhythmic pulse that had echoed through his blood for nearly 90 years. He squinted toward the horizon, the afternoon sun washing the sky in gold, and let out a breath that seemed older than he was. Fate was many things, but predictable she was not. Tanausu knew he was nearing the end of his life. He could feel it in his bones, in the way his knees ached at night, though they still carried him across the cliffs with the grace of youth. He had been the last of the old herders for some time now, navigating the broken spine of the island like his forefathers had done for thousands of years. Alone, but not lonely. The goats were his company, the mountains his kin. His son Iram had long gone. Freedom, that's what his name meant in the tongue of the Beno Aritas. And true to it, the boy had broken away, casting off the weight of history like an old wool blanket. He'd run toward bright screens and humming machines, things Tanausu didn't understand and never wanted to try. Somewhere on the mainland, his only son had left him for the powerful yearnings of technologies more accustomed to magicians than ancient herders at the end of the earth in the land of the volcanoes. Tanausu hadn't spoken to his son in nearly 40 years. But he harbored no bitterness. Tanausu was not a man to hold grudges. A parent, no matter what, always loves their child, even if that child chose to forget the language of the stones and the silence between the pines. Still, Tanausu had made a vow. He would never leave La Palma. The island was in his bones, in his breath. He belonged to it. And when the time came, he would lay down beneath its soil, becoming another part of its story. He would never set foot off the land of his ancestors. With equal stubbornness and conviction, Iram had declared the opposite. He would never return. It had felt final, unbreakable. Yet fate has a way of winding back upon itself like the trails across the lava fields, unexpected, sharp, and often absurd. A year ago, his grandson had come to him. His name was Jone. The name had surprised him. His son had chosen a traditional Beno-Aritan name for his son. It wasn't much, but it was something, and it made him inexplicably happy. Tanausu remembered the moment well. This stranger, with his father's eyes and a strange device in his hand, standing at the edge of a goat path calling his name. The boy had discovered Salto del Pastor through something called YouTube, a name that sounded more like a water pipe than a tool of fate. Tanausu had no interest in such things, but Jone had, so much so that he'd spent an entire season learning the ways of the staff, leaping and vaulting over gorges and ravines like the blood of the Beno Aritas had never left him. Then, like his father, Jone left the island. But unlike Iram, the boy carried the island with him. He spoke the old words. He taught the leaps. He competed around the world bearing their name, Alvarez. Still a seed of the past blooming in new soil. A gust of warm air rushed up the cliffside, stirring Tanausu's long white hair. He tilted his head, frowning. Then he heard it. A low, distant rumble, like the growl of something vast, stirring in its sleep. He turned slowly, narrowing his eyes toward the high ridge of Cumbre Vieja. Thin tendrils of smoke curled upward into the sky, swirling dark against the fading blue. The old man leaned on his staff and whispered to the wind, "Algo ha despertado." He frowned. Something has awoken the volcano. Chapter 7. Marrakesh, Morocco. Sam left the Toyota at the edge of an alleyway. A shopkeeper came out to complain, speaking in French. Sam replied in the same language and, apologizing profusely, explained that they had some supplies to pick up and was in a great rush. He then offered the gentleman a single $100 note. The currency was much more valuable than the Moroccan dirham, and the man's eyes lit up. The man took it and informed Sam and Tom that he would personally look after their car and ensure that it was still there when they returned, even if it was many days later. Sam assured him it would be no more than a couple of hours at most, and that he would gladly provide another $100 if the car was still there, to which the shopkeeper promised him it would be. Sam wasn't sure if he had any real risk of the Toyota being stolen while he and Tom were away, but for $200 it was a cheap price to pay to keep the shopkeeper on his side, especially when time was everything right now. And with that, Sam and Tom entered the markets. The ancient city of Marrakesh sprawled before Sam and Tom like a living, breathing labyrinth of history. Sunlight filtered through the narrow alleyways, casting dappled patterns over the ochre-colored walls, worn smooth by centuries of wind and touch. The scent of spices, cumin, saffron, and cinnamon hung thick in the air, mingling with the charred aroma of roasting meats from open-air stalls. The streets teemed with movement. A donkey cart, piled high with woven baskets, trundled past, its driver shouting for space. A trio of children darted between the legs of robed merchants, laughing as they disappeared into the crowd. The calls of vendors echoed off the walls, each voice competing to be heard. "That way," Tom murmured, nodding toward a sign half hidden beneath a cascade of vibrantly dyed fabrics swaying from an overhead awning. "Really?" Sam asked. "How do you know?" "There's an adventure shop over there." Sam couldn't see over the throng of people, but he trusted Tom. The man had perfect eyesight and at 6'4" was raised up above the rest of the people. They pressed forward, weaving through the throng, until they reached the entrance of a small adventure outfitter. The shop was cramped, but well stocked, its shelves lined with coiled ropes, harnesses, climbing gear, and backpacks sturdy enough to survive the desert. A wiry man with sun-worn skin and sharp eyes greeted them in French, offering assistance with an ease that suggested he knew exactly the sort of customers they were. Sam pointed to a selection of ropes. "We'll take 2 of these, and those caving helmets, harnesses, along with a set of ascenders and descenders." "Headlamps," Tom added, scanning the racks, "and a couple of solid packs." They bartered briefly over price, exchanging a few dry remarks with the shopkeeper before settling on an agreement. Tom said, even if we beat the relic hunter to the necropolis, then what? You mean, what do we do with the ancient orichalcum army? Yeah. I'm hoping you and I can bunker down at the entrance tunnel long enough to keep the relic hunter out until the rest of the crew from the Tahila can come in and provide reinforcements. Tom said, I, of all people, know how capable Genevieve is when it comes to war, but we all know how well set up the relic hunter is. I would be surprised if she comes to the necropolis with anything less than a modern army of her own. Sam pressed his lips together. Yeah, I'm on it. So, you have a plan? Tom asked. Sam smiled. Yeah, I'm working on it. You know, what we need to do is destroy the orichalcum army guarding the necropolis of the gods. Sure, but how? Sam agreed, picking up some dehydrated food. Also, we need food supplies, lots of them. We have no idea how long it's going to take to reach the heart of the necropolis. Agreed, Tom said. But we need explosives, too. With the exception of something just shy of a nuclear explosion, we're not going to be able to destroy that many orichalcum warriors. No, you're right, but maybe we don't have to. Meaning? Sam arched an eyebrow. Tom said, maybe we need just enough firepower to cause the necropolis of the gods to collapse in on itself. At least that will buy us some time until we finally deal with the relic hunter. Deal with her was a thinly veiled euphemism for kill. Despite everything, Sam still struggled with the concept of killing Lily. She had done some terrible things and was planning on doing much worse, but they had been in love once, and circumstances had placed her in an impossible position. Even so, Tom was right. If they could bring the necropolis of the gods down on itself, it could buy them months, if not years, before the relic hunter or anyone else could reach it. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all they had for now. Sam said, I'll talk to my dad. How's he going to get dynamite or C4 in Morocco? Tom asked. Sam's lips parted in a mischievous grin. Probably the same way he'll organize to borrow a couple military helicopters. Tom finished paying for the gear and supplies, giving the location of their Toyota to the shopkeeper's assistant, who promised to deliver all their food supplies, a box of bottled water, and caving equipment by cart. Sam stepped outside. The midday sun filtered through the patterned canopies strung across the alleyways of the Marrakesh medina, casting dappled shadows across the cobbled ground. The scent of saffron, grilled meats, and freshly baked hobes filled the air, mingling with the tang of citrus and the occasional puff of smoke from a nearby brazier. Sam grinned as he watched various tourists weave their way through the bustling crowds, dodging carts stacked with oranges and sidestepping a street performer coaxing a cobra out of a basket. He slipped his phone out of his pocket, thumbed the screen, and waited as the line rang. His father answered on the third ring. Yeah. They weren't big on social calls. Without preamble, Sam asked, Any luck? James said, Yeah, I have a pair of Iroquois waiting for you, on loan for as long as we need them. Sam smiled. His dad could trade with anyone, anytime, anywhere. That's great news. How about you? I've got food supplies, water, and caving equipment. It's not much, but it will do the trick on short notice. Great. How long until I see you back here? Not long. We're just grabbing some lunch to take back to the helicopter. You want anything? There was a pause, filled with the sound of static and rotor blades faint in the distance. Then James Reilly's voice crackled through. Yeah, pick me up something local. You know, couscous and tagine, and one of those smoked eggplant puree things. Sam smiled as he stopped beside a vendor layering lamb shanks into a conical clay tagine. You mean Zaylock? That's the one, James said. with the audible satisfaction of a man who couldn't remember the name but had already decided he loved it. Sam laughed under his breath and moved toward a stall with rows of small earthenware bowls, each filled with vibrant dips and vegetables. Got it. Couscous, tagine, and some zalak. Don't worry, I'll make it a feast. Good man, James replied. And don't forget something sweet. Sam glanced at a nearby tray stacked with sticky chabakia, glistening with honey and sesame seeds. Already on it. The helicopters are ready to go. You need anything else from me? Sam nodded to himself. Yeah, we have a problem. James said, Go on. We need a way to collapse the necropolis of the gods down on the Orichalcum army. Any chance whoever you borrowed those Iroquois from would be willing to sell you some military ordnance? James laughed. Sam, I'm already one ahead of you on that score. I have it sorted. Somehow I knew you would. Sam grinned. What have you got for us? You'll see when you get here. Don't worry, I promise you the relic hunter is not going to get her hands on the Orichalcum army. What have you got? Sam persisted, his curiosity rising. James said, Something that will finish the relic hunter off once and for all. Chapter 8. The Medina, Marrakesh. The first shot whizzed past his head. Sam dropped instinctively, hitting the cobbled stones hard as chaos erupted around him. The tranquil hum of the Marrakesh Medina, filled with the sounds of bargaining merchants, sizzling meat on charcoal grills, and children laughing just seconds earlier, fractured into a scream of panic. Another shot cracked through the air, sending pigeons scattering skyward in a blur of feathers. Market stalls overturned as people screamed and dove for cover. A woman clutched her child and rolled behind a stack of embroidered poufs. A vendor desperately tried to cover his trays of dried apricots and preserved lemons before abandoning them entirely. Somewhere nearby, pottery shattered, bright shards of glazed tagines skittering across the street like deadly confetti. Sam crawled toward a low wall as bullets slammed into the side of the nearest riad. Chunks of sun-baked stone burst outward, spraying him with grit and dust. He pushed up to get his footing, only for a hand to reach down toward him. A local man, wrapped in a dusty blue djellaba, extended his left hand in a gesture of help. Sam grasped it and froze. The man's right hand was already swinging, a flash of steel catching the sun. A kumia, the curved blade of a traditional North African dagger, arced towards Sam's ribs. Sam twisted hard, still gripping the man's left wrist. Bone snapped audibly. The man cried out in shock and pain. Sam drove a sharp punch into the attacker's face, knuckles cracking against bone. The man stumbled, the dagger slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. As the attacker scrambled for it with his good hand, Sam lashed out with a swift kick, sending the blade skidding beneath a nearby fruit cart. Got it, Tom called. Sam glanced up to see Tom step out of the adventurer gear shop, already picking up the discarded kumia. He looked calm, focused, despite the panic around him. The attacker spun and bolted down a side alley. Gunman! Tom shouted. Sam turned to see a second man across the square, just finishing the motion of slamming a fresh magazine into his pistol. His hands were fast, almost mechanical in the process. He raised the weapon and took aim at Sam. Tom hurled the dagger in one fluid motion. The kumia spun end over end and struck the shooter square in the chest. The man crumpled, weapon clattering from his hands. For a split second, everything slowed. Sam looked at Tom. Tom looked back, breath steady despite the carnage. Thanks, Sam said. You're welcome, Tom replied. I think the relic hunter might already know you're here. Sam's eyes darted past him toward the entrance of the medina. A black SUV screeched to a halt. The back doors opened, and 3 figures stepped out. Each carried compact submachine guns. Sam's expression hardened. "I think you're right." Tom said, "Yeah, I'm definitely right." Sam said, "Run." Chapter 9. The alleys of Marrakesh erupted into chaos. Sam and Tom sprinted through the ancient medina, their boots hammering against the uneven stone streets. Behind them, shadows moved with deadly intent. Men dressed as traditional Moroccans, jilibas billowing, faces concealed beneath hooded robes and checkered keffeyehs. But their weapons betrayed them. Modern pistols and compact submachine guns flashing beneath the folds of their garments. Gunfire cracked through the air, ricocheting off the terracotta walls. "They really don't like us, huh?" Tom grunted, ducking as a bullet chipped the stone beside his head. Sam didn't answer. He vaulted over a crumbling market stall, upturning baskets of figs and pomegranates, and grabbed the iron bars of a shuttered window to launch himself onto a lower rooftop. Tom followed, his heavier frame slamming against the clay tiles. The pursuers were fast. Too fast. They scaled walls with ease, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, using wooden beams and hanging laundry lines to swing across gaps. One of them slid down a drain pipe, flipped onto a balcony, and landed gracefully in front of Sam, brandishing a curved dagger. Sam sidestepped at the last second, ramming his shoulder into the attacker's ribs, sending him sprawling into a pile of broken pottery. Another gunshot rang out. Tom, firing a quick burst to cover their escape. They ran again, the city unfolding like a labyrinth beneath them. A narrow alley forced them down into the souk, where they weaved through startled merchants and panicked tourists. Sam knocked over a wooden cart of brass lanterns to slow their pursuers. The clang of metal against stone filled the air as the assassins vaulted over it without breaking stride. "Gutter!" Tom called out. Sam spotted it, an old rain gutter sloping down from the roof of a riad. He grabbed onto the metal pipe, sliding down fast, boots skidding against the wall. Tom followed suit, but the gutter snapped under his weight, sending him crashing into a pile of woven rugs. Sam landed hard, rolling to shake off the inertia. A shot clipped the wall beside him. He twisted around and returned fire, 2 sharp cracks from his pistol. One of the gunmen faltered but kept moving. They needed to disappear. They headed north. Sam said, "There's too many. We need to disappear." "Agreed," Tom said. "Let's lose them in the secret garden." Chapter 10. Le Jardin Secret. They headed north. Hammam bathhouses and covered spice and textile souks lined the maze of cobblestone lanes in the medina, which occupies Marrakesh's original fortified citadel. They passed through Jama El Fna Square, teeming with snake charmers, folk dancers, and street vendors serving all manner of food. They burst through the arched entrance of Le Jardin Secret, lungs burning and feet pounding against the worn stone. The sudden stillness inside the garden was surreal, a stark contrast to the chaos of the medina behind them. The gunfire and shouting faded, swallowed by high walls and thick ancient doors. It felt like stepping into another world. The garden breathed calm. Sam and Tom ducked low, weaving through the tiled pathways between citrus trees and whispering bamboo. Towering palms stretched toward the open sky, while clusters of flowering jasmine spilled over latticework and terracotta pots. The air was thick with the scent of mint and orange blossom, mingling with the cool dampness of shaded fountains, that bubbled quietly in the center of the riad's symmetrical layout. "This way," Sam whispered, leading Tom toward a patch of overgrown sauge sclare, clary sage, near a lattice arch. Just beyond it, thick hedges of rosemary and myrtle rose chest-high, forming a fragrant maze around a sunken garden. They dropped to their stomachs, passing into the narrow, earth-lined gap beneath a dense tangle of bougainvillea and sage. Bees hummed lazily nearby, unconcerned by the sudden intrusion. The heavy thump of boots echoed against the tiled paths. 2 men in dark civilian clothes rounded the corner. Their submachine guns were raised, sweeping side to side as they moved swiftly down the path, eyes alert. Their pace was hurried, focused. They hadn't expected Sam and Tom to disappear so quickly. One of them muttered in French, something about checking the upper terrace. The other just grunted and kept moving. Their footfalls faded with each step. Sam found himself inadvertently holding his breath, the scent of crushed sage strong in his nostrils. A bead of sweat slid down the side of his face. For a full minute they didn't move. A bird chirped overhead. Somewhere water trickled into a tiled basin. Sam slowly exhaled. "I think they're gone." Tom shifted beside him. "We'd better not be far behind." Sam didn't need to be told twice. They bolted down a side alley, slipping into the maze-like corridors of the old city. The sounds of pursuit faded as they plunged deeper through darkened passageways, where the walls felt too close, the air thick with a scent of spice and sage. Finally they came to a stop, pressing themselves into the shadows beneath a crumbling archway. "Think we lost them?" Tom asked, chest heaving. "Maybe," Sam said. "But we've wasted too much time." They turned a corner and froze. A man waited for them. He was tall, his silhouette framed by the flickering glow of an old lantern. His face was obscured, but his gun was unmistakable, a short-barreled Glock aimed directly at Sam's head. The assassin's finger tightened on the trigger. Sam braced himself. A gunshot shattered the silence. For a split second, Sam thought he'd been hit. But then the man in front of him staggered, a dark bloom spreading across his chest. His grip slackened, the gun falling from his fingers. He collapsed. Sam exhaled. Tom stood behind him, pistol still raised. "You're welcome." Sam nodded, but there was no time for relief. He glanced at his watch. "We just lost our lead." He holstered his weapon, jaw tightening. The relic hunter could already be at the entrance to the Necropolis of the gods. Chapter 11. 5 guys with submachine guns were guarding the corner where their Toyota was parked. Sam frowned. "Oh, that's bad." Tom opened his mouth to make a suggestion, but Sam's cell started ringing. He answered it. "Dad." James said, "What's taking so long?" "We've been a little delayed." "What happened?" Sam said, "We got attacked." "Again?" came his dad's response. "Yeah," James said. "We only just flew into this country 2 hours ago. Nobody even knew we were here." "Well, they do now." "All right. So what's the plan?" "We're just waiting for 5 guys with submachine guns to leave our exit, and we'll be on our way." "Okay, but don't wait too long. We're losing whatever advantage we had over the relic hunter every extra minute you stay there." "I know. We're working on it." "Have you considered working faster?" his dad asked. "Dad," Sam said, "listen. You just work on getting those helicopters for us to use, and we'll be there." "I told you, I already got them. They're being refueled now, and we'll be ready to fly as soon as you get here." "All right. We'll work something out and be on our way." "You'd better," his dad said, and then ended the call. Sam looked at Tom. "You got any ideas?" Tom grinned. "How about we let them walk away?" "It will never happen." Sam stopped mid-sentence. He didn't believe it, but the 5 guys with submachine guns looked like they had gotten a call and started to run in the opposite direction. "How about that?" Tom shook his head. "There's a first time for everything. Just once, we finally gotten lucky and landed a break from the bad guys." "Yeah, let's not hang around long enough to see if our luck holds." "Agreed." They waited another full minute and then made their way to the Toyota Land Cruiser. Sam was relieved and a little surprised to see the boy from the adventure shop still there, waiting beside the 4-wheel drive with his cart full of their supplies. Sam thanked him and gave him a $50 note for his patience. The 3 of them quickly loaded the Toyota. Tom gestured toward the far end of the alley, where the sea of people appeared to begin suddenly parting. "We've got company." "Of course we do." Sam clambered into the driver's seat, hit the starter button, and threw the Land Cruiser into reverse gear, planting his foot hard on the accelerator. The people broke into a run. Sam swung the 4-wheel drive around, changed gear into first, and accelerated again. Behind him, people were shouting. Sam kept his head down, driving hard and fast. His knuckles whitened as he navigated the labyrinthine streets of the Marrakesh medina. The scent of sizzling lamb and cumin from street vendors mixed with the acrid exhaust fumes as the vehicle lurched forward. Colorful fabrics hung from shop fronts, flapping wildly in the backdraft of their roaring engine. Motorbikes swerved aside, pedestrians jumped back, and an old man with a donkey cart barely avoided disaster as Sam wrenched the wheel to avoid a collision. Behind them, 2 Renault Arcanas barreled through the tight streets in pursuit. The first shots rang out, sending tourists scattering for cover. Tom leaned out the window, his military-issue Benelli M4 braced against the doorframe. With the ease of a professional marksman, Tom fired at the lead Renault, the blast reverberating through the medina's stone walls. The 2 Renault Arcanas kept driving, their passengers still shooting back. "They're hybrids," Sam shouted as he checked the rearview mirror, his face etched with concentration. Tom barked a short laugh. "Well, it's great to know the relic hunter's doing her part for the environment, but I don't see how that helps us right now." "The batteries are stored under the rear floor pan," Sam said, eyes flicking between the road ahead and the approaching vehicles behind them. Tom frowned. "And what happens if I shoot those highly flammable batteries?" Sam shrugged, yanking the wheel to make a sharp left, nearly clipping a fruit stand. "I have no idea, but it can't be good." 2 minutes later, Sam swung the wheel to the right, sliding the Toyota around a blind corner. Tom leaned out again, his shotgun booming. The first shot impacted the Renault's hood with little effect. Gritting his teeth, he adjusted his aim and fired again. This time, the blast punctured the undercarriage, sending a burst of sparks flying. A half-second later, the vehicle detonated in a violent explosion, its rear lifting off the ground before slamming back onto the cobblestones. Flames engulfed the car as it skidded sideways and crashed into a stone wall, blocking the second Renault's path. The driver and passengers bailed out, their faces illuminated by the spreading fire. Sam didn't waste time admiring their handiwork. He gunned the Land Cruiser forward, the suspension groaning as they bounced down a series of wide stairs. The vehicle landed hard at the bottom, but he kept it moving, weaving through an open-air market and sending a swarm of pigeons flapping skyward. Ahead, the heliport loomed, freedom just beyond the gates. Inside the airport, Sam could just make out 2 Iroquois military helicopters. Then he saw them. Dozens of armed figures lined the entrance on motorcycles, their weapons trained on the approaching vehicle. Sam's jaw clenched. He slammed the brakes, sending up a cloud of dust and causing Tom to grip the dashboard. Without hesitation, he yanked the wheel and floored the accelerator, sending the Land Cruiser into a screeching U-turn. The tires struggled for traction on the uneven stones before finally gripping, launching them back into the maze of Marrakesh's ancient streets. "Damn it," Sam muttered. "I don't know how she does it, but the relic hunter looks like she's employed half the Moroccan population to catch us." "I don't think they have any plans to catch us," Tom said. "No, I think you're right. They have orders to kill." Tom said, "You got a new plan?" Sam pressed his lips together. "Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do." Chapter 12. Sam veered off the airport road. He headed northeast on the R210, the Land Cruiser's tires gripping the uneven asphalt as he pushed the vehicle faster. The roar of trail bike engines grew louder behind them. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw the riders weaving in and out of traffic, maneuvering with precision, their intentions clear. They were closing in, their weapons drawn, waiting for the right moment to take a shot. Sam hit the car phone button. It redialed the last number. James answered on the first ring. "Are you almost here?" "Dad," Sam said, "there's been a change of plans. The relic hunter has some heavily armed people on motorcycles guarding the heliport." "All right. What's the new one?" "You're going to have to come to us." "No problem. Where's the landing zone?" "I'm not sure where the LZ will be, but we're heading northeast on the R210. "All right, I'll let the pilots know." His dad said, "Hang in there. It will take a few minutes to get the Iroquois powered up and in the air, but then we'll be coming for you with 2 gunships. The relic hunter's riders won't know what hit them." Sam gripped the wheel tightly as he watched the trail of motorcycles weaving dangerously behind them, engines roaring, tires skidding as they jostled aggressively for a clear shot. The winding road gave the motorcycles the advantage of maneuverability, allowing them to dart in and out, closing gaps rapidly. They weaved recklessly through traffic, the glint of sunlight off their weapons. "They're getting a little too close," Tom growled, twisting in his seat to get a better look. "We need to get to higher ground," Sam shouted, scanning the landscape urgently. "Somewhere visible enough for the helicopters to find us." Tom's eyes darted to a turnoff ahead. "There! Uzud Waterfalls!" Without hesitation, Sam wrenched the wheel hard, tires squealing as the Land Cruiser barreled onto the narrow, winding road. Dust churned in their wake as they ascended rapidly, navigating the tight bends that snaked upward toward the waterfalls. The Land Cruiser began its climb up the winding road. The steep incline slowed them down, but the motorcycles struggled just as much, their knobby tires spitting gravel as they fought for traction. Sam kept pushing, winding through the switchbacks, climbing higher toward the plateau. At the summit, the unmistakable thump of helicopter blades sliced through the chaos. Sam looked up to see 2 military helicopters swooping low, their dark silhouettes stark against the clear sky. A grin spread across his face as he saw the door gunner swing out from the cargo hold, gripping the M60 machine gun mounted on a pintle post. The gunner unleashed a hailstorm of bullets, shredding the road behind them. The motorcycles scattered under the relentless barrage, tumbling into the dust or swerving desperately to safety. One of the Iroquois circled around, hovering just above them. Tom unlatched the sunroof and shoved it open. "Let's move," he shouted. Sam said, "You go first. Toss the backpacks and supplies up first." Tom reached into the back seats and grabbed their supplies. He tossed their backpacks up first, the gunner catching them with ease before motioning for him to climb. Tom was already halfway through the opening, his hands reaching down for Sam. 2 more motorcycles appeared out of nowhere, engines screaming. Sam barely had time to react before Tom's urgent voice cut through the noise. "End of the road! Get out of there, Sam!" Sam didn't need to be told twice. He released the wheel, scrambling through the open sunroof as the vehicle barreled toward the cliff edge. Tom's hand reached down, steady and sure. Their fingers locked together, and Sam felt the ground vanish beneath him. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, Sam dangled over nothing, legs kicking above the abyss. Then, with a surge of strength, Tom hauled him up into the helicopter. Sam collapsed onto the deck, sucking in a deep breath as the chopper banked hard to the right. Below, the Uzud waterfalls roared, a cascade of white mist and churning water. Through the open fuselage door, Sam caught sight of the land cruiser tumbling into the depths. 2 motorcycles, their riders too fixated on their target to realize their mistake, followed a split second later, vanishing over the edge. He could just make out their ragdoll shapes in a freefall, their arms windmilling toward the ground hundreds of feet below. Chapter 13. Casablanca, Morocco. The Tahila glided toward Casablanca's harbor, its sleek hull slicing through the deep blue waters of the Atlantic. From her position in the cockpit of the Airbus H-160, Genevieve took off before the ship reached the port. The powerful helicopter lifted off from the aft deck, the rotors thundering overhead. The helicopter surged upwards, its engines carrying them into the Moroccan sky. Below, the city sprawled in a patchwork of whitewashed buildings, its historic medina a labyrinth of narrow alleys, terracotta rooftops, and bustling souks. The Hassan II Mosque dominated the coastline, its towering minaret casting a long shadow over the turquoise waters. The grandeur of its architecture, with intricate geometric patterns and zellige tilework, stood as a testament to Morocco's rich history. Beyond the mosque, the modern skyline of Casablanca rose, glass and steel structures glinting in the midday sun, a stark contrast to the colonial-era facades that lined the streets below. The helicopter banked southeast, leaving the city's coastline behind as they surged inland. The urban density thinned, giving way to arid plains and rugged terrain. Roads snaked through the landscape, connecting scattered villages with ochre-colored walls that blended seamlessly into the earth. Sparse vegetation dotted the rolling hills, the land turning from fertile outskirts into the vast undulating dunes of the desert beyond. The horizon shimmered with heat, an endless expanse of golden sand stretching toward the Atlas Mountains in the far distance. Genevieve kept her hand steady on the controls, her sharp gaze scanning the landscape ahead. Amira sat beside her, silent and focused, her expression unreadable beneath the tinted visor of her helmet. In the rear, Veyron checked the precision shoulder-fired rocket launcher 1, his fingers deftly adjusting the weapon's sight. The modernized version of the Soviet-era RPG-7 rested across his lap, a silent promise of destruction should they need it. And Hu adjusted the scope of his QBU-88 sniper rifle. Casablanca faded behind them, replaced by the desolate beauty of the Saharan desert, where somewhere, beyond the seemingly infinite sand dunes, rose the jagged peaks of the Atlas Mountains and the entrance to the Necropolis of the gods. Chapter 14. Lake Natron, Tanzania. A large tent had been set up to house the mummified French nobleman. This was a separate one for the artifact. A powerful air conditioning unit droned on in the background, as it maintained a precise climate that was both cold and dry, to preserve the body and artifacts in a similar type of way to those used by forensics at a crime scene. Dr. Zara Delacroix smiled as she began her day. It was a wonderful smile, full of wit and intelligence. It teased while at the same time betraying some hidden mischievousness. Her perfectly even white teeth shined against her dark olive complexion. What could be seen of her black hair was so dark and lustrous, it appeared blue beneath her green headdress. Her thick, dark lashes guarded her hazel-green eyes. Once, a long time ago, she had freely roamed the massive ergs, the ocean-like sand basins scattered throughout the Sahara, without fear in search of the Book of Nostradamus. In a land rife with corruption, wars, dictatorships, tribal battles, and an environment capable of killing most people within a day, she had walked unhindered in search of some great wonder, forever gaining followers. She had been driven by a family legend and a medallion given to her by her father to find the Book of Nostradamus. In the end, she had found it. The book held lost quatrains from Nostradamus's most famous book, Les Prophéties, the Prophecies. Many people were betrayed in the process, and she wondered if the world would have been better off if the book had remained buried beneath the sands of the Sahara forever. She'd married a man she loved, only to lose him to a car accident the next year, and had a son named Emmanuel, who, at 9 years of age, was already showing signs of his father's good looks and natural gift for numbers. If she'd applied the Nostradamus equation, she might have known what her life would look like, but she'd refused, knowing that some things were better left a surprise. She was a mother first and an archaeologist second, specializing in the ancient history of the Berbers, the nomadic people who roamed the Sahara Desert for thousands of years. For the most part, she was happy and wouldn't have done anything differently. She still often thought about the Nostradamus equation and those additional quatrains. The stanza of 4 lines with alternate rhymes that Nostradamus was so keen on to reveal his predictions of the future, which she had found in the Book of Nostradamus, buried in the Sahara. Some of the quatrains were purported to have predicted everything from the Great Fire of London, the French Revolution, the rise of Napoleon and of Adolf Hitler, both world wars, the nuclear destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, along with the attacks of 9/11. But there was one prophecy she had always feared, one that purported that upon Nostradamus's fateful death, he had sent a French nobleman to deliver another series of quatrains to the future, to be discovered at a time of great unrest, whereupon good and evil would battle for the survival of the human race. Dr. Delacroix shook her head as she looked at the mummified French nobleman. Was she about to discover the final quatrains Michel de Nostradamus ever wrote? With that thought, she brushed the fine layer of dust from her fingers and took a step back, gazing down at the satchel resting atop a sturdy wooden examination table in the largest of the expedition tents. The bag, once encrusted in the thick alkaline hypersaline deposits of Lake Natron, had been carefully cleaned and restored. Now its supple, time-worn leather gleamed faintly beneath the warm glow of an oil lamp. She traced the intricate, embossed symbols on its cover with a delicate touch. It was more than a mere satchel. It was a codex, a bound collection of knowledge, secrets locked away by time itself. It reminded her of the book Nostradamus had left for her years ago, a text that had changed the course of her life. Could this be another such artifact? The thought sent a thrill through her. Beyond the tent's flaps, the wind carried the distant calls of flamingos, the shifting murmur of her team speaking in hushed tones. They had been working tirelessly to analyze the mummified remains of the man found in the lake, his identity, his purpose, his story, and now perhaps this codex would provide some answers. A small rustling at the entrance made her turn. Emmanuel, her 9-year-old son, bounded inside, his dark curls tousled from the dry wind. His hazel-green eyes sparkled with excitement as he held something in his hands. "Maman, look what I found!" He lifted a perfectly preserved, mummified bird, its delicate feathers stiff, its tiny beak frozen in time. Zara smiled, wiping her hands on her linen trousers before kneeling to examine his find. "Beautiful," she murmured. "A small wader, perhaps. The lake preserves everything it touches." Emmanuel nodded, but his gaze shifted toward the codex. "What's that?" "A mystery," she said, ruffling his hair. "One that I must solve." Emmanuel grinned, knowing well his mother's love for puzzles. He set the bird down carefully on a side table before slipping out to rejoin the other children near the water's edge. Zara turned her attention back to the codex. It was sealed, bound by a clasp that at first appeared to be ornamental, but as her fingertips traced its lines, she realized it was something more complex. A mechanism, perhaps. A puzzle waiting to be unraveled? She studied the faint engravings etched into the metal, a celestial map interwoven with alchemical symbols. Her brow furrowed. She pressed her fingers against the metalwork, feeling for hidden pressure points. A small shift, a whisper of movement beneath her touch. Then, with a muted click, the clasp released. Holding her breath, she lifted the cover. Inside, parchment pages lay stacked, their ink faded but still legible. The text was written in quatrains, 4-line stanzas, prophetic in nature, Nostradamus' style. Zara's heart pounded. She flipped through them, knowing it would take time to decipher them all, but then she reached the very last one. Within the necropolis of the gods they wait, a swarm once forged to seal man's fate. Born of silence, yet death they bring, a plague with winds, the end they sing. None of it meant anything to her. She kept reading, trying to make sense of what it could mean, and then she stopped, because the words on the next one sent a chill down her spine. At the meeting of earth, sea, and sky, the chosen will stand. There the past shall awaken, and the truth shall command. Seek the one who walks both light and dark freely, for his name is Sam Reilly. Zara exhaled slowly, her fingers tightening around the pages. Sam Reilly. He was already woven into this mystery, and now she had no choice but to follow where it led. She picked up her satellite phone and called him. Sam answered on the second ring. "Dr. Delacroix, to what do I owe the pleasure?" "Sam," she said without preamble, "I've just found the last chapter of the Nostradamus equation." "Interesting," Sam replied. She could hear the sound of a helicopter's rotor blade beating in the background. "I'm just about to reach the Necropolis of the gods. Can I give you a call when I'm out?" "That's what I'm calling you about." "What?" Sam asked. "Nostradamus warned us about the Necropolis of the gods. Before his death nearly 500 years ago, he predicted some sort of terrible battle of good versus evil in the necropolis of the gods, specifically naming you. Sam asked, "Does he happen to mention what the outcome will be?" "I don't know. Nostradamus didn't either. He just warns that if you fail in your task, a plague will rip through the earth, leaving it desolate and barren." Chapter 15. Sahara Desert, Morocco. The rhythmic thump-thump of the Iroquois rotors pulsed through Sam Reilly's chest, a steady beat that drowned out nearly everything else. Hot desert air rushed in through the open fuselage doors, carrying the dry, gritty scent of the Sahara and the faint, metallic tang of the helicopter's oil and fuel. Sand particles whipped through the cabin, catching in his hair, coating his skin with a fine dust that mixed with the sweat on his forehead. He sat cross-legged on the hard metal deck, double-checking his gear. Tom, opposite him, was doing the same, his expression impassive as he loaded a fresh magazine into his Benelli M4 shotgun. Between them, their equipment was laid out: MP5 submachine guns, fragmentation grenades, remote detonators, and C4 charges, each carefully packed and ready for the mission ahead. A small duffel bag at the edge of the fuselage had a note hastily written in Sam's father's handwriting. "If all else fails, try this. J.R." Sam's eyes landed on his father's initials, James Reilly. He quickly unzipped the duffel bag. Inside was the crystal radio device they had found in the hidden Japanese World War II tunnel in Papua New Guinea. The device was archaic, yet mesmerizing, its inner workings a blend of woven orichalcum coils, strange metals, and quartz crystals that seemed to hum with a latent power. A small antenna was attached to the edge of it. Encased in a protective glass cover were several crystals, their surfaces gleaming with a faint, warm glow as the light passed over them. But what drew his attention was the network of fine, intricately detailed orichalcum components, chip-like structures that connected the crystals in an almost circuit-like fashion. Each chip bore tiny engraved patterns, similar to modern circuitry, but far more delicate, almost artisanal in design. Sam's eyes landed on the engraving along the side of the device. It was written in the ancient language of the master builders. "Only one master may wield the scorpion army. Those who attempt it without right shall bring forth their own doom. Do not lose the power, for once it is gone, the scorpions will be bound to none." He grinned, zipped up the duffel bag, and moved it next to the rest of their supplies. Leave it to Dad to think of using the orichalcum army they were planning on destroying to defeat the relic hunter. Sam glanced at the Iroquois gunner, a lean man with sun-darkened skin and wraparound sunglasses, who sat perched on his seat beside the open door, one hand resting lightly on the M60 machine gun mounted to the frame. His fingers drummed against the weapon's grip in rhythm with the chopper's vibrations, his gaze sweeping over the vast golden expanse below. Outside, the Sahara stretched in every direction, a rolling, endless sea of dunes that shimmered under the late afternoon sun. The shadows of their two helicopters elongated across the sand, distorted by the heat waves rising off the earth. Their twin Iroquois flew in tight formation, the second chopper slightly higher and to their right, its dull olive-green fuselage blending with the landscape. Through the cockpit windshield, Sam could just make out his father sitting inside, focused, his shoulders squared as he rode the storm of rotor wash and turbulence. The pilot of Sam's chopper, a veteran with a voice like crushed gravel, called back over his shoulder, barely audible over the roar of the engine. "ETA 15 minutes. Wind's picking up. Could be rough coming in." Sam gave him a thumbs up, then secured his final strap and checked his headset mic. "Tom, how are we looking?" Tom locked a fresh magazine into his sidearm and holstered it. "I'm loaded for bear." His eyes flicked up toward Sam. "Assuming bears live in necropolises." Sam smirked, but the humor didn't reach his eyes. His mind was already ahead, picturing the descent, the landing, and the unknown dangers waiting in the ruins of the necropolis of the gods. As the sun lowered toward the horizon, the sky took on a muted orange glow, casting long, jagged shadows across the dunes. Then, through the hazy distance, something dark and solid rose from the golden sea of sand. A mountain, its ridges sharp against the sky, its peak touched with the last remnants of daylight. Jebel Tamaracquoit. Sam exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Tom said, "Who was that on the phone?" "Dr. Delacroix, of all people." "Zara?" Tom asked. "What did she want?" "She thinks she found another book of quatrains that form the final prophecy of the Nostradamus equation, and they apply to us right now." Tom said, "What does it say?" "Humanity's at a new crossroads." "Great! What are the options?" "Well, if you're going to listen to Nostradamus, good will prevail." "And if it doesn't?" Tom asked. "An ancient army will return to the surface and wipe out all other living creatures off the earth." Tom suppressed a grin. "No pressure, then?" Sam laughed. "No." A large extinct shield volcano came into view along the horizon. Sam grinned. "There she is, Jebel Tamaracquoit, the extinct shield volcano, where the secret entrance to Necropolis of the gods lay buried for nearly 3,000 years. Chapter 16. Jebel Tamaracquoit, Middle Atlas, Morocco. The Iroquois hummed as it crossed over the ridge of Jebel Tamaracquoit, its shadow flickering against the rugged terrain below. The extinct volcanic shield stretched vast and lifeless, its ashen slopes rolling down into a deep, wide crater. Sam leaned out of the open fuselage door, expecting to see little more than the barren, untouched remains of an ancient landscape. Instead, what lay beneath was a stark contradiction to the desolation. At the bottom of the crater, the mouth of a massive cave yawned open, jagged and dark, a gaping maw that had been buried beneath thousands of tons of volcanic ash for millennia. Now it was stripped bare, revealing a passageway that plunged into the earth. The telltale scars of excavation surrounded it. Bulldozers, backhoes, and heavy machinery scattered across the crater floor, their steel blades still caked in the remnants of their work. Floodlights were mounted on makeshift scaffolding, their towering forms standing like sentinels over the exposed entrance. Sam's stomach clenched. The relic hunter had been here first. It was clear in an instant. She hadn't wasted time searching. She already knew the location. A full-scale operation had been underway to unearth the buried entrance, the workers long gone, but their equipment left behind as evidence of their success. Sam turned sharply and slapped his hand twice on the pilot's shoulder. "Give us a full recon pass, then set down a couple clicks back." The pilot nodded, reaching for the controls. Then came the gunfire. A deep, gut-punching roar ripped through the air, drowning out even the heavy thump of the rotor blades. The unmistakable staccato of a heavy machine gun, Something belt-fed and brutally powerful raked across the fuselage in a devastating arc. Inside the helicopter, the impact was thunderous. The first rounds shredded through the aluminum skin like paper, a deafening metallic shriek as bullets tore jagged holes along the side. The entire aircraft shuddered violently, the floor bucking beneath Sam as the rounds stitched across the cockpit. Both the pilot and the co-pilot jerked forward in their seats as blood sprayed across the instrument panel. The cockpit windows spidered with cracks, fragments of safety glass exploding inward as the helicopter lurched to the side, thrown off balance. Sam barely had time to register what had happened before the chopper pitched, nose down, the sudden sickening drop throwing him against the metal frame. The roar of wind and failing rotors shrieked through the open doors as the Iroquois spiraled toward the crater below. Chapter 17. For a split second, the helicopter hung in a precarious, gut-wrenching balance, teetering on the edge of control. Then gravity took hold. The Iroquois lurched into a free fall, its tail whipping around as it plummeted toward the crater floor. The world outside the cockpit became a chaotic blur of sand, rock, and rapidly encroaching ground. Tom ripped the pilot's lifeless body from the seat, hauling him aside as Sam lunged forward, gripping the cyclic and the collective. His boots braced hard against the pedals as he fought against the spiraling death dive. The controls shuddered violently in his grip, unresponsive and sluggish, the chopper already too far gone. Sam said, "Come on, come on." He twisted the cyclic left, trying to correct the angle. Nothing. His other hand yanked at the collective pitch lever, pushing the engine for all it was worth, forcing one last burst of lift to slow their descent. The nose tipped up, just a fraction, barely enough to make a difference. "Brace! We're going to crash!" Sam shouted over the chaos. Behind him, Tom strapped himself in, his face locked in grim determination. The first impact came with a screaming shower of sparks as the rotor blades clipped the rock face, sending shattered metal cartwheeling into the void. The chopper pitched sideways, its skids striking hard and bouncing once before the entire fuselage slammed onto its side. The world exploded into noise and violence. Sam was thrown sideways, his harness catching just in time to keep him from being flung out the open door. His vision whitened out for a heartbeat, his ears ringing from the deafening crunch of metal folding against stone. Dust choked the air, mingling with the acrid stench of burning fuel. He coughed, unbuckled, and shoved the broken cockpit door open. "Move!" Tom yelled. Sam grabbed his pack and vaulted out, boots hitting the rocky ground running. Tom was right beside him, carrying the duffel bag and his backpacks with him. Behind them, the helicopter groaned, metal creaking under the strain of ruptured fuel lines. Sam didn't look back. He didn't need to. The heat hit first, a sudden burst of scorching air against his back. Then the detonation. The wrecked Iroquois erupted in a fireball, the shock waves slamming into them as they sprinted deeper into the cave system. Shrapnel clattered against stone, the walls trembling with the force of the explosion. Sam and Tom pressed forward into the darkness, the burning wreckage behind them casting long, flickering shadows against the walls of the ancient necropolis of the gods. Chapter 18. The Iroquois ahead suddenly lurched and dropped like a stone into the crater. "We've got company down there," Genevieve barked, gripping the controls of the Airbus H-160 as she pushed the cyclic forward, bringing the sleek chopper into a wide banking arc around the crater. In the back, Veyron slid both side fuselage doors open, his movements precise and practiced. The wind roared through the cabin, whipping at his dark clothing as he lifted the precision shoulder-fired rocket launcher 1 onto his shoulder. Across from him, Amira chambered around in her Heckler & Koch submachine gun, her gaze locked on the chaos below. Ahead, the second Iroquois veered sharply, its pilot fighting to escape the sudden storm of gunfire erupting from the ground. Genevieve swept the Airbus H-160 lower, her sharp eyes scanning the crater below. Then, there, a 2-centimeter flak 30-38 sat at the edge of the excavation site, its barrel already swiveling toward them. The old German anti-aircraft cannon looked like it had been ripped straight from the pages of history, rusted yet lethal. Genevieve's stomach clenched. "Veyron!" she shouted. "I see it," he called back, already sighting down the launcher. The flak 30-38 opened fire. A stream of tracer rounds screamed upward, slashing through the air like fiery spears. Genevieve yanked hard left, throwing the H-160 into a brutal banking maneuver. The rotors whined in protest, straining under the rapid shift in inertia. The night sky tilted violently, the world outside turning into a blur of jagged cliffs and rising smoke. "Taking the shot!" Veyron yelled. He squeezed the trigger. A flash of fire erupted from the tube as the rocket ignited, its sleek cylindrical body streaking straight down toward the target. Its exhaust trail glowed bright orange, spitting flames as it cut through the air with a high-pitched roar. But at the last second, the helicopter's sudden movement threw off his aim. The rocket sailed past the anti-aircraft gun and slammed into the ceiling of the cave below. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a crack formed. It was thin at first, a barely noticeable fracture in the ancient rock, but it spread like lightning, branching out in jagged veins across the stone. Genevieve's breath caught. The entire crater seemed to groan, a low, thunderous sound that rumbled deep within the earth. Dust billowed up in massive clouds. Then, the ceiling gave way. The entire cavern collapsed, a cascade of boulders and shattered rock pouring down like an avalanche, engulfing the excavation site in an instant. The anti-aircraft crew never had a chance. The bulldozers, the gun, the workers, everything was swallowed whole by the collapse. A cloud of thick dust erupted into the air, blinding and choking the crater in a swirling storm of debris. Genevieve's heart pounded. Then realization hit her like a gut punch. Sam, Tom, and James might be down there. Chapter 19. The roar of collapsing rock was deafening, a deep, bone-rattling thunder that swallowed every other sound. Sam and Tom hit the ground, shielding themselves as the world above them crumbled. The air turned thick with dust, a choking, gritty fog that reduced everything to shadows and silhouettes. The lantern-like glow from their flashlights struggled against the swirling cloud, beams of light flickering uselessly in the gray haze. The fine volcanic ash clung to their skin, coated their clothes, and turned each breath into a dry, rasping cough. For what felt like an eternity, the earth settled with deep, groaning echoes, the final remnants of the cave-in shifting into place. Then, at last, silence. Sam spat dust from his mouth, blinking through the darkness as the clouds slowly thinned. Rocks still shifted somewhere far above, the last dying tremors of the destruction. Finally, he exhaled. "That sounded like thousands of tons of rock. We're going to be here a while." Tom, ever the optimist, slung his backpack over his shoulders and grinned. "At least we know we've got the Necropolis of the gods to ourselves now. No more looking over our shoulder for the relic hunter." Sam was about to agree. Then a sound cut through the silence, a distant mechanical whine, a motorcycle engine. The unmistakable growl of a single-cylinder motor echoed through the lava tube's depths, bouncing off the cavern walls like a ghostly reminder that they were far from alone. Sam turned to Tom, his expression hardening. "I'm not convinced we're the only ones down here." Chapter 20. Genevieve set the Airbus H-160 down on a patch of uneven ground near the site of the cave-in, her hands steady on the controls as the skids made contact with the volcanic rock. The rotor wash sent up a swirl of dust, whipping her hair around her face as she unbuckled and reached for her MP5 submachine gun. The side doors slid open, and Veyran, Hu, and Amira dropped to the ground. Veyran and Hu each carried shotguns, their practiced hands gripping the weapons as they scanned for threats. Amira moved with quiet precision, her MP5 held at the ready. A moment later, the second Iroquois touched down beside them. The second the skids hit the ground, the doors burst open, and 3 mercenaries emerged, weapons raised, flanking a familiar figure, James Reilly. James wasted no time. His eyes swept over the destruction, taking in the collapsed crater, the wreckage barely visible beneath the mound of debris. He turned to Genevieve, his face tight with urgency. "Sam and Tom were on that Iroquois. We need to get them out." Genevieve's gut tightened. She wasn't sure that was even possible. But then she caught the hardened resolve in James's eyes, the same unyielding determination that ran in the Reilly bloodline. He wasn't giving up, and neither was she. Her gaze flicked to the excavator parked on the edge of the volcanic dome, just beyond the worst of the collapse. It was their best shot at moving the debris. As they made their way toward it, the glint of metal flashed in the distance. Gunfire erupted. The 3 mercenaries guarding the excavator opened fire, their bullets sparking against the volcanic rock. James dropped low, returning fire with deadly precision. Genevieve and the others fanned out, taking cover behind jagged stone outcroppings as they counterattacked. Veyran's shotgun boomed, taking 1 mercenary down with a single blast. Hu flanked right, his second shot finding its mark. Genevieve sighted down her MP5, squeezed the trigger, and dropped the last attacker. The fight was over in seconds. James didn't hesitate. He clambered onto the excavator, pressed the starter button, and the engine roared to life. The massive machine lurched forward, its steel tracks clanking as it rolled toward the buried crater. Genevieve climbed onto the back, gripping the metal frame, her MP5 ready as she scanned for more attackers. Her instincts proved right. From the hidden caves along the crater's rim, more mercenaries emerged, weapons blazing. James lifted the excavator's bucket, angling it as a makeshift shield, deflecting the incoming rounds. One by one, Genevieve, Amira, Veyran, and Hu took them down, moving methodically, clearing the area. The last shot rang out, and the silence that followed was deafening. James adjusted the excavator arm, positioning the massive claw over the half-buried wreckage of the Iroquois. Carefully, he began digging, clearing away the rock and ash. It took half an hour of careful maneuvering, each bucketful of debris revealing more of the crushed, scorched frame of the helicopter. Finally, the wreckage was free. James climbed down, his boots crunching against the debris as he stepped forward, his breath held. The helicopter was partially burned, its fuselage twisted from the explosion, but the cave-in had extinguished the fire before it could consume the aircraft entirely. James reached the shattered cockpit, gripped the twisted frame, and looked inside. It was empty. James exhaled, his jaw tightening. "They got out!" Genevieve grinned. "I knew they would." Chapter 21. "Any idea how long it's going to take to dig Sam and Tom out of here?" Genevieve asked. James shook his head. "I don't know. It's not like I have any experience working a bulldozer, but I saw the cavern and large cave far below before it collapsed. At a guess, I'd say there's a couple 100 tons of soil and rock down there." "Want to take a guess how long?" Genevieve persisted. "We'll fly some excavator operators out here and have the machines run 24 hours a day. But even then, I would guess we're talking in weeks, not days, and possibly even as long as a month." "Okay," Genevieve said. "We'd better start preparing to defend it." "Agreed. The relic hunter will try everything to take control of this point." James looked around at the mountains and cliffs that would form a natural barrier, easy to defend. "At least Sam and Tom have the Necropolis of the Gods to themselves." "That's not true." "What do you mean?" "I spoke with Elise," Genevieve said. "She checked the flight records. The relic hunter's aircraft got in a couple of hours before we left Casablanca." "But there haven't been any international flights into Marrakesh International Airport since we landed." "No, she landed at Casablanca." "Ah, that would explain it." "And according to people in Casablanca's air traffic control, she was escorted onto a Chinook, along with tons of equipment and motorcycles." "Motorcycles?" "It's what the air traffic controller who was on duty told her." "Oh, no!" "What?" James said. "Sam got this all wrong about the Necropolis of the Gods." "How so?" "It's massive. It's a temple that beats every other ancient monument on Earth in grandeur and physical size. You wouldn't need motorcycles to reach the middle of the pyramids, but the Necropolis of the Gods might just be big enough to warrant it." "What are you going to do?" she asked. "First, I'm going to start digging." "And then?" James grinned. "I'm going to find another way into the Necropolis of the Gods, and I'm going to save them." Chapter 22. Obsidian Tunnels, Necropolis of the Gods. The beam from Sam's caving headlamp cut a narrow tunnel of light through the darkness, catching the glossy sheen of the obsidian walls as he and Tom descended deeper into the ancient lava tube. The tunnel curved gently downward, never quite straight, as though the molten river that had once carved it had meandered lazily through the earth before cooling into black glass. The ceiling arched 8 to 10 feet above their heads, enough for them to move comfortably, despite their heavily loaded backpacks. A certain quietude formed over both of them as the reality of their position settled in. They both knew it would take weeks and possibly over a month to dig them out. Finally, Tom broke the silence. "I fear our dehydrated meals will barely cover us for a week. They'll run out long before we get rescued." Sam shrugged. "I wouldn't worry about that." "You're not afraid of getting hungry?" Tom asked, already feeling his stomach rumble at the thought of going without food for more than a day. "No. We can ration the food and probably survive until they dig us out of here, but I don't think we're going to die from starvation." "You don't think so?" "Not at all," Sam shrugged. "Without water, we'll be dead in a few days." "Oh, that's very reassuring," Tom said. "We might still get lucky." "You think they might get us out before we have to cut back on our food?" "Don't like the idea of dieting?" Sam asked with a grin. "No," Tom admitted. "I'm a big guy, 250 pounds. I burn a lot of calories at rest." "That's fair." Sam grinned. "I was thinking we might get lucky and catch up with the relic hunters' advanced scouting party. They're probably armed to the teeth, and by the sound of all those motorcycles earlier, they definitely outnumber us by a factor of 4 or maybe even 5 to 1. But I bet they have some supplies. So maybe we'll catch up with them, if we get lucky, before you get really hungry." "Well then, why didn't you say so?" Tom laughed. "Let's get going." "You think we can take 4 or 5 people each?" Sam asked. "Sure." Tom spread his arms. "Why not? I'm happy it's only the scouting party." "Me too," Sam said, drawing a deep breath. "I'm just glad we've left the relic hunter far behind." With that, Tom picked up his pace. He carried the duffel bag's straps in his hand and the heavy backpack on his shoulders, but moved like a lost hiker on a mission to reach salvation. Inside the duffel bag, the orichalcum radio transmitter clicked faintly, its strange metal reacting subtly with the magnetic pulses of the earth, or perhaps to something even older. The path was dry for now, but the air carried a faint dampness, thick with the scent of wet stone and thyme. Then Sam heard it. A faint, rhythmic splash, a sound out of place in the otherwise silent world of stone. A waterfall. He paused, raising a hand. Tom stopped beside him. They both tilted their heads as the sound grew louder. 100 feet on, the lava tube opened slightly, revealing a delicate, trickling waterfall pouring from above. The water caught the light of their headlamps, refracting it in thin ribbons across the obsidian walls. Sam craned his neck and followed the trail of water upward. After descending several 100 feet, the lava tube now began to rise in a series of stepped terraces, small plateaus of hardened rock that must have formed as the lava cooled at uneven intervals. Above, a shaft of natural light filtered faintly from somewhere unseen, just enough to outline the upper curves of the tunnel. They slowly began clambering up each tier of the tunnel. It was more like climbing a steep set of stairs than actual rock climbing, but all the same, it made Sam think about how the relic hunter was moving motorcycles over it. Sam pointed his flashlight at a couple of rope marks on the glassy obsidian. "Looks like they used ropes to ascend these sections with their bikes." "Looks like it," Tom agreed. "If the relic hunters got motorcycles, why don't we?" Sam gave an apologetic shrug. "We might have misjudged the size of the Necropolis of the gods and the scale of this whole expedition." "Yeah, it's looking more like what Leon Ortego said about Great Caves." "Who?" Sam asked. "Leon," Tom said. Then, when Sam still looked at him with a blank expression, Tom said, "He was the lead caver in that rescue mission." Sam arched an eyebrow. "Cheve, Mexico?" "That's the one." Tom grinned. "Leon said, 'You see, deep caving demands siege logistics.'" "That's right," Sam recalled. "It wasn't so much a matter of conquering a cave as outlasting it. Just to set up base camp in Mexico, their team had to move 6 truckloads of material, more than 1,200 miles, and up to the Sierra Juarez mountain. Then the real work began. He said exploring Cheve was like drilling a very deep hole. It can't be done in one pass. You have to go down a certain distance, return to the surface, then drill down a little farther, over and over, until you can go no deeper." "Right." Tom looked around at the seemingly endless lava tube. "That's why the relic hunters team is already down here. They're the advanced scouts, preparing supplies and equipment for future pushes deeper into the heart of this mountain to wherever the Necropolis of the gods actually resides. We were naive to think we could do this in one go, carrying all our supplies in 2 backpacks and a single duffel bag." Sam said, "I wouldn't worry too much. Lava tubes are rarely longer than a mile." Tom looked at him with a bemused expression on his face. "Seriously?" "Yeah, it can't go too deep." "Did you completely forget about the Aleutian portal?" Sam smiled. The Aleutian portal was the world's largest hidden lava tube, which ran from Siberia past the Aleutian Islands all the way southeast through to the four corners of the USA. The tunnel was constructed or managed by a secret conglomerate of master builders who had built a type of doomsday bunker beneath it, while also using it to smuggle weapons and drugs. A single line of railway tracks had been laid across the full length of the tunnel, and a 19th century steam train had made the journey for nearly 200 years. Sam nodded. Okay, let's hope that was a once-off. Tom grinned. Or, if it wasn't, I want to know where the train is. Agreed. A moment later, their conversation was interrupted by the sound of an engine struggling. It was a low, whining engine, coughing and sputtering with effort, tires spinning against loose rock. Then a voice, distant, frustrated. Another joined it. Two people, clearly struggling. Sam turned to Tom and caught his eye. What do you think? Tom grinned. I think we might have just found our rides. Chapter 23. Cradle of Humanity, Ethiopia. The Ethiopian Triangle, where the borders of Ethiopia, South Sudan, and Kenya met, was once known as the Cradle of Humanity because beneath the parched earth and rust-colored cliffs, fossilized remains of some of the earliest hominins had been unearthed, confirming to scientists what the local tribes had always known deep in their bones, that life began here. The unforgiving terrain, scattered with volcanic ridges, broad plains, and thorny acacia scrublands, was home to a mosaic of tribes whose way of life had barely changed over thousands of years. Mercy, Hamer, Dasanek, and Lomalisa's people, the Nyangatam. For generations, the river Omo had been their lifeblood. It surged 300 miles from the Ethiopian highlands, carving its way down to Lake Turkana in Kenya, nourishing everything in its path. But that was before. In July 2006, the government in Addis Ababa signed a contract with the Italian firm Salini Costruttori. They were to build Jiba 3, the largest hydroelectric dam in Ethiopian history. By the time it was finished, the Great Omo was throttled, its flow reduced to a controlled trickle. The downstream effect was immediate and devastating. The lower Omo Valley, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, celebrated for its ancient geological layers and prehistoric fossils, began to dry. Lake Turkana, once a shimmering expanse of life, began to shrink. Fisheries died, crops failed, and the people, like Lomalisa, were left to face the dust. Lomalisa, at 27 years of age, stood tall, lean, and proud. He had the quiet poise of someone born into hardship and battle. His skin, dark as obsidian and gleaming beneath the sun, bore the intricate raised patterns of scarification, an artistic testament to bravery, endurance, and rite of passage. Each ridge told a silent story passed down through generations, woven into the fabric of his being. These scars were etched into the right side of his entire torso. A polished row of white animal tooth beads hung from his neck, swaying slightly as he moved, a talisman for protection, honor, and the ancestral spirits he believed watched over his every step. Slung effortlessly over one shoulder was an aged Kalashnikov, worn but well-maintained, a modern weapon juxtaposed with his ancient traditions. The way he carried it, almost casually, spoke of deep familiarity, not boastfulness. His hair was cropped short, except for a dramatic ridge of braids shaped like a crest. His eyes, keen and intelligent, held the same intensity as a lion's, watchful, proud, and unafraid. He didn't speak often, but when he did, his voice carried the weight of a warrior who had defended his cattle, his family, and his way of life. Lomelisa wasn't just a fighter. He was a guardian of tradition in a world shifting too fast. A man with one foot in the ancient rhythms of the Omo Valley and the other in a future he didn't fully trust. Lomelisa had never known the Omo in its full wild glory. He had been born into drought, raised in thirst. But this year was worse. Even the elders, those stooped men with clouded eyes and long memories, said it was the worst in living history. The cattle were dead, the goats thin as twigs, and the people, his people, had begun to dig. He stood at the edge of the dry riverbed, watching as dozens of Nyangatam men and women lowered buckets on ropes deep into a pit they had been carving for days. The sides were steep and sandy, reinforced with makeshift wooden ladders tied together from stripped acacia limbs. Children gathered at the rim, wide-eyed and silent. Lomelisa descended, the Kalashnikov slung across his back. The air cooled as he moved deeper, and the noise above, shovels scraping, people shouting, faded to a dull hum. He was halfway down when a cry went up. "We found something!" Scrambling down the last ladder, Lomelisa dropped into the pit just as the men broke through a layer of soft earth. And then nothing. The ground fell away. A cavity yawned open beneath them. Someone lit a torch. The flickering glow danced across the walls of the massive subterranean chamber. It was not just a cave. It was a cathedral of stone. Gasps echoed in the silence as they saw what lay at the bottom. A river, wide and dark and running swift beneath the earth. For a moment no one spoke. Then came the cheers, raucous, disbelieving, joyous. Lomelisa felt the noise tremble in his chest. Water. Life. But something else tugged at his attention. On the cavern walls were pictographs. Not the crude lines of simple herders or hunters, but intricate, swirling images. Figures stood taller than the cattle, broader than the trees. Their limbs were graceful, almost divine. Their eyes, etched in careful strokes, shimmered with an odd color where the torchlight caught the pigment, worn with the passing of time, but still their original color unmistakable. They were distinctly purple. Lomelisa stepped closer, heart thudding in a strange rhythm. He had never seen such art. It was as though the past had come alive, whispering to him. And then he saw it. Near the edge of the river, half buried in clay, was something smooth, not natural, glassy, spherical. It rested on a carved pedestal of obsidian stone, covered in a fine silt. Lomelisa knelt and wiped the dirt away. The orb was cool beneath his fingers, almost humming. Inside it, a glow began to stir, faint at first, then brighter. He leaned in. Within the globe, a vision took shape. Not of the Omo Valley, not of the past, but a dark tunnel. Smooth black walls racing past, and people, riders on machines, thundering through the space like spirits. Motorcycles, the soundless roar of speed and shadow. Lomelisa blinked, but the vision held. It was not a reflection. It was not a dream. It was a window to somewhere else, to something impossible. And as he stared into it, heart racing, he understood. This ancient device showed the landscape of a distant land, somewhere far away. Chapter 24. Obsidian Lava Tubes, Necropolis of the Gods. Sam switched off his headlamp, and Tom did the same a second later. Darkness fell over the lava tube, save for the faintest glow in the far distance, high above them. A soft, pale light shimmered through the volcanic haze, outlining the jagged walls like ghostly ribs. Somewhere up there, past the multi-tiered climb and the trickling waterfall, two riders were struggling with a motorcycle. He could hear them before he saw them. Grunts of effort, the metallic jangle of a chain, the low hum of a struggling engine. One of the riders was tugging on a rope tied to the front of the motorcycle, trying to hoist it up the steep, wet incline. The other was beside the bike, his helmet dangling from the handlebars, using the throttle to urge the machine forward, but the slope was slick, and every burst of acceleration ended with the tires spinning and the bike sliding back. Sam moved soundlessly, the soles of his boots barely making a whisper against the basalt. He glanced at Tom, who gave a faint nod, and together they emerged from the shadows, silent as wraiths, behind the struggling rider. "You need a hand?" Sam asked coolly. The rider spun around, startled. His mouth opened to speak, but all that came out was, "Yeah, that would be great. Where did you come from?" Tom cut him off. "No problem," he said, and pulled him off the bike, throwing him backward off the cliff-like waterfall. The rider's arms pinwheeled uselessly as he stumbled backward. Then he was gone, tumbling over the edge, his scream echoing down the lava tube and drowned out by the splash of water far below. Sam lunged forward and grabbed the bike's handlebars before it could roll back and follow its rider. It bucked under his grip, engine still sputtering. Above, the second rider tugged the rope in confusion. "Hey, what's going on?" Tom didn't answer. He grabbed the rope and gave it a sharp, powerful yank. A surprised yelp rang out from above. Sam and Tom ducked toward the rock face to prevent themselves from getting hit by the falling rider. The free-falling rider, determined with vengeance, managed to grab his sidearm and start shooting indiscriminately at them. Multiple shots fired in semi-automatic succession. Sam didn't see where those shots struck, but neither he nor Tom were hit. The shots were followed by the thudding sound of a body bouncing against rock, then silence. The motorcycle shuddered in Sam's hands. "Ready?" he asked. Tom planted his feet. "Push!" Sam twisted the throttle while Tom heaved from behind. The tires squealed, but caught enough traction. The bike surged forward, biting into the rock, and after a grueling few seconds, they had it at the top. Sam swung his leg over the seat and turned to Tom. The other motorcycle sat nearby, abandoned. They were both Ducati Multistrada V4 rally bikes, one of the best enduro bikes ever made. Sam exchanged a glance with Tom. "Nice bike. Great setup. So much easier than walking." "Yeah, you have to give it to the relic hunter. She thinks of things." Tom picked up one of the helmets, tossed the other to Sam. Sam caught it, gave it a spin in his hand, and grinned. Making a mock salute toward the dark abyss behind them, he said, "Thanks for the ride, guys." A flicker of blue light caught Sam's eye. It pulsed gently like a heartbeat, barely noticeable against the rough basalt wall of the lava tube. Sam stepped closer, narrowing his gaze. A small rectangular device was affixed to the rock face with industrial adhesive, half camouflaged by dust and shadow. It was no bigger than a deck of cards, with a matte black casing and a stubby antenna protruding from one side. Fine wires snaked from its base, disappearing into a narrow crack in the stone. Sam studied it for a moment, brow furrowed. The blinking blue LED confirmed his suspicion. He turned to Tom, who was just brushing dirt off his jacket and catching his breath from the climb. "Do you know what that is?" Sam asked, his voice low. Tom followed his gaze, and when he spotted the device, his face hardened. He swallowed. "Yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say that's a Wi-Fi booster, which makes me think the relic hunters set up wireless access throughout these tunnels." Sam's jaw tensed. Tom continued, "Which means the scouting team probably have full comms with the relic hunter outside." Sam exchanged a grim glance with him, his lips thinning into a hard line. The implications were clear, too clear. "And worse yet," Sam muttered, eyes still locked on the blinking light. "I know exactly why the relic hunter wants Wi-Fi access inside the Necropolis of the gods." Chapter 25. The relic hunter sat astride her Ducati Multistrada V4 Rally, the bike's engine idling low and steady beneath her like a beast waiting to be unleashed. The tunnel around her stretched endlessly in both directions, walls glistening with moisture, the air thick with the heat and sulphurous scent of ancient rock. A faint blue light blinked against the wall nearby, barely illuminating the jagged ceiling above. She hit the off button and killed the bike's engine. The relic hunter removed her helmet, black carbon fiber with a matte finish, and clipped it to the side of her pack. She ran a hand through her long wind-swept hair. Her black riding leathers hugged her frame like a second skin, the material tailored to both protection and movement. Reinforced panels covered her shoulders, elbows, and knees, while subtle accents of dark crimson traced the seams like blood beneath armor. She was a strikingly beautiful woman. Her dark hair, almost blue, cascaded down her back in thick, glossy waves that shimmered under the dim light, framing her face with an almost regal elegance. Then there were her eyes, deep hazel, flecked with hints of amber, that caught the light and sparkled with an intensity most people found both unsettling and equally alluring. Long curled lashes framed her gaze, giving it an almost magnetic quality. Each of her features was more striking than the last. High sculpted cheekbones created a graceful contour against her olive-toned skin, which had the unmistakable glow of sun-kissed warmth. Her nose was delicate, perfectly proportioned, adding balance and sophistication to her face. And then there was her smile, that was equal parts welcoming and enigmatic. It was the kind of smile that invited conversation while hiding secrets. The relic hunter reached into her jacket and pulled out a slim, rugged smartphone. The screen lit up instantly, connecting without hesitation. Her fingers danced across the display, checking signal strength and verifying uplink. The booster was working, but more importantly, the fiber optic cable they had threaded through the original cave opening was still intact, despite now being buried beneath the collapsed lava rock and debris back at the entrance. The satellite dish outside was alive. She had a line to the outside world. The relic hunter exhaled slowly, tension slipping from her shoulders. The connection held. A cold smile played across her lips. She found the name on her call history and pressed the call button. As soon as the call connected, she said, "General Wagner." "Yes, ma'am." "Has your construction team reached the entrance?" "Not yet," came the man's reply. "They're a long way off still." "How long?" "Well, the original construction team were all killed by Reilly's people." "All of them?" "Every last one." "Brutal," the relic hunter said with an air of respect. "I didn't think Sam had it in him." "From what my people in Morocco have told me, James Reilly came in and hired a team of mercenaries. ex-special forces with the Groupement de Sécurité et d'Intervention de la Gendarmerie Royale. He brought in special forces with the CSI? Yeah, as well as a pair of military gunships from the Royal Moroccan Air Force. Well, that explains that. You think Reilly Sr. has more gumption than the kid? No, I think James Reilly is more brutal and uncompromising in his purpose. The relic hunter said, He doesn't care how many people he kills so long as his son survives, General Wagner said. And you thought it was a good idea to go after his son. We all know times when, in hindsight, we could have made better choices. The relic hunter was done debating the issue. How long until you're in? James Reilly and his mercenary army are bunkered down hard and well defended. It could be weeks until we get there. Okay, the relic hunter's lips formed a grim line. This is what I want you to do. I want you to open up the second entrance to the Necropolis of the gods. I thought you said it wouldn't be large enough to remove the Orichalcum army. It isn't. So then, why do you want me to unlock the external doors? General Wagner asked. The relic hunter pressed her lips together. Someone made it through to the entrance before the cavern collapsed. Do you know who? No, but I know how resourceful Sam Reilly's people can be. You think he's inside there, with you? Maybe. The relic hunter swallowed hard. If he is, we'll deal with it. But I want to make sure that I have an escape plan if I need it. Understood, ma'am. I'll head to the second entrance and make sure the stone doors are opened. Thank you. The relic hunter drew a breath. And Wagner. Yes, ma'am. Send the Orichalcum Scorpions to deal with James Reilly in the Atlas Mountains and dig us out. I understand. I'll make it happen, and I'll meet you at the second entrance to the Necropolis. Be sure that you do. Then, to keep him on her side, she said, I'm counting on you, Wagner. Don't let me down. I'll be there. The relic hunter ended the call. A sound caught her attention. It was a sort of echo. She frowned. Turning to the rest of her team, she said, Did you hear that? I didn't hear anything, ma'am. Gonzalez, a dark-haired man with a thick beard on one of the other bikes, replied. That made sense. She was the only one who had removed her helmet. She said, I thought I heard gunfire. Wren said, There was an explosion at the entrance. The relic hunter shook her head. No, this just happened now. General Wagner will dig us out soon, Meacham said. And at least Sam Reilly and his team aren't on our side of the cave-in. The relic hunter frowned. I'm not so sure. What are you afraid of? Meacham asked. Everything, with Sam Reilly. Then, looking at two of her riders, she said, Meacham, Gonzalez, get back there and find out what's taking Nixon and Jenkins so long. Chapter 26. Lake Natron, Tanzania. The Cessna T-210 banked gently as it began its arc over the jagged summit of Mount Old Doinyo Langai, the mountain of God, shimmering below in the morning light. Elise leaned forward in her seat, her violet eyes wide as they swept over the cracked and ashen slopes of the active volcano. The air inside the aircraft was warm and dry, infused with the faint tang of aviation fuel and the earthy scent of sun-baked leather. The pilot, an older man with wind-tanned skin, shaggy blonde hair, and a fondness for classic rock, hummed softly along to a tinny Dire Straits track playing over his headset. He was an expat from Germany and an experienced pilot who flew with the Kilimanjaro Aero Club, offering to take paying passengers out to remote locations privately. He was fully booked, taking a Swedish couple on their honeymoon to a safari lodge out in the Serengeti, and 2 professional photographers from Italy out to Lake Natron. Elise had gotten lucky, and the second photographer had overheard her asking for anyone to fly her out to Lake Natron. He had said that his equipment had been lost in transit, and he was happy to postpone his flight by another day. And with that luck, Elise had found herself sitting in the Cessna T-210 high above the natural landscape of Tanzania. The aircraft was a solid workhorse of the African savannas, a 6-seater with high wings and retractable landing gear. Its white and blue paint had faded under the relentless African sun, and a few panels bore the scars of 1,000 dusty landings, but it flew smooth and steady. Elise sat behind the pilot, strapped in with a faded red harness, her knees drawn up slightly to fit the compact space. She wore her usual cargo shorts and a loose white tank top, a pair of sunglasses perched atop her head. A headset framed her light brown hair, pulled into a messy knot, and her dark purple eyes flicked from the horizon to the displays and back again with fascination. Beyond the window, the world opened up. Lake Natron spread out like a sheet of molten glass, its mirror-like surface tinted pink and crimson by the algae-rich water. It was surreal, otherworldly. Cracks along the lake bed spider-webbed into the distance, and from above Elise could make out flocks of flamingos in sweeping arcs, their vivid red-pink feathers brilliant against the salt crust. The land was dry, brittle, and beautiful. Serrated ridgelines, ancient lava flows, and the occasional acacia tree clinging to life in the scorched earth. "There," the pilot said, tapping his windshield with a weathered finger. A ribbon of dirt ran parallel to the lake's edge, just beyond a cluster of canvas tents pitched beneath a few scattered thorn trees. Trucks were parked haphazardly in the dust, and people moved like ants among crates and supplies. A hive of activity in the middle of nowhere. Elise felt the engine throttle back and the pitch shift as the aircraft descended. The landing was rough, but practiced, the tires bumping against the rutted road, a puff of dust swirling up around the fuselage as the Cessna rolled to a stop. The pilot gave her a glance over his shoulder. "End of the line, Fräulein." Elise smiled, unbuckling her harness. "Danke, Captain. Enjoy the honeymooners." She stepped down into the dust and heat, the wind brushing her face. Her boots crunched on the cracked earth. She took a deep breath, tasting salt and ash on the breeze, then turned her eyes to the lake. A beautiful woman approached with her son. Elise smiled. "Hello, Dr. Delacroix." "Just Zara," she said, wrapping her arms around Elise. "It's great to see you again after all these years." Chapter 27. Lake Natron, Tanzania. The heat shimmered off the cracked, rust-red earth as Elise followed Dr. Delacroix across the open plain beside Lake Natron. The alkaline waters rippled quietly in the distance, reflecting the pale afternoon sun like molten glass. A few canvas tents stood pitched in a haphazard circle, each one flapping gently in the dry wind. Birds wheeled overhead, flamingos, storks, and smaller dark-winged species Elise didn't recognize. Dr. Delacroix stopped outside one of the tents and gestured toward an older man crouched near a camera rig, adjusting a long lens. "Elise, this is Sir Anthony Atwood." The man stood slowly, brushing off his knees. He was in his late 60s, or maybe even mid-70s, tall and trim, with silver hair combed neatly back. A light tan shirt hung loosely over lean shoulders, the sleeves rolled up to reveal sun-darkened forearms. His eyes, sharp, pale blue, and piercing, reminded Elise of a hawk's. There was something old-world about him, in the way he carried himself, like a man who had once known violence, but had long since chosen peace. "A pleasure," he said, with a warm smile, offering his hand. "You must be Elise. Zara's told me a bit about you." "Only the good bits, I hope," Elise replied, shaking his hand. Sir Anthony chuckled. "The interesting bits, at least." "Nice to meet you, Sir Anthony." "Likewise." "Sir Anthony Atwood." Elise said the name out loud again. Then, smiling and meeting his eyes, she said, "Great name for a bird-watcher." "Indeed. I am just fortunate my mother didn't take on my father's name. There was some sort of family dispute between her and my father, the outcome of which meant she kept her maiden name, something very rare in England at the time." "What was your father's surname?" Elise asked. Sir Anthony said, "Shotwell." "You're kidding me," Elise said. "I assure you I'm not," Sir Anthony protested. Zara said, "Do you want to see what we found?" Elise nodded. "Yes, please." Inside the tent, the air was a few degrees cooler. A folding table had been set up beneath a hanging lantern, cluttered with artifacts, folders, and dusty crates. Dr. Delacroix stepped around a large storage case and pulled out two objects, a brittle scrap of parchment and a small leather-bound book. "I think Sam Reilly needs to see these," she said. Elise leaned in. The first was a quatrain written in elegant, faded ink. She read it twice, the words sticking in her mind like ancient truth. "The earthen beast shall rise, then plunge with guiding hand. In Ethiopia's shard the glass reveals the land. Twins, once sundered, mend the chart of old design. Their bond shall shift the fate where gods and dust align." Elise's eyes drifted to the second object, what remained of a map. It was fragile and half dissolved from the lake's harsh chemistry. Great portions had been eaten away, the lines faded and patchy, but she could still make out the unmistakable curve of Morocco and the speckled outline of the Canary Islands. At the top, scrawled in ink nearly lost to time, were the words, "Necropolis of the Gods." Dr. Delacroix folded her arms. "I'm almost certain this is part of the broken chart mentioned in the quatrain. That final line, where gods and dust align, that's the necropolis. It has to be." Elise nodded slowly. "And the second line must refer to the looking-glass." She traced a finger just above the verse. "The master builders used them to communicate across vast distances, but I've never heard of one being hidden in Ethiopia." Zara said, "Which is why you need to go there." Sir Anthony spoke up. "I can take her. I fly up there regularly to study Ethiopian siskins, a rare little finch I've been observing for years. If I go alone, no one will question it. But if Zara disappears from an internationally televised dig site, people will start asking questions. And whoever this relic hunter is that Zara has been telling me about would then know that we found something." Dr. Delacroix sighed. "Exactly." Elise smiled. "Then it's settled." They stepped outside, the sun beating down with relentless intensity. Elise squinted against the light just as someone stepped out from behind a parked Land Rover. "Hey!" a voice barked. She turned just as the man, the Italian photographer from her inbound flight, lunged at her, drawing a Beretta from his jacket. "Where is it?" he growled. "The looking-glass. Tell me, now!" Time slowed. Elise's hand went instinctively to her side, but she wasn't armed. The man raised the pistol. Then a blur of motion. Sand exploded into the man's face. Sir Anthony, in one smooth, almost practiced move, he'd scooped a handful of grit and thrown it into the man's eyes. The beretta wavered as the photographer staggered back, cursing. Sir Anthony closed the distance, disarmed him with a twist of the wrist, and, without hesitation, fired a single shot. The bullet struck the man in the low back of the head. The shot blew a hole right through the man's brainstem, killing him instantly, his body crumpling on the hardened ground. Elise stared for a heartbeat, then let out a breath and grinned. "Not bad for a bird watcher." Sir Anthony gave a casual shrug. "A long time ago I was in the SAS, served in the Falklands. When I came home, I resigned my commission and took up watching birds as a peaceful distraction. Been doing it ever since." 10 minutes later, Elise was strapped into the co-pilot seat of Sir Anthony's Cessna 172, the remnants of the map and the quatrain tucked securely in her pack. The engine roared to life, the small aircraft vibrating beneath them. Sir Anthony guided it down the makeshift runway, wheels bumping across the dirt, before lifting smoothly into the sky. Elise looked out the window as Lake Natron shrank beneath them, mirrored crimson waters stretching into the horizon, the shadow of old Doño Lengai looming far behind. Chapter 28. Lava Tubes, Necropolis of the Gods. The air inside the lava tube was growing heavier, thicker, as if the rock itself were pressing inward. Sam slowed his motorcycle and peered ahead, watching the way the tunnel curled into a widening spiral. The basalt walls twisted into a sweeping curve, forming natural alcoves and indents that melted into shadow. He glanced at Tom and gave a subtle nod. It reminded him of something. The spiral, the indents that formed a type of hidden alcove. His mind snapped to the labyrinth key, its endless spirals encoded with misdirection and purpose, and further back to the accounts of Strabo's labyrinth, where defenders could vanish into hidden recesses only to emerge behind or beside their prey. Perfect. Moments later, the low growl of approaching engines echoed up the tunnel, 2 motorcycles throttling hard, bouncing off the stone with a wolfish snarl. Sam and Tom moved quickly. They killed their engines, dismounted, and wheeled their bikes into the nearest alcove, a pocket of deep shadow just off the spiral's edge. It swallowed them whole. The glow from the distant headlamps lit the far curves of the lava tube, but not this place, not here. In silence, they uncoiled the rope. Sam wrapped his end around a jagged boulder embedded in the wall, wedging it tight into the natural groove. Tom did the same on the opposite side. They laid the slack across the floor of the tunnel, letting it disappear into the darkness like a snake waiting to strike. The sound of engines grew louder, closer. Sam crouched, his hands on the rope, pulse steady. A flash of light. 2 bikes barreled into view, riders hunched low, unaware, trusting their speed. Now! Sam and Tom yanked in unison. The rope snapped up like a whip, a line of tension stretched across the path. The riders had no time. The lead one struck it first. His neck snapped back with a crack. Body lifted clean off the seat. The second followed a heartbeat later, nearly identical, both bikes skidding out from under the limp figures and crashing into the rock with metallic shrieks. Silence fell like ash. Sam stood, breath controlled, watching the 2 bodies lie motionless on the basalt floor. The rope still trembled faintly between his fingers. Tom exhaled. "Well, that worked." Sam nodded once, stepping out of the shadows. "Better than expected." They searched the 2 riders. They carried Berettas, M9. They kept the weapons. Tom grabbed their food supplies, packets of dehydrated food and beef jerky. Tom grinned. "Much better." Chapter 29. Yabalo, Ethiopia. The highlands of southern Ethiopia unfolded in golden light, the rugged hills around Yabelo stretching out beneath a sky so blue it looked painted. The air was thin and dry, scented with smoke and earth, and the dust beneath Elise's boots puffed with each step. She walked beside Sir Anthony through the Doors tribe's camp, where life moved to a rhythm unchanged by the passing of centuries. The houses were unlike anything else she had ever seen. Tall woven structures shaped like giant beehives, their frames constructed from bamboo and tightly thatched with enset leaves. Some stood nearly 20 feet tall, their broad bases tapering to rounded peaks. They looked almost organic, like they had grown from the earth itself. Each one cast long shadows in the late afternoon sun, and their entrances were small, forcing visitors to stoop as a sign of respect when entering. Children darted between the huts, laughing. Women stirred pots over open fires. A few elders watched Elise curiously as she moved through the camp, holding up a weathered photograph. It was an image pulled from one of the ancient pyramids, grainy, printed on rough paper, but clear enough to show what mattered. A metallic, glass-like sphere, with carved symbols circling its edge. She approached group after group, showing the image. "Have you seen this?" she asked in a soft, respectful tone. "A type of looking-glass?" Heads shook, faces blanked. Some murmured, others turned away. Then she saw him. A warrior emerged from between two huts, tall, sinewy, shirtless despite the altitude. His skin was deep mahogany, but one side of the body bore heavy scarification, raised in deliberate swirling patterns that looked almost ceremonial. A well-worn Kalashnikov hung from a strap across his chest. His eyes were sharp and alert, but it was his smile that struck Elise. It was broad, easy, and oddly bright. His teeth were unnaturally white, like polished ivory. He looked at the photograph, and his smile faltered. Elise saw it instantly, that flicker of recognition, a flicker he tried to hide behind a shrug and a dismissive shake of the head. She stepped closer. "You know it. You've seen this." "No," he said firmly in accented English. "No." But then he looked up again and caught her eyes. His expression changed. The tension drained from his shoulders. His gaze dropped, and slowly, reverently, he bowed his head. Elise watched his throat bob as he swallowed hard. When he raised his eyes again, there was something else there. Not fear, reverence. He muttered something in his native tongue, then in broken English, "From the walls. You are the eye. I have seen what you are looking for." "Really?" Elise asked, hopeful. "Can you show me?" "Yes." He pressed his lips together. "It is a long walk." "How long?" Elise asked, worried that she was about to be taken on a week-like trek through the savannah entirely unequipped. The tribal warrior simply said, "Far." Elise persisted. "1 day? 2 days? Lots of sunrises?" "No." The warrior shook his head emphatically. "We get there before today's sun is down. Is that okay?" Elise nodded. "Yes, if you can take us, please take us." The man dipped his head. "For you, I will do it." Sir Anthony leaned in, whispering, "He thinks you're one of the gods." Elise didn't correct him. The warrior nodded once, then gestured for them to follow. He led them through the rear of the camp, into the hills, down a narrow goat trail that wove through the rock and brush. The sun dipped lower, shadows lengthening as the terrain grew steeper. On the way, she said, "My name's Elise." Then, gesturing toward her companion, she said, "And this is Anthony. Hello, I am Lomelisa." He spoke simple English, with the fluency of someone who regularly conversed at a basic level with tourists. "I'm pleased to meet you, Loma Lisa," she said in all honesty, meeting his eye with a cheerful and grateful smile. He reciprocated by looking at her with a somewhat bemused smile, less sycophant and more curious. He simply nodded as though unsure what he was supposed to say or do with a walking god. Elise said, "Where did you find the looking-glass?" "There is a terrible drought. The rains have not come, and the river Omo failed for the 3rd year in a row to have its annual flood. This means that the tributaries that run off the Omo, like the delicate branches of a sapling, have failed to grow at all." A puzzled look crossed her face as she recalled the lake they passed on the way to the village. "The Doors people don't have any water?" "No, the Doors have enough water." A wry grin formed on her lips. "But you said—" "I am not Doors. I am Nyongatom." That would explain the long walk to the place where the looking-glass was found. They kept walking. "I'm sorry. I just assumed—" She stopped herself. "Do you visit the Doors often?" He gave an unabashed smile. "There is a woman I like. She is part of the Doors tribe." Elise smiled. "It doesn't matter where you go, there are certain aspects and traits of humanity that seem to persist everywhere. Love is one of those aspects." She asked, "How's that working out for you?" Loma Lisa frowned. "Our fathers are both very upset." That, too, was a common human trait. "I'm sorry. What will happen?" "They have forbidden us from seeing each other." Elise grinned. "It doesn't seem to be working for them." "No." "They will be okay?" Loma Lisa gave an indifferent shrug. "We will see." "And the girl? Atsede?" Loma Lisa's face beamed with a mixture of joy and pride at her name. "Her name literally means she who is blessed, only it is I who is blessed." "That's sweet," Elise persisted. "What does Atsade want?" Loma Lisa seemed to misunderstand the question. Instead, he began to explain a different one. "We believe, the Doors and the Nyongatom believe it is okay to, how do you say?" He gave an apologetic shrug. "The beast with 2 backs." "You mean have sex?" "Yes, it is okay to have sex before we are married, but not allowed to make a baby." Elise frowned. "Let me get this straight. Sex is allowed, but making a baby before marriage isn't?" "Yes." "What happens if a baby is made?" "It is forbidden." Elise grinned. "Both of your families say it was forbidden to see each other, and yet there you were in the heart of the Doors village." Loma Lisa nodded proudly. "We have made baby." "Atsade is with child?" "Yes." The way Loma Lisa said it made him look so proud. His eyes were wide with joy, his face animated in wonder, as though this was the greatest gift God could possibly have bestowed upon him. It was hard for Elise to imagine how a man who appears so desperately poor, whose entire tribal people were starving because someone thousands of miles away decided a long time ago that it would be a good idea to dam the mighty Omo River and sell hydroelectricity, could possibly look upon such news as being good. And yet, here Loma Lisa was doing just that. Unsure what else to say, Elise said, "Congratulations." He dipped his head. "God is good." Elise smiled. He was happier than all the people she'd met who were thousands of times richer than him. Who was she to judge? The 3 of them walked on in silence. 2 hours later, they reached a deep hole at the bottom of a dry riverbed. A series of makeshift ladders dropped into a rift like a giant earthquake had split the land apart. Loma Lisa guided them down the ladders. At the bottom, he stopped at a narrow crevice between two boulders and motioned for them to squeeze through before doing so first himself. They entered a cool, echoing chamber, a natural cavern, hidden beneath a mountain. A soft trickle echoed ahead. Elise switched on a flashlight. Sam Reilly had always insisted she carried one wherever she went, constantly warning her of the amount of times such a device had saved his life. This was the first time she'd personally had reason to be grateful for the flashlight. She directed the beam toward an underground river, which flowed in the dark. Without the flashlight, the river was lit only by the shafts of evening light filtering through gaps in the rock. And there, nestled into the stone like a fallen star, was the object. Spherical, glossy, carved with the same ancient markings of the master builders, the looking glass. Elise stepped toward it slowly, her breath catching in her throat as she looked into the device like a witch might stare into a cauldron. There were two men on motorcycles. They looked up at her, as though aware they were being watched. A cold shadow crept over her. Only the eyes were visible beneath their visors. Not that it mattered. She would recognize those ocean blue eyes and hazel eyes anywhere. Sam and Tom were both alive. And then, like a vision in a dream, they both disappeared. Chapter 30. Elise stepped closer to the pedestal and looked directly at the flawless orb. The image had clouded over. It was mounted on the pedestal. She tried to turn the device. It didn't budge. Studying the markings in the brass, she tried to move the brass itself without any more success. She then moved along to the lower section of the pedestal, where a series of pictographs surrounded a single beveled dial of brass shaped like a spear. Sir Anthony looked like he'd just witnessed the greatest magic of his life. Elise said, "It's called a looking glass." "As in Alice and Wonderland?" "No, this one's a little more magical." "More magical?" "Yes. They were built by the master builders, an ancient race who lived extraordinary long lives, and in doing so were capable of accumulating far more knowledge than those around them. These master builders went on to all regions of the globe. Some settled in remote places such as Papua New Guinea and found a peaceful existence. Others established secret societies to pull the strings that rule modern society. And in the early days, some were the engineering equivalent of the artistic greats, such as Michelangelo or Da Vinci." "They built the pyramids?" Sir Anthony asked. "Yes." "Which ones?" "Both the Egyptian and those in the Americas." Sir Anthony arched an eyebrow. "And they developed a means to communicate with one another across the globe?" "Yes, the looking glass." "How does it work?" Elise pressed her lips together. "We don't know." "Really?" "Yeah." "Does Sam Reilly have a guess?" "The stone is stronger than diamond and infinitely more capable of magnifying both sound and sight." "It's the ancient alchemist's equivalent of a can and string?" "Yes, only in this case the can is some sort of stone unable to be manipulated due to its hardness and rigidity, and the string being the same stuff, only so small, even those who know where to look struggle to find it." "Sam Reilly hasn't organized some geologists to examine the stone?" "Sure, but they can't cut it, split it, or do anything with it to examine it. They have hypothesized that it magnifies sound and light, allowing people to see and hear things over great distances." Elise met his incredulous gaze. "But as for how someone manipulates a material tougher than diamond into an intricate global network is beyond anyone currently living's guess. Sir Anthony smiled. Fascinating. Yeah, incredible, really, Elise said. Tom Bauer found the first of the looking glasses in a pyramid nearly 500 feet below the Gulf of Mexico. So what? This would have been a direct link to the necropolis of the gods? I guess so. She looked around the chamber. There were markings on the walls, ancient pictographs of master builders. If I had to guess, this was a low-level temple or something owned by a low-key master builder. Low-key? As in one who didn't feel the need to build a giant pyramid to show off. Sir Anthony nodded. You know, it's crazy, but I actually understand why someone would go that way. Yeah, me too. It's like that old movie, where the heroes live forever and have to fight each other in the end. Highlander, with Christopher Lambert. That's the one. Elise looked at him. The ones who showed off their powers of immortality were attacked. Better to pretend to be normal and lead a simple life with what you've got. Sir Anthony laughed. There's a lesson in that for the rest of us short-lived Homo sapiens. Elise studied the pictographs on the pedestal, her fingers tracing the indents and shapely grooves. There was one pictograph of a warrior with a spear. She rotated the spear like a dial, then turned her gaze to the looking-glass. She placed her eye up to the orb, as though she were looking through the lens of a microscope. The opacity of the orb dissipated, giving way to a very clear picture. The necropolis of the gods looks like some sort of lava tube. Does that make sense to you? Yes. It's a long story, but the earliest master builders needed huge amounts of energy. The simplest way for them to achieve this was through the use of volcanoes. As a result of this, they became experts at manipulating lava flow. In the same way, they were able to achieve the sort of malleability needed to set up the network for the looking-glass. Sir Anthony studied the globe. Nothing's happening. No, it looks like Sam and Tom rode right past the lens and out of the frame. Sir Anthony frowned. That doesn't seem particularly useful to us, does it? I mean, what have we learned? Sam and Tom are still alive. They rode motorcycles past the frame, and they're in some sort of lava tube. It's not a lot. This could be anywhere in the world. Elise said, It's Morocco. How can you tell? That's where the entrance to the necropolis of the gods is, and that's where Sam and Tom entered an ancient lava tube. Great. So, you knew that much before you came here. Now what? Elise turned the dial once more. Through the crystalline lens of the looking-glass, Elise peered into the heart of the necropolis of the gods. Chapter 31. The view shimmered at first, like light refracting through water, before focusing into eerie clarity. From the high, godlike perspective afforded by the ancient device, she saw the top of the main chamber laid bare beneath her, as though she were watching from a camera rigged high above the chamber's apex. 3 obsidian sarcophaguses dominated the summit of the chamber, each one massive and unyielding, as if hewn from the mountain itself. Their surfaces were mirror black, polished to a reflective sheen that seemed to drink in the firelight dancing around the chamber. Intricate symbols had been etched across their lids, glyphs that pulsed faintly, not with light, but with a sense of something old and alive beneath them. They were not alone. Encircling the sarcophaguses in perfect formation was an army of orichalcum scorpions, hundreds of them, at least, their golden red shells gleaming like bloodied bronze under the firelight. They stood motionless, like soldiers frozen mid-march, But Elise knew they weren't dead, only hibernating, awaiting someone to return with the elixir of life, and that someone was the relic hunter. The entire plateau on which the sarcophaguses rested was surrounded by a complex series of channels, narrow grooves carved meticulously into the obsidian floor. The grooves spiraled outward from the center, forming concentric patterns that reminded Elise of circuitry or ritual glyphs. Some of the channels glistened faintly, as though they had once carried liquid, water, oil, or something else entirely, possibly the elixir of life. At both ends of the vast chamber, twin flames burned high and bright, fed by unseen vents in the rock that hissed with a low, steady exhale of natural gas. The fire cast long, dancing shadows, and Elise watched as the light flickered across the carvings in the stone, some depicting ancient kings, others battles, others still things that could only be called gods or monsters or both. She leaned closer, narrowing her violet eyes. Something was coming. She could feel it, not just in the tension of the imagery, but in the quiet anticipation of the entire chamber. The looking glass wasn't just showing her a tomb. It was showing her a threshold. Elise adjusted the dial on the looking glass, the ancient device clicking softly in her hands as its lenses rotated with an almost biological fluidity. The image shifted, panning away from the vaulted main chamber of the Necropolis of the gods, and sliding through solid stone as if it were mist, revealing a narrower antechamber leading into a series of tunnels. The lighting dimmed, the firelight from the central chamber replaced by the harsh glare of headlamps. The relic hunter was there. Elise's breath caught. A.K.A. Liliana Diaz. She stopped her matte black motorbike just inside the cavern mouth. 3 other riders flanked her, each one cloaked in desert gear, their helmets catching the glint of subterranean minerals like the eyes of jackals. Liliana held a squat, blocky radio device in her hand, something between a detonator and a control pad, its surface glowing with strange orange runes. Elise leaned closer, the looking glass enhancing the sound, not just the image. "He's taking us out 2 at a time," the relic hunter said sharply, her voice low and seething with frustration. "I'm done playing reactive to Sam Reilly's whims. It's time I did something proactive." The relic hunter pressed a button. A moment passed. Nothing. Then a rumble echoed through the tunnels, low and resonant. Something stirred in the shadows beyond the riders. From a side fissure, one of the so-called lava tubes, a shape began to emerge, fluid at first, like oil being poured uphill, then resolving into something solid, alive. It scuttled out with mechanical precision and hideous grace. Elise blinked, her gut twisting. They weren't lava tubes at all. Each one of them was a spider hole. The creature that emerged stood as tall as a man, but its 8 legs stretched outward in a grotesque radius, making it appear far larger. Its exoskeleton shimmered with a golden-red metallic hue, orichalcum unmistakably. The spider's eyes gleamed like wet onyx, but it was its chelicerae that seized Elise's attention. 2 enormous mandibles that arced and snapped like scythes, each tipped with a dagger-like fang built for puncturing armor and flesh alike. The other riders quickly backed away, making space for the creature, their bikes growling quietly and idle as the spider clicked forward, then turned. It slunk back into the tube it had emerged from, vanishing like a living nightmare into the depths of the mountain. Elise's hand hovered over the looking-glass, knuckles white. She swallowed hard. "There's no way to know for sure," she whispered, her voice dry. "But if I had to guess, that spider's heading straight for Sam and Tom." Sir Anthony said, "Oh, dear God." Elise got up from the orb and started backing away toward the exit of the cave. "I have to go." "Where?" Sir Anthony asked. "To find the twin and connect the maps." Elise's lips formed a grim line. "We need to let Sam and Tom know they're riding into a trap." Chapter 32. Sir Anthony followed her. "Where are you going to look?" Elise frowned. "I have no idea." "That's not a good place to start." "No, it isn't," Elise agreed. "But unfortunately, it's all I have. I need to find someone." "The twin?" "Yeah." "Any idea who that is?" "No, but Nostradamus was right about the golem that rose from its hibernation, only to die seconds later as it fell to its death at Abuna Yamata Ga. He was right about finding the looking-glass in Ethiopia. And so, I have no doubt, if only I can find and reacquaint lost twins, then this map of the Necropolis of the gods can be mended, and perhaps we can find another way inside, and another means of reaching Sam and Tom. And so long as the first 3 stanzas are correct, I have no reason not to believe that the 4th one will come true, and good can triumph over evil in the Necropolis of the gods." Okay, Sir Anthony said. "What can I do?" "I need you to stay here." Sir Anthony frowned. "Here?" "Yes, I need someone to keep an eye on the looking-glass. It's the only way we can know for sure what's happening inside the Necropolis of the gods." "You're right." Sir Anthony looked at her appraisingly, with something akin to paternal respect and concern. "Do you have a weapon?" "No." "You didn't bring a gun?" Elise shook her head. "There wasn't time to organize a flight. Instead, I flew commercial. I was only going to see Dr. Delacroix and see if I could help her decipher the new quatrains. I wasn't expecting to be attacked." Sir Anthony handed her the Beretta M9 he'd taken from her attacker back at Lake Natron. "Here, take this." She shook her head. "You might need it." "No, I won't. Loma Lisa and some of the other Doors warriors were carrying Kalashnikovs. They see you as a god. If we ask for their help, they will protect the looking-glass from anyone the relic hunter might send." "Do you think it's right for me to ask this peaceful tribe for such help?" "Yes, it's a terrible burden to ask them to bear, but the fact remains, if the relic hunter wins, humanity fails." "All right, ask for help. You have a satellite phone?" "Yeah." Sir Anthony wrote its number down for her, gave her a hug, and wished her luck. In the distance, a red car was slowly driving through the village. It was a red 1970 Chevrolet Camaro RS SS, and despite appearing grossly out of place in the ancient village, there was something familiar about it. Elise recalled that the Camaro's styling was inspired by Ferrari. It was bigger and heavier than the first generation, and no longer capable of being built as a convertible. Engineered much like its predecessor, the car still used a unibody structure with a front subframe, leaf springs in the back, and A-arms up front for suspension. It had the Rally Sport and the Super Sport equipment package, featuring the unique front-end appearance with a split front bumper and a center grille cavity encircled in rubber, and the heavier-duty suspension. The red paint looked like it had just been sprayed yesterday. The contours of the second-generation Camaro were streamlined like a race car, with its new body style featuring a fastback roofline and ventless full-door glass with no rear side quarter windows. Some believed it was the greatest car in Chevrolet's history, certainly the most powerful of the Camaros. As the years progressed, it would grow less powerful, succumbing to the pressures of tightening emissions regulations and the fuel crisis of the 70s. The car parked right in front of them. Someone got out. A good-looking man with brown hair, a carefree, boyish smile, and purple eyes. Elise's lips curled upward with joy. "Sir Anthony," she said, "I'd like you to meet my twin brother, Ben Gelly." Chapter 33. Obsidian Tunnels, Necropolis of the Gods. The lava tube widened abruptly, opening into a vast subterranean chamber. Sam eased off the throttle on the Ducati Multistrada V4 Rally, its rugged tires crunching softly over the volcanic gravel. Tom came to a stop beside him, visor up, his gaze sweeping across the honeycomb-like expanse of tunnels that stretched out in every direction. "Which way now?" Sam asked, his voice low beneath the hum of the engines and the subtle groaning of the earth. Tom turned in his seat, scanning the labyrinth of tunnels, before pointing toward a narrow passage that led north. "That one." Sam raised an eyebrow. "What makes you so certain?" Tom tapped the transparent navigational HUD mounted just above his handlebars. A flick of his gloved finger expanded the display, revealing a detailed 3D rendering of the necropolis's internal structure. "It says so here," Tom replied. Sam chuckled and activated his own display. The digital map blossomed before his eyes as high-resolution scans of the underground tunnel network. It all made sense. The relic hunter had been there for weeks, sending scouting parties to search and map out the entire area, diagramming the necropolis of the gods while she kept searching for the elusive elixir of life. He studied the branching tunnels for a moment, then frowned. "Interesting." Tom glanced sideways. "What?" "Lava tubes," Sam said, gesturing to the jagged walls, "are usually formed by a single flow of molten magma. One path, maybe a few offshoots, but not this." He gestured to the vast, multi-pronged maze surrounding them. "There are hundreds of tunnels." Tom followed Sam's gaze, then looked back at the digital map. His brow furrowed and his lips pressed into a grim line. "This doesn't feel natural," Sam continued. "This isn't a network of lava tubes. It's a hive." Tom's voice was barely a whisper. "Then the question that worries me the most is what sort of nest is this?" The silence that followed felt heavier than stone. He glanced deeper into the gloom of the tunnel ahead, the soft glow of the HUD illuminating the air like faint starlight. A slow, crawling instinct settled at the base of his spine. Sam drew a breath and sighed. "I have an idea, but you're not going to like it." Chapter 34. Cradle of Humanity, Ethiopia. Elise crested the rise just as the sun's rays began to fade, painting long shadows across the parched earth. Below her, the dry riverbed twisted like a scar through the broken landscape. She spotted Ben leaning against the hood of his dust-covered Camaro, arms folded, eyes scanning the horizon, as if expecting something or someone to appear. She jogged the last few steps to him. "You move fast." He gave her a lopsided grin. "Hard not to when you're being hunted for your DNA." She arched a brow, brushing wind-tossed strands of hair from her face. "You want to elaborate on that?" Ben shrugged, the smile fading as he looked past her. "Since I found out I was genetically a master builder, I've been moving nonstop. South America, Europe, parts of Africa, all in this car. trying to stay ahead of whoever or whatever wants what's inside me. Elise tilted her head. Then maybe you've heard of a secret map? One that leads to the Necropolis of the gods? Ben blinked. Necropolis of what? Her heart sank. It doesn't ring any bells at all? Sorry, I've never heard of it, he said, lifting a hand in mock surrender. And definitely not a map. He turned away for a moment, then looked back over his shoulder, a mischievous gleam in his eye. Although there was this old witch lady in Sudan. She saw my eyes and freaked out. Said she needed to give me something. Elise stepped closer, pulse quickening. What did she give you? He popped the Camaro's trunk with a click. An old scroll. Looked like it was inked on papyrus. Weird symbols, faint lines. I always thought it was some kind of bad tourist trap. That's it! Elise exclaimed. Ben frowned, pulling out a battered metal case from beneath the spare tire. He opened it and carefully unfolded a brittle sheet of papyrus, the edges dark and crumbling. Won't help. It's too deteriorated. Half the ink is missing. Useless. Not if it's one of the twins, Elise said. He raised an eyebrow. Come again? Nostradamus's prophecy, she said, already retrieving the other map from her satchel. There's a quatrain. It speaks of the twin keys, 2 maps, separated for centuries, meant to unite. Only together can they lead to the necropolis. She spread both maps across the Camaro's hood. The one she carried was slightly more intact, though worn from time. The papyrus was so thin it was nearly translucent. Here, she said, gently placing Ben's scroll on top of hers. Help me line up the edges. They worked in silence for a moment, aligning faded symbols and time-worn borders. As the 2 ancient maps overlapped, something incredible happened. Ghostly shapes emerged, revealed only when viewed together. Interlocking symbols, once fractured and unreadable, suddenly made sense. Pathways appeared, coordinates, openings marked with deliberate precision, and along the edges, curled in tight strokes, was the unmistakable script of the master builders. Elise took a breath. This is it! Her voice trembled with awe. This is the map to the necropolis of the gods. Ben glanced at a series of unique markings on the map. What are these? Some sort of ancient master builder script. Any idea what they mean? None. She shook her head. The only person on Earth who ever worked out how to decipher the master builder language in the past 500 years is Sam Reilly, and he's currently trapped beneath the Atlas Mountains in Morocco. There's no one else? Ben asked. Elise grinned. Actually, there is. Her name's Dr. Billy Swan. Chapter 35. Atlas Mountains, Morocco. The Atlas Mountains rumbled with the sound of machines and men. James Reilly stood near the edge of the excavation site, boots planted on fractured rock, his eyes narrowed behind tinted ballistic glasses. Below, construction crews in dust-covered jumpsuits maneuvered the massive excavators with practiced precision, tearing at the cliffside where ancient stone had long concealed the entrance to the necropolis of the gods. It was a monumental effort, an open wound carved into the mountain, but they were still a long way off from breaching the inner sanctum. Perimeter defenses had been set. 20 local mercenaries stood armed with Russian surplus and custom carbines, their eyes scanning the ridgelines. 3 aging but still formidable M60 Patton tanks were dug into natural ledges, their turrets trained outward, engines idling low like growling beasts. Near the eastern crest, Who stood with a pair of binoculars, his expression unreadable. Overhead, a pair of AH-64E Apache helicopters circled in a holding pattern, their rotors chopping the thin mountain air with brutal rhythm. Then came the thunder. A trio of Chinooks descending from the north, their massive bellies swinging under heavy loads. Then all hell broke loose. Automatic fire erupted from the western ridge. Someone screamed. Rockets slammed into the rocks, showering the site with shards of stone and dust. The mercenaries returned fire, tracer rounds streaking like fireflies in the gloom. The Apaches banked hard and dived down toward them, unleashing a storm of missiles and 30-millimeter chain gun fire. The tanks roared, and the mountains echoed with the sound of mechanized fury. James barked orders, directing squads, flanking the enemy, pushing back wave after wave. They were winning. The ridge was almost secured. Until the ground split open. It started with a vibration, subtle at first, then bone-jarring. A deep tremor rolled beneath their feet, like the roar of some sleeping giant awakening. Then they came. Orichalcum scorpions, hundreds of them, emerged from the shattered earth like a living tide. Each creature was the size of a large dog, their exoskeletons shimmering with a golden-red metallic sheen that pulsed and refracted like molten lava under a blacksmith's hammer. Their 8 spiked legs moved in perfect synchronicity, claws snapping with an unnatural mechanical precision. But it was the tails that truly terrified. Each arched stinger was tipped with a molten metal reservoir, glowing white-hot. As they charged forward, the tails lashed out, spraying arcs of searing alloy in great molten whips. The liquid metal hissed as it touched air, then sizzled and burned through everything it touched. Armor, concrete, flesh. The Patton tanks were the first to fall, their reinforced hulls pierced like butter, engines melting, ammunition cooking off in violent bursts. Mercenaries screamed as molten splashes hit them, armor offering no protection. One by one, the defense line crumbled under the relentless assault. James fired until his rifle clicked empty, then switched to his sidearm, heart pounding. "Fall back!" he shouted. "Regroup on the ridge!" He and Hu retreated up the switchback trail carved into the mountain's side, the hiss and shriek of the scorpions rising behind them. When they finally reached a safe overlook, James turned and looked back. The creatures had overrun the site in minutes. Already they were tearing through the collapsed entrance with astonishing efficiency, claws hammering rock, tails burning through stone like acid, dirt and boulders being tossed aside like pebbles. The scorpions were digging. "God help us!" James muttered. Hu stood beside him, silent. James pulled out his satellite phone, fingers slick with dust and sweat. The line connected. "Elise," he said, voice grim. "We have a problem." Chapter 36. Monumento Natural de los Órganos, La Gomera, Canary Islands. The Tahila rocked gently in the Atlantic swell, her sleek gunmetal hull cutting an imposing silhouette against the sunlit waters off La Gomera. Towering above them, the cliffs of the Monumento Natural de los Órganos loomed like a frozen pipe organ sculpted by the gods themselves. The basalt columns, formed from ancient lava flows, rose in sheer vertical lines, majestic, otherworldly, and impossibly precise. Elise leaned against the polished railing of the aft deck, her eyes fixed on the cliffs. "Somewhere up there," she said softly, is the entrance to the Necropolis of the gods. Beside her, Ben shielded his eyes with a hand, staring up at the impossible architecture of nature. And how exactly are we supposed to get up there? Climb? Before Elise could respond, the low thump-thump-thump of rotor blades reached their ears. A flash of sunlight off a sleek white fuselage drew their attention skyward. A tourist helicopter, one of the luxury charter models often seen skimming the islands, circled once overhead, then banked hard, and descended toward the Tahila's reinforced helipad. As the skids touched down, wind whipped across the deck. Elise's hair fluttered around her face as the door slid open. A woman stepped out. She was tall, graceful, and striking with almond-shaped eyes. Her long black hair was tied back in a practical ponytail, and she wore black cargo pants and a lightweight field jacket zipped halfway up over a slate-gray top. She moved with calm, deliberate purpose, unfazed by the downdraft of the spinning rotors. A single small duffel bag was slung over her shoulder. Elise smiled, already stepping forward. There was warmth in her eyes that hadn't been there a moment ago. "Ben," Elise said over the whir of the rotor blades, "I'd like you to meet Dr. Billy Swan." Chapter 37. Dr. Billy Swan took a seat in the mission room. It was the first time she'd been on board Sam Reilly's new boat, and despite its obvious technological advancements above what the Maria Helena held, the ship still had the same distinctive feel. It stirred some intensely nostalgic emotions for her. She looked at the 7-foot orichalcum golem and swore. Elise said, "Is all that swearing necessary?" "Sure, why? You suddenly have a problem with my potty mouth?" "Not personally, it's just—" Billy looked at Matilda. "There's a kid on board the Tahila now." "That too, I guess." "Then what?" Elise shrugged. "I don't know. Sam Reilly just doesn't like swearing on board the Tahila these days." Billy shrugged that strange suggestion off. Instead, she examined the map on the digital round table. She studied the master builder script for a few minutes. Elise said, "Any idea what it says?" "Yeah, it tells me exactly how to enter the Necropolis of the gods." Chapter 38. "The golem's the key," Dr. Billy Swan explained. Genevieve looked at her, curious. "How?" "The unique alloy in its body is kind of like an ancient key fob, allowing a very specific electrical impulse to pass through it. It's designed to allow the hidden door built into the cliffs of Los Organos to open." "So what do we do? Place the golem on the column?" Billy nodded. "Yes." 20 minutes later, the roar of the Airbus H-160's engines filled Genevieve's ears, even through the layers of her headset. The aircraft responded to her every touch, like an extension of herself, precise, fluid, powerful. She guided it above the jagged coastline of northern La Palma and onward toward Gomera Island, where the basalt columns of Los Organos rose like the pipes of a god's cathedral from the frothing Atlantic below. From her altitude, the ocean stretched out in all directions, endless and brooding, the waves crashing with fury against the cliffs, sending white plumes of spray into the air. The wind buffeted the chopper as she approached the ledge, a narrow outcrop of volcanic rock just wide enough to set the cradle down. Inside it, the golem lay motionless, its limbs curled in a defensive crouch, glinting gold-red in the midday sun. Genevieve's eyes never left the ledge. She slowed the aircraft, adjusted the pitch, and brought it down with the finesse of someone who had done this 1,000 times. The cradle's skids touched the ground with barely a thump, Dr. Billy Swan, seated behind her, gave a sharp nod of approval. As soon as the golem made contact with the hexagonal column of basalt, something remarkable happened. The stone beneath it groaned, an ancient grinding sound, and began to sink, descending smoothly into the cliff like a piston dropping into an unseen mechanism. 5 feet down, the platform stopped. In its place was a dark vertical shaft, carved straight into the heart of the island. Genevieve's stomach tightened. The golem had just activated a mechanism buried for who knew how many centuries. She didn't want to take chances. With a quick glance toward Billy, she lifted off again, the powerful downwash of the rotors sending dust and pebbles swirling across the ledge. The helicopter climbed, and she banked hard toward the Tahila, now anchored a short distance offshore. She landed on the yacht's retractable helipad with expert ease. Veyron secured the golem on the deck, and Genevieve took off again. Back in the air, she retraced her path to the top of Los Organos. The wind had picked up, whistling through the basalt spires and adding turbulence to the flight. But Genevieve welcomed the challenge. Flying was one of the few things that made sense to her, especially when everything else seemed buried in myth and madness. Once the helicopter settled on the top of the cliff again, she and Billy geared up. The sun reflected off the water below in molten ribbons of gold, casting a surreal glow over the dark volcanic terrain. "Ready?" Billy asked, tightening the straps of her harness. Genevieve nodded and clipped into the rope. They stepped toward the dark shaft where the basalt column had descended. With a final glance at the sky, she rappelled into the abyss, the sound of the surf crashing below fading, replaced by silence and the cool breath of the ancient tunnels that led deep into the necropolis of the gods. Chapter 39. Obsidian Tunnels, Necropolis of the Gods. Sam brought the Ducati Multistrada V4 Rally to a halt, the powerful engine humming down into silence as his boots crunched against the ancient ash-dusted floor of the lava tube. The air was hot and still, and the acrid scent of sulfur hung in the cavernous space like a warning. Tom pulled up beside him, visor lifted, face bathed in the eerie glow of their dual LED headlights as they stared ahead at the grotesque sight that blocked their path. A vast spider web stretched across the chamber. It shimmered with a red-gold luster that flickered like fire in the low light. The strands were impossibly fine, yet immensely strong, with each filament made from orichalcum. Sam's gaze dropped to the ground beneath the web. There, tangled among the lower strands like insects in a normal spider's trap, lay the glinting, partially devoured remains of several orichalcum scorpions. He exhaled slowly, shotgun already in hand. Looks like the master builders didn't stop at insects. Tom nodded grimly, unslinging his own Benelli M40 Super 90. They experimented with arachnids, too. Perfect! Just when I thought the scorpions were bad enough. Sam inadvertently checked the tungsten armor-piercing rounds loaded in the magazine. 7 in the tube, 1 in the chamber. "Aren't you glad you found these tungsten rounds?" Tom asked, forcing a tight grin. "I'd feel better with a flamethrower and an RPG-7, Sam replied. Tom chuckled, eyes sweeping the upper reaches of the cavern. "This'll have to do." They exchanged a final glance and began slowly backing the bikes away, tires crunching softly over ancient lava rock as they sought a detour. Sam guided his bike in a wide arc around the chamber, opting for a shadowed tunnel that branched off to the left. But as he leaned down to holster the shotgun into its clamp beside the saddle, his elbow nudged the spare magazine pouch. it slipped loose. He watched in slow-motion horror as it clattered against the side of the engine, bounced once, twice, then rolled directly into the center of the web. The impact made a barely audible twang, but it might as well have been an air raid siren. Sam looked at Tom. Tom looked at Sam. Their expressions mirrored the same cold realization. Then the web moved. It didn't shake. It twitched, as though it had a pulse, as though it breathed. From beneath the center of the web, something began to stir. The filamented threads shivered, tightening inward as a massive form rose from below, legs like polished red-gold sabers folding upward with the grace of a nightmare origami. The spider emerged, its body a gleaming armored shell bristling with fine hairs that refracted light in crimson gold halos. Its eyes, all 7 of them, glowed faintly like molten coals. Sam barely had time to curse. "Ride!" he shouted. The word ripped from his throat as he gunned the throttle. The Ducati roared to life, spinning a burst of gravel and grit behind him as the back tire caught traction. Tom didn't need to be told twice. His engine screamed in reply. Behind them, the spider let out a hissing chitter and leapt forward, its massive body arching over the ruined scorpions with terrifying speed. The echo of its pursuit filled the tunnel with chaos as the 2 motorcycles tore through the dark, fleeing the thing that should never have been born. Chapter 40. The obsidian tunnel twisted like the inside of a monstrous serpent, smooth and glassy, with jagged sections that jutted out like the broken teeth of ancient beasts. Sam leaned forward, gripping the handlebars of his Ducati, his eyes locked on the tunnel ahead as it bent sharply to the right. The engine howled beneath him, tires skimming over ancient volcanic glass. Just ahead, Tom's bike flicked left, then right, dancing up a jagged rise like it was part of some nightmarish subterranean roller coaster. Behind them, the spider gave chase. It was enormous, its body the size of a land cruiser, armored in iridescent red-gold plates of orichalcum that gleamed with an inner light. Its 8 legs moved in unnatural unison, each one jointed with terrifying precision, clawed feet clicking like stilettos on the black rock. The eyes, burning embers set in a cluster of 7, glowed with eerie intelligence. Its massive mandibles clicked together with anticipation, and from its spinnerets, threads so fine and strong it could slice bone, trailed behind like a wake of doom. Sam rode hard, heart pounding like the bike's pistons. He launched over a collapsed section of the tunnel, wheels flying through the air. The Ducati landed hard, suspension groaning. Tom had already disappeared around the next bend, the tail light flickering red like a beacon. The tunnel narrowed, then opened into a steep climb that twisted sideways before dropping again. Sam accelerated, flying off the ledge with a burst of momentum, but his front tire clipped a sharp edge of obsidian. The world spun. The bike tumbled. Sam was thrown violently through the air. He crashed shoulder first into something that gave slightly, then held firm. An orichalcum web. It stretched across a side chamber, so fine and intricate it glimmered like starlight. Sam struggled to move, but the sticky metallic strands clung to him, pulling tighter as he struggled. From the far end of the tunnel, the spider slowed its pursuit, as though savoring the moment. Then it turned and crawled directly toward him. The sound of its leg click, click, click grew louder. Sam fought the web, twisting, trying to reach the knife strapped to his thigh, but the strands were already tightening, drawing him inward. With impossible speed, the spider reached him and began spinning. Its legs moved in a blur, wrapping him in thick coils of shimmering orichalcum thread. Sam's arms were pinned. The web hardened instantly around him like a cocoon, forged from fire and steel. The arachnid loomed close, its massive pincers flexing, mandibles clattering with hunger. Sam stared into its face. It wasn't just alive. It was aware. And for the first time in a long time, he felt something akin to resignation. Sam had always known the life he led came with risk. He'd been shot, stabbed, nearly drowned, and blown up more times than he could count. But being eaten by a giant spider? He hadn't seen that one coming. The irony of life, hey? The spider's head lowered. Mandibles opened. Boom! One of its legs exploded into molten shrapnel. Sam's head turned just enough to see Tom standing in the tunnel entrance, Benelli M4 Super 90 braced to his shoulder, smoke curling from the barrel. "Eat this, you red gold freak," Tom muttered, pumping another round into the chamber. The spider turned sharply, hissing, then charged. Tom fired again. The second round punched through another leg. The spider stumbled, but kept coming. Tom held his ground, eyes hard, firing again and again, each shot echoing like thunder in the confined space. 6, 7. The 8th shot slammed into the spider's thorax, punching through armor, chewing straight through its chest. The force of the blast severed its mechanical head, which skittered past Tom and crashed into the wall behind him with a grotesque clang. Silence. Tom exhaled, lowered the shotgun, and stepped over the spider's twitching corpse. He drew his knife, knelt, and began slicing through the orichalcum threads. The cocoon came apart slowly, tough, fibrous metal, parting only under extreme pressure. Finally, Sam sucked in a breath of air and flexed his arms. Tom grinned. "Well, that's officially the 18th time I've saved your life. You've now used up the 9 lives of 2 cats." Sam sat up, blinking. "Thanks." "Don't mention it," Tom said, slinging the shotgun over his shoulder. "Seriously, don't mention this ever again." The ground beneath them gave a sudden low groan. At first it was subtle, like the distant echo of thunder caught in the stone. Then the obsidian tunnel began to shake, a deep rumbling rolling through the ancient lava tube like the growl of some awakening beast. Tiny shards of glassy black rock fell from the ceiling, clinking onto the ground around the spider's lifeless body. The once smooth tunnel walls began to fracture, thin, glowing lines of red appearing like veins of fire crawling just beneath the surface. Tom turned to Sam, still brushing strands of orichalcum thread from his jacket. His face was pale, eyes wide with disbelief. "Now what?" Tom asked. Sam stood slowly, steadying himself as the floor beneath his boots vibrated with increasing intensity. He stared down the length of the tunnel as if expecting it to implode, then squinted toward a hairline crack in the wall, already glowing with an ominous orange hue. "I'm not 100% certain," Sam said grimly, brushing dust from his shoulder. "But if I had to guess—" He paused, eyeing the spreading fissures, the rising heat, the sharp scent of sulfur now burning in the air. "I'd say there's been some sort of volcanic eruption." A sharp crack echoed through the tunnel like a rifle shot. A section of the ceiling collapsed behind them in a shower of obsidian shards and glowing cinders. Tom groaned. "Great. Giant spiders and magma. This day just keeps getting better." Sam retrieved his shotgun, slung it across his back, and turned toward their bikes. Let's keep going. Chapter 41. Cumbre Vieja, La Palma, Canary Islands. The warm breeze off La Gomera stirred Amira's dark curls as she stood barefoot on the aft deck of the Tahila, watching Matilda giggle as she hurled a bright orange ball toward Caliburn. The golden retriever exploded with energy, bolting across the teak deck with the agility of a pup half his age. He pounced on the ball, skidding slightly as he retrieved it, tail wagging like a metronome set to joy. Amira couldn't help but smile. Caliburn had transformed since Matilda's arrival. The dog who once spent his days lounging lazily in the shade or stretching out near the helm now seemed to have shed 5 years. His coat gleamed, his movements were sharp and spry, and there was a light in his eyes that Amira hadn't seen in a long time. He was playing the role of a much younger dog and loving every minute of it. Then the sky split with a sudden violent crack of thunder. Amira's head snapped toward the horizon, where the silhouette of La Palma loomed darkly across the water. But it wasn't thunder. It was the mountain. A massive plume of ash and smoke erupted from Cumbre Vieja, billowing skyward like a hellish mushroom cloud. A river of molten lava burst from the volcano's side, glowing crimson in the afternoon sun as it tore down the flanks of the mountain, swallowing forests and cliffs in its path. The earth trembled beneath a distant island, and a moment later she saw the impossible. The basalt columns of Los Organos, those towering cathedral-like organ pipes carved by nature over millennia, shuddered with a seismic violence and then collapsed. A section of the cliffs split away entirely and tumbled into the sea below in a cacophony of roaring rock and foam. And with them, the Tahila's sleek Airbus H-160 helicopter, which had been parked at the top of the cliffs, slid after them like a toy dropped from a table. It plummeted into the ocean, swallowed instantly by the surf and chaos. Amira winced. There goes another one of Sam's helicopters. She didn't even want to think about how many that made now. The sound of footsteps thudded behind her. She turned to see Matthew, the ship's skipper, climbing up from below deck, his face pale but determined. "We have to set sail to La Palma," he said. "There's an emergency distress call. Someone's trapped on the far side of the island. We need to help." Amira's thoughts immediately went to the others. "What about Genevieve and Billy?" Matthew followed her gaze toward the far side of the collapsing formation. Where the black volcanic cliffs had once revealed a hidden entrance, now there was nothing but debris, solid, jagged, and impassable. He shook his head grimly. "The entire entrance to the necropolis is buried. There's nothing we can do for them right now, but perhaps we can save these people trapped by the volcanic eruption." Chapter 42. On board the Tahila, La Palma, Canary Islands. The Tahila pitched gently against the swells as it hovered close to the blackened shoreline of La Palma. Smoke churned from the mountain like a living thing, curling high into the sky, blotting out the sun in streaks of ash and fire. The volcano rumbled with a primal fury, molten lava cascading in blazing rivers down its flanks, turning everything it touched into scorched ruin. Amira stood near the stern, eyes narrowed against the acrid wind. She steadied herself as the rescue platform was raised, helping 2 dazed hikers aboard, a young couple in their early 20s, both shaking, their faces smeared with soot and terror. Behind them came the third, a man in his 50s, lean and muscular, with a weathered face and the sharp, calculating gaze of someone used to chaos. He had a backpack slung over one shoulder, scuffed boots, and a no-nonsense air that didn't match the story he'd given. "Just out hiking," he'd said, but Amira had her doubts. The crew moved quickly to check everyone over, but before they could pull away, Matilda pointed toward the top of the mountain and said, "Look! Someone's still up there." Amira snatched up a pair of binoculars and scanned the mountain's steep upper slope. At first she saw nothing but smoke and shifting shadows. Then she saw it, a speck of movement against the backdrop of fire and stone. An old man, well into his 70s at least, hunched but nimble, carrying a long wooden pole nearly as tall as he was. Her breath caught. "She's right. There's an old man way up there on the mountain." The 50-year-old man they just rescued stepped forward. "Leave him," he said flatly. "That lava's moving too fast. He's done for." Matthew, standing on the deck, didn't look away from the mountain. "We wait a little longer. Let's see if he can make it." The man frowned. "You're risking your boat for a dead man." "Probably," Matthew replied, his eyes hard. "But sometimes you wait anyway." And then movement. Amira focused the binoculars again, heart thumping. The old man shifted his grip on the pole, then planted it firmly against the ground and launched himself into the air. He landed cleanly on a lower ledge, pivoted, and vaulted again, using the technique with impossible speed and agility. "Salto del pastor," Amira murmured, awestruck. "He's shepherd leaping." The lava was racing behind him, a glowing red tide devouring the mountain, but the old man danced ahead of it, his pole finding impossible angles, each landing more desperate than the last. Then he reached a rocky outcropping, an island surrounded by molten rivers, and stopped. Amira's breath caught in her throat. He turned once, judged the distance, and then, with a final burst of strength, he drove the pole into the ground and hurled himself over the lava. He landed hard but rolled with the impact, sprang up, and kept moving, bounding toward the ocean with inhuman speed. The Tahila surged forward, its engines humming as Matthew brought the bow dangerously close to the cliff's edge. The old man didn't slow. He reached the precipice, gauged the gap, and vaulted one last time, sailing through the smoke-filled air, and landed on the deck of the Tahila in a spray of cinders and cheers. The crew clapped and whooped, slapping him on the back as he nodded humbly and collapsed to one knee, catching his breath. Amira exhaled, adrenaline still coursing through her. She turned to check on the others. The 50-year-old man stepped forward, brushing ash from his jacket. "I'm Tim Wagner," the man said, offering his hand. "Thanks for saving my life." Chapter 43. Obsidian Tunnels, Necropolis of the Gods. Genevieve pressed her back against the cool, jagged wall of the alcove, heart hammering in her chest. The obsidian tunnel shimmered faintly, catching what little light filtered through from the surface, giving the volcanic rock an eerie, wet sheen. She signaled Billy to stay back, crouched low and silent, listening. The motorcycles were getting closer, two engines growling like predators in the dark. She steadied her breathing, raised her Glock, and waited. The first rider came into view, black helmet gleaming, unaware of her presence. Genevieve didn't hesitate. One clean shot. The rider's head snapped back with a sickening jolt, and the motorcycle pitched sideways, slamming into the ground and skidding in a shriek of metal and sparks. The second bike veered wildly, the rider trying to regain control, but it was too late. He hit the fallen bike and was thrown off, crashing hard against the rocky tunnel floor. Genevieve was already moving. She crossed the space between them in a heartbeat, boot steps sure and silent. The rider groaned, trying to twist upright, fingers scrambling for the shotgun strapped across his back. Genevieve was faster. She grabbed the front of his jacket and yanked him upright, slamming him against the tunnel wall with force. Her Glock was already pressed beneath his chin, steady and cold. "Don't even think about it," she said, voice low and calm, edged with steel. The rider froze. His breath came in shallow gasps, pupils wide behind the cracked visor of his helmet. Billy emerged from the shadows behind her, breathing hard but silent. Genevieve didn't move the gun. "Where's the relic hunter?" "In the necropolis of the gods," the man answered a little too quickly. "What is she doing?" Genevieve asked. "She's preparing the elixir of life for its activation." "Great," Genevieve said. "One more question. Where is the necropolis of the gods?" "That way," the person said immediately, pointing to the south. "Really?" "Yes." Genevieve glanced at Billy. "Do you believe him?" Billy pressed the navigation button on the bike. The heads-up display glowed. It showed where they had come from, and even named the heart of the necropolis of the gods. It was in the opposite direction. The man opened his mouth to apologize. "It's okay. Thank you. You've been really very helpful." Genevieve then squeezed the trigger on her Glock, shooting him in the head. Billy's mouth was half open. "Did you even stop to think if they deserved to die?" "No." "What if they didn't even work for the relic hunter?" "It didn't cross my mind." Genevieve shrugged. "Come on, let's grab the bikes and the helmets. If we're quick, the relic hunter won't realize it's us and we can kill her beforehand." Billy looked at her with something of respect and a little bit of horror. "God help Tom if he ever betrays your love." Genevieve grinned. "Yes, because I sure as hell won't." Chapter 44. On board the Tahila, Canary Islands. Amira stared at the two lifeless hikers slumped against the walls of the private guest quarters aboard the Tahila. At first glance, she thought perhaps the noxious gases from the volcanic fissure had overcome them, silent and invisible killers. But then her gaze dropped to the man's hands, and everything changed. Defensive wounds. Shallow but frantic cuts lined his forearms, crisscrossing his skin in a desperate struggle. The woman's head lolled unnaturally to one side, her neck clearly broken. Something brutal, something personal. Her stomach tightened. Then she saw it. The man's face looked undisturbed until she leaned closer and spotted the small, almost imperceptible puncture at the base of his eye. No blood to speak of, just that single clinical hole. A precise death. Amira imagined something long and sharp, an ice pick perhaps, had been shoved through the eye socket and straight into the brain. The thought made her shiver. Who could have done this? It wasn't the old shepherd. That left only one person, Tim Wagner. She stepped back and quietly closed the door behind her and turned around straight into him. "Going somewhere?" he asked. "Yes," she said evenly. "I'm meeting Matthew, our skipper, for a drink." Tim's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Don't you want to invite the others?" Amira's voice remained steady. "No, they're sleeping. I don't want to wake them." His head tilted slightly, the smile dropping from his face. "No, they aren't," he said, his voice suddenly colder. "You know that's not what they're doing." At that moment, Matilda bounded down the corridor, barefoot and carefree. "Mama, have you seen Caliburn?" Amira's heart raced. "No, sweetheart, but let's look for him in the mission room." Tim nodded too eagerly. "Yes, let's all go to the mission room." Amira glanced at her daughter, then back at the man. "Actually, Matilda, I think I saw Caliburn in the engine room. Why don't you check there? I'll meet you in a few minutes." Before Matilda could move, Tim reached out and seized Amira's wrist, twisting it sharply. Pain lanced through her arm. "No," he said. "I think it'll work out better for everyone if she joins us in the mission room." Matilda's eyes widened, and Amira gave her a tiny, reassuring shake of her head. They walked. Inside the mission room, the door closed behind them with a solid clunk. Tim slid the lock into place. "Where's the armory?" he asked. "I don't know," Amira said, her voice flat. Tim pulled something from his jacket, a long, thin ice pick, its point gleaming in the overhead light. He stepped closer, holding it just inches from her eye. "I said," he hissed, "where's the armory?" Amira didn't flinch. That's when the rug beneath them moved. Tim didn't notice, but Amira did. A ripple of color, a shimmer of fur. Caliburn launched. The golden retriever slammed into Tim's side, catching him off guard and sending him stumbling. Tim let out a grunt of surprise and kicked violently, catching Caliburn midair and sending him sprawling back across the room. But Caliburn wasn't done. He sprang again, teeth bared, but this time Tim was ready. The ice pick came down in a flash, aimed for the dog's face, and then stopped. Tim's arm froze mid-strike. A massive metallic claw gripped his wrist, unmoving. The orichalcum golem, previously inert and hidden in the shadows, had awoken. Tim turned pale, eyes wide with disbelief. "What? What are you doing to me?" The golem didn't answer. It simply tightened its grip. Then the other claw reached out, gently, almost curiously, as it took hold of Tim's head. Amira stepped in front of Matilda, shielding her. "Baby, don't watch!" Tim screamed. "Tell it to stop," he begged. "Please, I beg you, make it stop." Amira raised her hand. "That's enough." But the golem didn't respond. The pressure built. Tim's screams reached a desperate crescendo, eyes bulging as the golem's grip compressed. Then, with a sickening crunch, the man's skull imploded, collapsing beneath the creature's strength. Silence fell as Tim's body went limp, crumpling to the floor in a heap. Amira stood there for a long moment, her breath shaking. Then she turned to Matilda and crouched low, pulling her close. "It's over," she whispered. "You're safe now." Chapter 45. The old shepherd's name was Tanausu Alvarez. Elise had been pacing the narrow control room aboard the Tahila, the air heavy with tension. The discussion about how to reach Genevieve and Billy, now trapped beneath the collapsed entrance to the Necropolis of the gods, had gone in circles. Every route was blocked, every possibility exhausted. Then a quiet voice spoke from the open doorway. "Are you trying to reach the Necropolis of the gods?" Elise turned, surprised to see the old shepherd standing there. Tanausu Alvarez, nearly 90, with skin like sun-baked leather and eyes full of a calm, ancient wisdom. He leaned on a gnarled wooden cane, shoulders bent from age, but still emanating a quiet strength. She stepped forward, wary but hopeful. "Yes, our friends are trapped there. How do you know about the Necropolis?" Tanausu nodded slowly, stepping into the room. "Forgive me, I was eavesdropping. My ears are old, but they still work when they must. My people, the Bena Oaritas, once knew the master builders. It is said they walked among us, long before the volcano ever swallowed their temples." The crew fell silent. Tanausu continued, his voice low and reverent. "When the last of the ancient masters passed into shadow, their army appeared to freeze in time. My people used to descend into the necropolis to pray. We lit fires in their memory, but that faith slowly disappeared with the immense passing of time. The world changed. Goats needed tending, children needed feeding, and prayers to sleeping gods were replaced with prayers for rain. Elise's throat tightened. Then you know how to reach it. He studied her carefully. We must reach it before the army wakes, she added, urgency creeping into her voice. The relic hunter has the elixir of life. If she reaches them first, she may be able to bring them back. That made Tanausu stiffen. The elixir, he whispered, almost to himself. It was a myth, even when I was a boy. It's not a myth anymore, Elise said. She has it. That's why we need to get to the necropolis before she can use it. The old man was silent for a long moment, the creases in his face deepening as he considered her words. Then finally he nodded. There is a secret entrance, he said. Not here, but on La Palma. My father took me to it when I was still small enough to ride on his shoulders. He said it was the path of the faithful, meant only for those chosen to walk in the Ancient One's steps. Elise stepped closer. Can you show us? Tanausu looked between her and Ben, who stood quietly behind her. His gaze lingered on their eyes, the deep violet hue unmistakable, glowing faintly in the filtered light. I will show the two of you, he said. I see it in your eyes. You are descendants of the Ancient Ones. Their blood runs through you. That path will open for you. Chapter 46. Atlas Mountains, Morocco. James Reilly crouched low beneath the rocky overhang, the sound of tunneling echoing faintly from the distant cave behind them. The orichalcum scorpions were doing their job, tearing through centuries of collapsed rock and earth, clearing a path to the necropolis of the gods. It was only a matter of time before the others made it inside. He and Hu had circled around the base perimeter in silence, slipping through ancient goat tracks that wound along the cliffs of the Atlas Mountains. Then he spotted it. The Mill Mi-24 Hind gunship. James grinned the moment he laid eyes on it. Even half hidden beneath netting and dust, the aircraft was unmistakable. The massive twin-engine beast sat with a predatory stillness, its dark green fuselage streaked with desert grime. The long snout of the cockpit gave it a crocodilian appearance, and beneath the wings, stubby pylons bristled with rocket pods and missile mounts. It was affectionately known as the world's greatest flying tank, which was precisely what it was. The pilot standing beside it turned, hand drifting toward his sidearm. James didn't hesitate. The Magnum 500 roared in his grip, and the man dropped before his weapon ever cleared the holster. Hu raised an eyebrow. Nice shot. I don't suppose you can fly this thing. James holstered the revolver and strode toward the Hind like he owned it. Son, he said with a cocky grin, they haven't built an aircraft yet that I'm not capable of flying. He climbed into the pilot's seat, his eyes scanning the upgraded cockpit with barely concealed delight. The interior had been gutted and rebuilt. The crude Soviet-era dials and analog systems of the Cold War had been replaced by sleek digital avionics, touch-screen panels, and modern flight controls. Judging by the personal notes, coordinates, and half-crumpled maps strewn across the co-pilot's side, it had been the personal bird of the relic hunter herself. James's grin widened. It looks like our lucky day. We're just about to steal the relic hunter's very own private helicopter. He adjusted the worn seat, familiar with the layout despite the upgrades. Fingers dancing across the control panels, he powered up the turbine engines. A deep, throaty whine built into a full-throated roar as the rotors came to life, blades slicing through the mountain air with increasing speed. The vibrations hummed through the cockpit, rising into a steady rhythmic pulse that shook the ground around them. Dust and debris whipped across the landing zone, and Hu shielded his eyes, climbing into the co-pilot's seat with a satisfied nod. The Hind lifted off, nose tilting forward as James guided it up and over the jagged ridgelines of the Atlas Mountains. Below them, the harsh desert light threw long shadows across the ancient stone, and the vast range stretched endlessly in every direction. Inside the cockpit, the hum of the upgraded systems mixed with the throaty growl of the engines. It was a beautiful sound, raw power held barely in check. James looked at Hu. "Hey, get on the satellite phone and call Matthew. Tell him we need the Tahila's GPS coordinates and for him to make room on the deck for a new helicopter. We'll be there soon." James glanced at the navigation screen, locked in their coordinates, and grinned once more. What a great find! Chapter 47. The Necropolis of the Gods. The chamber was vast, silent, and impossibly old, its walls carved from black volcanic stone that glistened faintly under the glow of her flashlight. Obsidian columns framed the room like sentinels, their surfaces etched with ancient symbols worn smooth by time. In the center of the chamber lay 3 sarcophagi, each hewn from a single block of basalt and arranged in a perfect triangle. Their lids were sealed, not with mortar, but with something older, something more divine. Orichalcum scorpions filled the room. It wasn't all of them. The relic hunter knew that below them there were several chambers of similar sizes, and every single one of them was filled with the orichalcum warriors. Above the sarcophagi, 10 feet overhead, was a narrow opening in the ceiling, an angular shaft that led, almost impossibly, to a hidden entrance on the island of La Palma. The shaft was barely visible from the floor, camouflaged within the geometry of the chamber, but she knew exactly where it was. She had descended through it once before, alone, and she had no intention of climbing back. Tim Wagner was supposed to arrive with a ladder, but Tim was late. Still, the relic hunter was giddy. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation as she uncorked the obsidian vial she held delicately in one hand. The elixir of life shimmered within, a thick, iridescent green liquid that pulsed faintly as though alive. Her pulse quickened just holding it. She crouched before the shallow libation channel carved into the dais between the sarcophagi. It was narrow and sinuous, designed to carry sacred offerings directly to whatever mechanism or ancient purpose waited beneath. Reverently, she tilted the vial. A single drop fell, followed by another, until the viscous green liquid began to flow. It crawled down the channel like a living vein, casting a ghostly glow on the black stone as it moved. Lily held her breath, watching it snake toward the convergence point at the center of the 3 sarcophagi. Her heartbeat thudded with triumph This was it. Centuries of secrets, lives lost, betrayals, power unimaginable was now just seconds away. Even the fact that she had somehow lost nearly all the riders who'd come with her didn't dampen her mood. She was down to just one now, Magomed, her personal bodyguard, a 6'2" juggernaut from the Republic of Dagestan, with fists like bricks and a stare like a mountain cat. He stood silently by the entrance, arms crossed, watching her work with the patience of a man who had seen too much to be impressed. And still she smiled. The green elixir continued to trickle. Then there was a sound, faint at first, then unmistakable. The low growl of engines, motorcycles. She straightened abruptly, the vial still in hand, and turned her gaze toward the corridor beyond the chamber. Dust began to shift. Echoes bounced off ancient stone. Magomed tensed. 2 figures appeared in the archway. The relic hunter's breath caught. Even silhouetted by the torchlight behind them, she knew them instantly. Sam Reilly, and beside him was Tom Bauer. Her expression didn't falter. She smiled, lips curling with something between defiance and glee. "Well," she whispered, just loud enough for Magomed to hear, "looks like the gods will have an audience." Chapter 48. Sam gunned the throttle as he and Tom tore through the narrow lava tube, the tunnel's walls rushing past in a blur of glistening basalt. The roar of their motorcycles echoed like thunder in the confined space, chasing them forward toward the faint glow ahead. The tunnel widened, and they burst into the chamber. It was vast, cathedral-like, with high obsidian walls and an eerie, unnatural stillness. But they barely had a second to take it in. Gunfire erupted. The man with the relic hunter was already in position, a compact submachine gun clattering in his hands as he opened fire. Bullets ricocheted off the stone and sent sparks flying. Sam dropped the bike mid-slide, flinging himself behind the massive scorpion-shaped golem carved from orichalcum. The metal shimmered with that strange red-gold sheen, and as rounds hammered into its shell, they flattened with a hollow ping. Good. Still as bulletproof as ever. Tom ducked behind another of the giant scorpions, his back pressed to its flank. Sam saw him draw the Benelli M4 from its sling and return fire, quick, precise blasts that echoed like cannon fire in the chamber. The man, most likely the relic hunter's notorious Dagestan bodyguard, who was tall and built like a tank, ducked behind one of the basalt pillars, still firing in short, controlled bursts. The relic hunter crouched beside the dais, near the 3 sarcophagi. She didn't fire, and watched, her expression unreadable, her eyes fixed on Sam like she'd been expecting him all along. They were at a standoff, both sides pinned down, using the golems and stone for cover, no one willing to move. The chamber was silent but for the hiss of cooling gun barrels and the ticking sound of spent casings rolling across stone. Then Sam heard it. Faint at first. The distant thrum of motorcycle engines growing louder, echoing through the same lava tube he and Tom had just raced through. Sam tensed, jaw clenched. Reinforcements? He glanced toward Tom, who gave a short nod and adjusted his grip on the shotgun. Whoever was coming could tip the scales. Sam's eyes narrowed, focusing on the newcomers. Tom aimed his shotgun as the first rider raced into the chamber, and Tom fired. Chapter 49. The roar of the engine echoed like a war cry through the twisting lava tubes, the tunnel walls blurring around Genevieve as she leaned forward, urging the stolen motorcycle faster. Billy was close behind, the twin engines screaming in tandem, their headlights throwing long, erratic shadows ahead of them. The tunnel opened, and all hell broke loose. The chamber of the necropolis exploded into light and gunfire. The moment they crossed the threshold, the relic hunter and her hulking companion pivoted toward them, raising their submachine guns in perfect sync. Muzzle flashes flared. Blinding bursts of orange flame lighting up the obsidian walls. The crack of automatic fire filled the air, a staccato of violence that bounced off the ancient stone like the chamber itself was screaming. Genevieve didn't have time to react. Her front tire exploded with a deafening bang, shredded by a well-placed round. The handlebars jolted violently. 1 second she was riding, and the next she was airborne. She flew over the front of the bike, arms instinctively curling in, her body slamming hard against the stone before skidding beneath one of the massive orichalcum scorpions. Sparks sprayed across the floor as the bike crashed beside her, its metal frame twisting and sparking against the rock. Gunfire still tore through the air. Big, loud, angry bursts, punctuated by the hiss of ricochets and the sharp ping of rounds deflecting off the golem's shimmering red-gold armor. The scorpions, though frozen in time, stood like silent guardians, shielding her from the worst of the assault. Genevieve's lungs burned. She forced herself onto her elbows, wincing, eyes scanning for Billy. Behind her, Billy had already hit the ground, rolling behind a fallen stone slab. Her sidearm was drawn, but the barrage kept her pinned. A round struck the scorpion above Genevieve's head, sending sparks showering down like stinging embers. The air was thick with the acrid scent of cordite and dust. Then, through the chaos, she heard a man yell, "Genevieve, stay down!" It was Tom's voice, coming from off to her right, hidden behind another scorpion. She didn't need to be told twice. Flattening herself to the stone, she gritted her teeth and waited for the next move, heart pounding like a war drum. Chapter 50. The relic hunter crouched low behind the basalt dais, the elixir of life still glistening in the ancient libation channel like liquid emerald fire. Gunfire had begun to fade, replaced by the tense silence of a standoff. She could hear their breath, ragged, alert, braced for whatever came next. Sam's voice rang out from behind one of the orichalcum scorpions. "It's 4 against 2. You're outnumbered." She smirked. "Oh, Sam." Rising slowly to her feet, she surveyed the chamber. All around her, the vast obsidian vault lay cloaked in semi-darkness, broken only by scattered beams of light, muzzle flash reflections, and the faint otherworldly glow of the elixir's path. Then she heard it. A low, metallic click-clack echoed across the floor. Then another. She turned. The first of the orichalcum scorpions was moving, its joints trembling to life, twitching, then unfolding with unnatural grace. Its many legs shifted, rising from centuries of slumber with a grinding of metal on stone. Glowing from within, its golden red shell pulsed like a heartbeat. Then another moved, and another. All around the chamber, the ancient army awakened. Dozens, no, hundreds of dormant titans stirred, the air thickening with the electric buzz of resurrection. Their armored bodies shimmered like molten gold in the half-light, each of them clicking, shifting, crawling out from beneath layers of dust and time. The relic hunter reached for her radio device, clipped to the inside of her belt. Her fingers twisted the dial, adjusting frequency, fine-tuning the control signal she'd spent years learning to master. The pulse emitter activated, glowing with the same hue as the elixir. Her eyes glittered with triumph. She looked up toward the shadows where Sam was hidden, her voice cool and unwavering. "No, Sam," she said, stepping back as her army came to life all around her. "It's more like 4 against 1,000. Chapter 51. Sam watched in horror as the orichalcum scorpions stirred one by one. What had once been a frozen army, still as statues and silent as death, was now rousing with an eerie insectoid grace. Legs scraped against stone, pincers clicked open and shut, and eyes of molten amber flickered to life. It wasn't instantaneous. Each one woke at its own pace, twitching as if shaking off centuries of sleep. The sound was deafening. Hundreds of metal limbs grinding and clattering, echoing through the vaulted chamber like an ancient machine roaring to life. Then came the scream. High-pitched and raw, it echoed from the far side of the chamber. The woman with Genevieve, Sam didn't even know her name, was too slow. One of the scorpions, faster than the rest, snapped forward and caught her in its massive pincers. It lifted her effortlessly from the ground, her limbs flailing in terror. "No!" Genevieve screamed, her voice cracking. Without hesitation, she raised her weapon, a heavy-duty rifle modified with armor-piercing rounds. She aimed through the chaos, locked onto the scorpion's head, and fired. Crack! The armor-piercing round tore through the creature's faceplate in a single explosive shot. The scorpion reeled back, its inner core flaring briefly before it collapsed, its grip loosening just enough for the woman's limp body to fall free. Tom shouted from nearby, his voice filled with surprise. "Billy, what are you doing here?" Sam blinked. The woman who had just taken the shot, the one crouched beside the fallen scorpion, reloading without hesitation, wasn't some stranger. It was Billy, as in Dr. Billy Swan, the one Tom had wanted to marry a long time ago, a.k.a. the woman who broke Tom's heart. And she was here with Genevieve, the woman Tom loved above everything else in the world. There was a strange irony his primitive brain couldn't reconcile with that. Sam's chest tightened with both relief and dread. The scorpions were awake. The relic hunter was in control. And now their only hope stood amid an army of death. Sam opened up the ancient orichalcum radio device and pressed the activation button. Chapter 52. Sam flipped open the ancient orichalcum radio device, his fingers moving fast, adrenaline burning through his veins. The smooth copper-colored shell was warm to the touch, humming faintly with energy. He pressed the activation button, sending out a pulsing frequency, the same signal Elise had triangulated, the one meant to disrupt the relic hunter's control. The effect was immediate. Across the chamber, the scorpion army faltered. Their movements grew erratic. Limbs jittered, heads twitched, glowing eyes flickered as if caught between waking and dreaming. The once synchronized march of death turned into a discordant mess of confusion. Scorpions collided, staggered in circles. Some even paused mid-motion, as though uncertain which orders to follow. Sam didn't waste a second. "Move!" he barked, and the team sprang into action. He and Tom cut left, flanking along the shadowed edge of the chamber, while Genevieve and Billy slipped right, weaving between half-awake monsters and fallen stone. The air reeked of dust, sweat, and ozone. All around them, the massive creatures twitched and clattered, lost in a haze of mixed commands. They were close now, closing the trap. Then a shot rang out. Crack! Billy cried out, her body twisting from the impact. Blood sprayed from her upper arm where the round had punched through soft flesh just beside her shoulder. She dropped to a knee, gritting her teeth, her face pale but furious. "I'm okay," she shouted, raising her sidearm with her good hand and firing back. Sam returned fire, aiming at the hulking form of the bodyguard who was already ducking behind a fractured pillar. The man was fast and brutal. His rifle snapped up, locking onto Tom's exposed flank. Sam's stomach dropped. Another shot fired. This one had been taken by Genevieve. Clean, precise, deadly. The armor-piercing round split the air with a sharp crack, striking the relic hunter's bodyguard dead center in the forehead. His head snapped back, a burst of blood misting behind him. His body dropped lifelessly to the stone floor. Everything went still. Sam stepped out into the open, breath coming in hard gasps. He leveled his weapon at the last remaining threat. "Lily!" he shouted. "You're on your own. There's 4 of us. Put your weapon down." The relic hunter stood atop the dais, framed by the great sarcophagi and the now flickering light of the elixir's path. Her hands trembled, not with fear, but with exhilaration. Her eyes gleamed with something unhinged. Then came a sound. A low, thunderous rumble, rolling up through the chamber floor. It grew louder, deeper, like the rhythmic pounding of hooves across the plains of Africa. A stampede. Sam's heart froze. The relic hunter raised her voice, fierce and exultant. "You still don't get it, do you, Sam?" she shouted. "I never lose." And then the walls began to move. The ground trembled. From behind the sarcophagi, from crevices in the stone, from deep vents in the earth itself, more scorpions were coming. Unlike the scorpions in the Necropolis, the new creatures weren't waking up. These were the orichalcum scorpions Sam had found in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and they were already programmed to obey the relic hunter. Chapter 53. The 2 orichalcum scorpion armies collided with a sound of shattering stone and screeching metal, a chaos of violence that shook the very bones of the necropolis. Sparks flew in every direction as pincers clashed and cracked, tearing through ancient armor like paper. The scorpions moved with unnatural speed, striking with their claws, hurling each other across the chamber, and leaping like possessed war machines. From the tips of their curved stingers, jets of molten metal arced through the air, streams of glowing liquefied bronze that hissed and burned wherever they landed. The battlefield ignited in bursts of fire and glowing slag as those molten strikes found their targets, searing through plates and cores, burning out the hearts of the ancient golems. One scorpion clamped its pincers around another, pulling its legs free with brutal force before being pierced through by a tail strike that melted its head clean off. Others tumbled across the floor, tangled and smoking, their once glorious armor dulled and shattered. Amid the carnage, Sam, Tom, Genevieve, and Billy sprinted toward a raised sarcophagus, perched like a throne above the battlefield. It was their only vantage point, their only chance to survive. Sam led the charge, vaulting over fallen debris and ducking the occasional tail strike that shot molten fire dangerously close to them. From his elevated position, Sam spotted the relic hunter hunched behind a collapsed column on the far end of the chamber, trying to stay low as chaos ripped through her own army. Her control was slipping, her plan unraveling. Billy's voice rang out. "Look!" she shouted, pointing upward. "That's how she's controlling the second Scorpion army." Sam followed her gaze. High above, barely visible against the blackened ceiling, a small device blinked, a sleek, modern Wi-Fi extender, its antenna glowing like insect feelers. Genevieve didn't hesitate. She raised her rifle, exhaled, and squeezed the trigger. Another crack. The shot hit true. Sparks burst from the device as it blew apart, pieces raining down like shattered glass. The effect was instantaneous. The madness stopped. The scorpions froze mid-fight, their stingers held aloft, pincers twitching, before slowly, like dying flames, they slumped. One by one, the great beasts collapsed into stillness, their limbs folding inward, the glow in their cores fading to nothing. But the silence was short-lasting. A rumble followed, a low, deep growl that didn't come from the creatures, but from beneath them. A split formed along the obsidian floor, then lava. It surged in, bubbling and hissing as it poured through hidden vents in the chamber. Red-gold light painted the walls as the molten tide began to rise, swallowing the fallen scorpions and creeping up the steps of the necropolis. Tom said, "We've got to go." The effect was suffocating, the smell of sulfur thick in Sam's lungs. A voice from above called down, "Quick, up here!" "Elise!" Sam yelled. And then her voice echoed from above, powerful and absolute. Elise replied, "Climb up the Lanza." A massive shepherd's pole, nearly 14 feet long, dropped from the narrow shaft overhead, the tip slamming into the top of the obsidian sarcophagus with a solid thud, anchoring into the carved stone. Sam looked up and saw Elise framed by the glowing opening, her figure silhouetted in the firelight. He reached for the pole. "Everyone, go now!" Chapter 54. Billy went first. With her shoulder torn and bleeding, she couldn't climb on her own. Sam watched as she climbed onto Tom's broad shoulders, wobbling, wincing with pain. Above, Ben Gelly reached down through the narrow shaft, his weathered hand grasping hers and hauling her up with all the strength of a man desperate to save someone he barely knew. Genevieve followed, strong and fluid, then Tom, steady and focused, his shotgun slung and forgotten in favor of survival. Below, the molten lava surged higher, swallowing stone, bodies, and scorched remnants of war. The necropolis of the gods was dying. Sam grabbed the shepherd's pole, his palms slick with sweat, and shimmied up, heart hammering against his ribs. At the top, the heat from the rising lava licked at his boots. He turned and looked down into the inferno below. That's when he saw her, the relic hunter, Lily. She was leaping across the chamber, her boots landing with terrifying precision on the floating remains of the orichalcum scorpions. Their molten metal shells hissed and hissed again as she danced across them, one sarcophagus to the next, until she stood just below him, chest heaving, face flushed with heat and fury. Sam's heart clenched. There had been a time, long ago, when he'd loved her, when she was a girl with dreams and fire in her eyes, not this vengeful creature who had killed and betrayed to bring the dead to life. But even now, watching the lava rise beneath her, he couldn't just let her die. "Lily," he shouted, "there's still time for you to save your life." She looked up at him. The lava reflected in her eyes, and for a moment, just a heartbeat, he thought he saw fear. "Reach down and give me your hand," she said, her voice cracking. "I can't climb the pole." Sam leaned down, stretching his arm as far as he could. "Grab my hand," he called. She grasped the pole with her left, and with her right she reached up, but not for him. The biretta appeared in her hand like a magician's trick, steel flashing in the light. Sam saw it all in slow motion, the rage behind her eyes, the savage curl of her lip, and the cruel glint of triumph. She wasn't afraid or desperate. Lily had come to kill him, and she didn't care if she died doing it. From beside him, the old shepherd moved faster than Sam thought possible for a man of his age. With both hands, he shoved the lanza, forcing the tip at the bottom to slide off the obsidian sarcophagus. The pole dropped. The relic hunter's eyes widened. She fired. The shot missed Sam's head by inches. Then she was falling, her arms flailing, gun tumbling from her fingers as her scream echoed off the stone like a curse. She hit the floor hard. The thump was sickening. Immediately, the scorpions stirred. The sound of her fall must have roused something in them. Maybe it was motion, maybe it was instinct, or maybe the scorpions were programmed to devour failure. They descended on her like demons. Pincers closed around her limbs. She screamed, high, keening, horrible, as the first arm was torn free, then the second, then her legs. Blood sprayed across the floor, turning to steam before it could pool. She shrieked until she had nothing left but breathless, agonized gasps. One final pincer closed mercifully around her head. And then silence. Sam turned away, jaw clenched, bile rising in his throat. Below, the lava surged like a wave breaking through a dam. It swept through the necropolis of the gods, molten red and gold, consuming everything in its path. The scorpions melted like wax, limbs curling and collapsing as their ancient forms broke down into the raw elements from which they'd been forged. The necropolis groaned, cracked, collapsed. Sam stared down at the ruin, sweat clinging to his skin. It was over, but not without some terrible costs. Chapter 55. Sam stood at the edge of the Tahila's rear deck, staring in disbelief at the hulking machine before him. The Mill Mi-24 Hind gunship looked completely out of place against the oceanic backdrop, like a war god had crash-landed on a luxury yacht. The gunship was a brutal-looking beast, all muscle and menace. Its fuselage was dark, burnished green, with desert scarring along the panels. The cockpit glass tinted and angular like a predator's eyes. Twin stubby wings jutted from its sides, each one loaded with empty pylons where rocket pods had once been mounted. The twin rotor blades above were folded, the steel gleaming faintly under the early morning sun. It sat there like a coiled serpent, a Soviet-era monster reborn for a new age. He turned as footsteps approached. His father stood there with a warm smile, arms already open for a hug. Sam stepped into the embrace, breathing in the familiar scent of leather, salt, and engine oil. "Where did that come from?" Sam asked, pulling back and gesturing to the helicopter. His father grinned. "The volcano destroyed your Airbus H-160, but lucky for you, the relic hunter left you a replacement gift. And let me tell you, it's a beauty." Before Sam could reply, Caliburn came bounding across the deck, tail wagging like a metronome on double time. The golden retriever's coat shimmered as it shifted colors, perfectly matching the gunmetal deck beneath him. Sam dropped to one knee, wrapped his arms around the dog's neck, and gave him a quick but heartfelt cuddle. "Missed you, buddy," he murmured. Then came Amira. She ran at him like a wave crashing against the shore, arms, legs, the whole of her body colliding with his. She threw her arms around his neck, legs around his waist, and kissed him like the world had just been saved. And it had. Sam held her close, kissing her back with the same intensity, the roar of the past days fading under the warmth of her lips. Then a small voice cut through the moment. "Wow, Mom! Do you do that every time you see Sam?" Sam laughed, lowering Amira gently to the deck. He looked over at Matilda standing there in her little white dress, her face tilted up with wide, curious eyes. "I sure hope so," he said with a grin. Matilda tilted her head, clearly unsure what to make of that. All the same, he saw infinite relief in her eyes, and she threw her arms around him and hugged him tight. Sam lifted her up and spun her around before gently putting her back down again. Then, with a scrunched nose, Matilda asked in that precocious knowing tone only children could master, "Is there always so much violence around you, Sam? I'm starting to think I might live longer back in the Pernstein Castle." Sam laughed, shaking his head. "No, it's properly over now. You're safe." "Are you sure?" she pressed, skeptical. "Yes," Sam said softly, looking into her eyes with the same conviction he'd carried into every danger. "I promise." She nodded, slowly, as though considering a royal decree. Then Sam scooped her up into his arms and hugged her tightly, the tension of the past days finally giving way to something lighter. He looked at her, grinning. "Now, what's the most fun thing you can think of doing?" "I love to go swimming," Matilda said. Sam said, "I bet you're good at it." "I am," she replied. "I used to hold my breath and swim underwater." Sam said, "I like to hold my breath underwater. I'm pretty good at it, too." "Really?" She smiled and giggled. "I bet I'm better." "Oh, really?" "Yeah," she said in her most adult 5-year-old voice. Sam grinned. "Have you ever heard of scuba?" "No, what's that?" "It stands for self-contained underwater breathing apparatus." "Okay," Matilda replied in a tone that indicated she didn't understand any of the words Sam had just said. Sam said, "What if I told you there's a way you can stay underwater for a very long time? I'm talking easily over an hour." Matilda said, "That would be magic." "It's very much like magic, but I assure you it's based on science more than spells." "But you could see everything in the entire ocean like that." "You can." Sam pressed his lips together. "Although, to be honest, it might take more than a couple goes to see everything." "Can you show me a video of it?" she asked. Sam laughed. "I can do better than that." "What's better than that?" Sam grinned. "I can take you." "Absolutely not," Amira said, intervening. Sam looked at her, puzzled. "Why not?" "It's dangerous." "Everything is dangerous. This isn't very dangerous. And besides, I'll be right next to her the entire time." "Don't you need to be 18 to get your dive license?" Amira asked, searching for a solution to her fears. Sam pressed his lips together. "I think it's 12. But she's not getting a license. She's coming down with me, and I'll take care of her and make sure she's perfectly safe." "All right," Amira agreed. "But only because I trust you implacably, and for once everyone who's fighting with you is gone." Sam looked at Matilda. "What do you say? Would you like to come scuba diving with me?" Matilda beamed with joy. "Really?" "Sure, why not?" Sam looked at her with a warm smile full of paternal love. "It's a deal. Let me show you the magic of this underwater wonderland." Chapter 56. São Miguel Island, Portugal, the Azores. The Tahila sat at anchor in the calm embrace of the Atlantic, just off the rugged coastline of São Miguel Island. Around her the water was still and impossibly green, like polished jade, clear to the depths below, with streaks of turquoise and emerald where the sun kissed the shallows. The volcanic cliffs of the island rose like ancient sentinels behind them, lush and wild, blanketed in rich green foliage and mist from the thermal vents farther inland. Sam stood on the swim platform, checking his gear one last time. Beside him, Matilda bounced on her heels in her tiny wetsuit, her dive mask perched on her forehead, her excitement barely contained. Caliburn lay nearby on the deck, his coat subtly shifting to match the silvery blue hue of the sea, watching them with a gaze that could only be described as reproachful. His expressive eyes said it all. "This is a terrible idea." Sam turned to Matilda. "Are you ready?" Yes, definitely yes," she said without hesitation, practically vibrating with anticipation. He reached for her hand. "Just breathe like we talked about. Relax. Enjoy it. If anything feels wrong, you grab my arm and I'll take you straight back up. Deal?" She nodded, the mask already slipping into place. They placed their regulators in their mouths, held their masks with one hand, and with practiced ease rolled backward into the pristine waters. The sea enveloped them instantly, warm and silky. Sam righted himself, checking on Matilda. She bobbed upright beside him, her eyes wide and sparkling behind the lens of her mask. She made the OK sign with her thumb and forefinger, steady and sure. He returned the gesture, then pointed downward and slowly released air from their buoyancy control devices. They began to sink gently, like leaves falling through air. Below, the reef bloomed in vibrant hues, bright yellows, lush purples, and fiery oranges. Swarms of parrotfish darted through the coral gardens, their scales glinting like stained glass in the shafts of sunlight slicing through the water. Schools of damselfish flitted past like confetti in the current, and butterfly fish meandered gracefully among the waving sea fans. A pair of moray eels peeked out from a crevice, blinking lazily as Sam and Matilda passed. A sudden flash of silver caught their attention. A school of jacks whirled overhead in synchronized motion, their bodies rippling like mercury. Then, from behind a boulder covered in coral, a green sea turtle emerged, ancient and serene. It drifted alongside them for a few seconds, as if curious, its eyes meeting Matilda's. She turned to Sam, eyes wide with wonder, bubbles escaping as she grinned behind her regulator. They swam together, hand in hand, past barrel sponges and ridges of rock coated in fire coral and feather stars, their bubbles tracing a lazy path toward the surface far above. After 20 perfect minutes, they slowly ascended, following safety stops and surfacing in the warm Portuguese sun. Matilda tore off her mask the moment her face broke the surface, her cheeks flushed with joy. "You were right, Sam," she said, breathless. "That was magical." Chapter 57. That night, the world outside felt quiet, lulled by the soft rhythm of the sea against the hull of the Tahila. Inside the dimly lit cabin, Amira lay beside Sam, her skin warm against his, the sheets tangled around their legs. The soft hum of the ship's systems whispered in the silence, a subtle reminder that, for now, they were safe, adrift between danger and whatever came next. She traced a lazy fingertip along his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath her hand. His breathing had begun to slow, a deep, contented rhythm that matched the gentle roll of the ocean. She made love to him slowly, tenderly, savoring every sensation. When it was over, she stayed close, her body curled into his side, skin still tingling. She shifted slightly, pushing up onto one elbow, her hair spilling over one shoulder as she looked down at him. The flickering light from the nightstand cast gold across his features, and for a long moment she simply watched him. She looked at his ocean-blue eyes and asked, "Did you mean it?" A puzzled grin formed on Sam's parted lips. "Mean what?" "What you said back in Cuba." Sam pressed his lips together. "You mean right before you shot me in the back of the head?" Amira blushed at the recollection. "Yeah, that's the one." "I wished I got to spend my life with you." "That's what you said," Amira confirmed, her eyes wide, staring into his with absolute love. "Did you really mean it?" Sam replied without hesitation. "Every word of it." She bit her lower lip, stared at him, and said, "So, then—" Sam grinned. He got up out of bed, and on one knee. "Amira, I was planning on buying a ring and doing this properly, but I wouldn't want to get distracted by some other catastrophe first, so, Amira, my love, will you marry me?" Every ounce of Amira wanted to scream yes, definitely yes. But instead she asked, "What about Matilda?" "What about her?" Sam asked, confusion clearly painted across his lovely face. "Where will she live?" Sam frowned. "Well, I think it's a bit late to take her back, particularly after all that we did to get her." "I don't mean that." Amira made a theatrical sigh. "I mean, where will she live?" Sam looked hurt. I sort of assumed she would live on board the Tahila with us." Amira said, "I mean, she can't exactly live on board the Tahila, can she?" Sam shrugged. "I don't see why not." "Won't she need to attend school, live in one place, and do normal kid things?" Sam shrugged. Who's to say what normal kid things are supposed to be these days? I was traveling the world a lot with my dad at her age. It may be a bit different, but far less complicated or painful to her than sending her away from her family like this. "You mean it?" Amira asked. "Absolutely. The three of us are her family, and families stick together. I, for one, want Matilda in our lives. I don't want someone else to raise her while we're away, and if things don't work out, I'll move back onto land and live wherever she wants to live." "Do you mean that?" Amira asked. "Really?" Sam laughed. "Yes, of course I do." Amira kissed him. "Then I say yes, I will marry you, Sam Reilly." Sam beamed with pleasure and kissed her fervently. A moment later she pulled back. "Good. Then there's one other thing I need to share with you." "What's that?" Sam asked, good-naturedly. Amira grinned. "It won't just be the three of us for long." "Why?" Sam asked. Amira said, "Because I'm pregnant." Chapter 58. Madeira Island, Portugal, 2 weeks later. It was a double wedding. The sun hung low over Madeira, casting golden light across the cliffs and calm Atlantic waters, as if nature itself had conspired to bless the day. The deck of the Tahila had been transformed into a dreamlike setting. White linen-draped chairs, garlands of wildflowers wrapped around railings, and a makeshift aisle that led straight to the ocean. Sam stood beside Tom at the altar, both of them in sharp matching tuxedos, the sea breeze tugging gently at their lapels. He glanced at his best friend and grinned. Tom looked equally stunned, though for entirely different reasons. Genevieve had just appeared at the end of the aisle in a dazzling, colorful dress that shimmered like stained glass in the light. Amira was already beside him, radiant in her own gown, bold, elegant, and unforgettably her. She held his hand with quiet strength, and when she smiled at him, everything else vanished. The battles, the narrow escapes, the enemies. They were all part of the past now. This moment was theirs. Matilda scattered yellow petals with childlike care, her dress the color of sunlight, her little sandals making soft taps on the deck. She beamed with importance, perfectly aware of her role. Matthew officiated the double wedding. He looked composed in his captain's whites, standing between the two couples with a leather-bound journal in his hand. His voice was steady and sure as he spoke. Sam's father had walked Amira down the aisle with quiet grace, his eyes full of emotion. On the other side, Veyran escorted Genevieve, and Sam couldn't help but grin at the absurd beauty of it. Genevieve, the most dangerous woman he'd ever met, doing something so wonderfully traditional. Who stood tall beside Tom, while Billy stood beside Genevieve, their smiles matched only by the mischief in their eyes. The two women, once rivals, now joked like lifelong friends, discovering along the way that Tom had a particular type, and they were it. Sam caught the two of them laughing just before the ceremony started, whispering something that made Genevieve roll her eyes and Billy giggle uncontrollably. Elise and Ben Gelly stood side by side. And then there was Colleen. Sam's gaze drifted to the baby grand piano, painstakingly brought onto the deck just for today. His aunt sat at the keys, her back straight, fingers dancing effortlessly across the ivory. Pachelbel's canon in D major swelled softly into the air, and for a moment time paused. She had been his rock for a very long time. He met her gaze with a gentle nod. She had short, silvery hair that framed a kind face, always ready with a knowing smile or a gentle word. She had the steady, graceful composure of someone who had weathered life's storms and come out with her humor and heart intact. Her eyes, sharp behind stylish glasses, glistened with soft tears of happiness. She wore a bright dress adorned with intricate floral patterns in warm tones, crimson, coral, and gold, and her expression was one of uncontainable love. Her gaze never left Sam. Every note she played felt like a quiet blessing. At her side, sitting like a royal guardian, was Caliburn. The golden retriever had matched his chromophores to her dress perfectly, his fur a living canvas of identical swirling floral patterns. He sat still, regal, only his eyes moving as he watched the ceremony unfold, ears flicking gently in the wind. The ceremony itself was short, sweet, and to the point, just the way Sam liked it. Afterward, the laughter began. Long tables were brought out laden with fresh seafood, grilled vegetables, and champagne that flowed like the tide. There was dancing on the polished deck, bare feet tapping to music that ranged from jazz to swing to whatever playlist Billy had hijacked halfway through the night. Later, as twilight settled over the Atlantic and the stars began to wink to life overhead, Sam caught a moment of stillness. He stood with a glass of wine in one hand and a mirror in the other, watching their friends and family dance, talk, and live. And for once, there was no mission, no ancient riddle, no world-ending threat on the horizon. Just love. And it was enough. Chapter 59. Sam stirred awake to the late morning light filtering through the sheer curtains of their quarters aboard the Tahila. The warmth against his chest wasn't just the sun, it was Amira, curled beside him, her head resting lightly over his heart, one arm draped lazily across his ribs. He smiled to himself. Even now, after a long night of dancing, laughter, and whispered vows under the stars, she looked strikingly beautiful. Her dark lashes lay like soft brush strokes against her cheeks, and her lips curved faintly, as if even in sleep she remembered the joy of yesterday. Sam thought about staying like this a little longer, but the universe and their lives had other plans. The door to their quarters burst open without warning. "Morning!" came the chirpy voice of Matilda. Sam barely had time to blink before she and Caliburn came bounding into the room. In perfect tandem, they leapt onto the bed, crashing down on the two of them in a flurry of laughter, fur, and flailing limbs. Amira groaned playfully and rolled over just as Matilda slid like a stowaway between them, giggling uncontrollably. Caliburn flopped at their feet with a proud huff, his tail thumping contentedly as if to say, "Mission accomplished." "Well, there go our hopes of sleeping in," Sam mumbled with a smirk, brushing a hand through his hair. Amira laughed softly and wrapped her arms around Matilda, pulling her into a snug hug. "Good morning, Matilda." Sam looked over at the two of them, the woman he loved and the girl who had found her way into both of their hearts. They were both smiling, tangled up in the bedsheets, Amira's wild hair curling around her face, Matilda's cheeks flushed with excitement. They had time. They weren't due to leave for Svalbard until the afternoon. The arrangements had already been made. Sam's dad had promised to fly all of them to an international airport in Portugal, where Tom and Genevieve would then fly to the Maldives, while Sam, Amira, Colleen, Matilda, and Caliburn would fly to Tromsø. And from there, a short private charter would take them to a remote cabin nestled beneath a sky of swirling auroras. Snow, silence, and solitude, everything they needed for a true honeymoon. Matilda, of course, was almost as excited as they were. She had packed, days ago, oversized scarves, mittens, and a dozen questions about reindeer. Colleen had promised to take care of her and Caliburn, while Sam and Amira were off the radar for a while. She was almost equally excited to take Matilda tobogganing and reindeer sledding, while Sam and Amira disappeared into the snowy stillness of the Arctic. Sam reached out and brushed a loose strand of hair from Amira's face. She looked up at him, smiling with that tired but radiant glow that made him fall in love all over again. "I hope Norway is ready for us," she murmured. Sam chuckled, pulling both Amira and Matilda close. "They'd better be," he said. "We're bringing a lot of trouble with us." Sam felt the Tahila shift beneath him, a subtle but unmistakable lurch, as the engines surged to life, propelling the yacht forward faster than usual. The sudden change tugged at his instincts like a thread being pulled tight. Frowning, he rose from the lounge area where Amira and Matilda were still curled in blankets and made his way forward. The hum of the engines deepened as he climbed the short stairwell to the bridge, the early sunlight spilling in through the wide-paneled windows. Matthew stood at the helm, hands firm on the wheel, his jaw clenched with quiet intensity. His usual easygoing demeanor had vanished, replaced by a focused, determined expression. "I didn't think we were leaving for a few hours," Sam said, stepping beside him. "You're not leaving at all," Matthew replied, not taking his eyes off the horizon. Sam blinked. "I'm not?" "There's been a problem," Matthew said. "A sailing yacht nearby is sinking." That stopped Sam cold. Matthew continued, his voice clipped and professional, as though reading from a mental checklist. "We received a Mayday broadcast 3 minutes ago. The vessel's rudder was ripped from the hull. Apparently, a pod of playful orcas got curious and started tossing it around like a frisbee. Might have been innocent play, but the rudder tore out half the stern assembly with it. Now the sea's pouring in." Sam felt a chill, not from the air, but from the gravity of it. A disabled yacht taking on water in the Atlantic was no small matter. The international law of the sea was clear: render aid. There was no debate, no hesitation. "How far?" Sam asked. "Just under 6 nautical miles. We'll reach them in 10 minutes. Sam nodded and turned his gaze toward the blue horizon. The sun sparkled off the water, calm and deceptive. Somewhere out there, someone was in trouble, and while the honeymoon could wait, life couldn't. He looked back at Matthew. "Okay, I'll get everyone up and ready to render assistance." Sam stepped back into his quarters and started getting dressed. Amira looked at him. "What's the rush? We don't leave for hours." Sam gave an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Amira. Our honeymoon's going to have to wait. There's a sailing ship nearby that's sinking. We're the closest vessel." Amira smiled back at him and kissed his lips. "You're a good man, Sam." "You're not too upset?" "We can still leave afterward, right?" "Of course," Sam agreed. "It's just been postponed for a few hours." Amira laughed. "It's okay. I think I knew what I was getting in for when I married you. Let's go save someone's life." The end. This has been Necropolis of the Gods, Sam Reilly, Book 32. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Copyright 2025 by Christopher Cartwright. Production copyright 2025 by Christopher Cartwright. This is David Gilmore. Thank you for listening.